bro. Like, listen, like, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what's the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
do I think it's okay?
Hello, this is Lady Boulay, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for your thumbs up. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. And I have a question, and I'm sure some of y'all have the same question. What happened to manners in the Black community? There was a time when Black people really taught their children the proper behavior, especially in public. So you got punished at home so you would know how to behave when you went out in public so that you didn't bring any shame on the family. And there was a saying, don't bring shame on the family's name. So there were some basic courtesies that you extended to other people. Thank you. Excuse me. I'm sorry. May I? Little things like that. There's used to be a thing in the Black community, and Black people prided themselves on having manners. You used your manners at church, at school, in the community, and especially in your home. So now you see Black people out here just saying anything and doing anything, and everybody thinks it's funny, or many people think it's funny, not having any consideration for other people's feelings or what other people think. If it's going to give you a chance to be seen in the public, there is no shame in your game. Nothing you won't say, and nobody you won't throw under the bus in the name of being seen. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
Russell Wilson, I went to his house for Thanksgiving. The word is like he catered.
Now, right away, you can tell this is an ignorant, uncouth person. I went to his house for Thanksgiving dinner, and he started rolling his eyes. First of all, he didn't force you to come to his house. He invited you to come to his house. Okay, let's listen to what he has to say.
He catered. So, no, like, bro, I come from a traditional country Black family.
We doing that.
If I got as much money as Russell Wilson, my whole family would talk about me so bad if I ain't fly everybody out there for Thanksgiving. And I'm sponsored by an airline.
Yeah. Maybe he's not close to his family.
I believe Russell Wilson is close to his family because his mother and his sister show up at his games from time to time. And a few years ago, he bought his mother a house, and they videotaped it of him and Sierra surprising her with the new house. And she was very happy and very excited. And it seemed like they had a good relationship to me. And all he's doing is guessing. And I'm guessing too. I believe he does have a good relationship with his family. And all families don't get together at Thanksgiving. Some families get together at Christmas. Some families get together during the 4th of July, Mother's Day. There are different times of the year that families get together. Quarterback, they're used to him being in professional football. They're used to him moving around a lot. So there's nothing to say that he's got to fly his mother in every time there's a holiday, because he's just going to be off for that one day and he's got to go back to work. And sometimes they even have to play ball on Thanksgiving. Anyway, this is just tacky.
And maybe he not, but his mama wasn't there, sisters wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and even though like, it still weird to me. I'm just still even if you don't food with your family, like it still weird to me on Thanksgiving. My family gonna do the food. This is what we gonna. If you the one with the money, we coming to your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me
that part.
That's
how
what we gonna do. So
yeah.
to get over there and catch Russell Wilson, like him is literally him, Sierra Daddy, me, Noonie, Baby Future, the chef, and 2 nannies.
Oh, the better question would be, why wasn't he at home with his family? So the better question would be, since he has such a strong tradition of family, and by the way, they might have a great Thanksgiving tradition, but they sure as hell didn't teach him any manners. So why wasn't he at home with his family since they have such a great Thanksgiving tradition? Why wasn't he at home with his family? Why was he at somebody else's house for Thanksgiving? Somebody that had invited him, by the way. I question the manners that were taught in those big gatherings and how well they got along, because he sure as hell doesn't have any manners.
And 3 dogs. And Baby Future at that time was bad as hell. hey, Baby Future, what you think? You know, everybody going around the room saying what they thankful for and shit. Like, Baby Future, what you thankful for? Oh, just thankful for. I think he said something like, I mean, he was a kid though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he was a kid. I think he a lot better than that. But at that time, like,
and listen to those Negroes in the background. Listen to those Negroes in the background laughing. Listen to those Negroes in the background. Now, you translate this into Black men being stopped by the police, and the next thing they got their ass beat or they might be dead. Translate that into Black men having the lowest graduation rates. All of this stuff is mixed in together. This is a person who doesn't listen, who has no respect for other people, let something happen to him and see if it won't be somebody else's fault. But here he is sitting up here talking shit about somebody who had the decency to invite him to his home for Thanksgiving dinner, and he repays it by sitting up on a podcast and gossiping about the family. Now just let that sink in. This is about as tacky as it gets for me. Now these are Black men, and when I tell you that Black men don't like each other, you're looking at one of the reasons.
He was a kid though, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he was a kid. I think he a lot better than that, but at that time, like, bro was just, he knew, like, I think he understood it, like, he knew he was just spoiled, which is bad. You feel me? Like, who his daddy was, who his mama was, who he hanging around, like, he started to understand. And so in that case, like, but then I leave Russ' crib, go to Earl Thomas' crib.
Earl, that's more family origin because you met me there.
We I was home when I stepped off at Earl crib.
We playing spades, good food.
Spades,
like we
in there.
Shout out Earl, bro.
Area 29, bro. Shout out. I know you got the restaurant down there in Seattle, and it might be one in Austin too.
So Earl Thomas is a retired professional football player. He and his wife are no longer together because they've had all kinds of problems, including pulling guns, or somebody pulled a gun on the other one. So maybe he had a better Thanksgiving dinner in this guy's opinion, but Russell and Sierra are still together. I think this is the height of tackiness. It's jealousy. It's a lack of intellectual and emotional maturity. And it's also a lack of good home training. Somebody invites you to your house. You're gracious. You say thank you. If you don't want to go, just say, oh, I thank you, but I was invited to Earl Thomas's house. And you leave it at that. Getting on a podcast and talking about somebody else's small child, and small children will be small children regardless. It still comes down to manners. And that's what some of these Black men do. They decide they're going to gang up on somebody, and then it's open season on that person, even though that person hasn't done anything to them. This is a real blight on the Black American community. This guy's name is Trevone Boykin. He was the undrafted quarterback who signed with the Seattle Seahawks in 2016. He revealed on a recent podcast appearance that he spent Thanksgiving, this says this year, but I think it was in 2016, with Russell Wilson, Sierra, and their kids. And according to Boykin, the whole dinner setup felt weird. The only weird thing about that dinner was him. Jealous because Russell Wilson had more money, had a nicer home, had a nice family, and made the mistake of inviting him to Thanksgiving dinner. That's the only thing that was wrong with that dinner. They invited an ungrateful Negro who didn't have the decency and the reason to say thank you to that family. He did not make it in the NFL. Surprise, surprise. Maybe they recognized his character and decided that they could do better in a quarterback. There's always a better quarterback. So, according to the report, he's playing football in Mexico. That's a good place for him, out of the country. Maybe there he can learn some manners. Character in the long run is just as important as your athletic skills. And we often hear Black people saying, nobody likes us. And very often these are Black men. We don't have any friends. Nobody likes us. No, because you don't like each other, you don't have any manners, and you don't know how to treat people. So that's how come people don't like you. It's not because you're Black. It's because you don't have good character and you don't have any manners. This guy owes that family an apology. Okay, y'all, let me know what you think about the video and have a good day.
Well, happy Monday, everyone. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. And this this particular video is why I like Lady Boulay. She she sounded like my mother in this particular case. You know what? I'm going to play this next video. And by the way, I have a video after this. A program I didn't even know existed, but I'm definitely going to be a regular viewer. But I will get to that in just a second. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please, if you are new to the show, do subscribe and recommend it out. If it is not your cup of tea, then you can always unsubscribe. But we do news, politics, culture, and the occasional fuckery towards the weekend, preferably on the weekend. And I want to also re-emphasize that fuckery doesn't have to be racial. I had a conversation over the weekend with Speak Radio, and he made a point that it seems that more fuckery is necessary. I need to up the fuckery level, and hey, I don't have a problem with that, except I'm not doing the hard ER. I prefer that the N word in any form not be used on my panels. I don't care whether it is, a figure of speech that you use a lot. Just have some discipline. However, I'm not one that's gonna, entertain someone who, when they don't get their way, they just want to go, hey, I don't like Black people, you Nigger. Fuck that. I don't have to deal with it. I'm 60 years old. Why would any self-respecting Black man deal with that from, someone who's not Black? And if you are Black and you're doing all that, my feelings about the anti-Black blacks. That's even worse. So anyway, let's not get bogged down in all that negativity. I do want to see, apparently there's another video. I don't know if this is a Lady Boulay video. I bet it is. So she's had more to say. So I'm interested. We'll just skip through it. By the way, I like her opening theme song.
A wonderful day. Thank you for your support. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Thank you for your thumbs up, and thank you for your comments. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. And I'm coming back to talk about this guy, Trevor Boykin, that I did the video about yesterday, and he has gone viral. And I say he's gone viral for the right reason, because Black people are pushing back against this guy. And that is what we're going to have to take on as a community, because this behavior is low class behavior. And I'm not trying to disparage anybody, but when you get out here and do things like this man has done, and many other things that are going on in the Black community, they're just low class. They're low class, it's low class behavior. And you could say the people are low class. I don't want to say they're low class, but I'm going to say the behavior is low class. And we have put up with this for so long that it has become normalized. And that is why people don't take Black Americans seriously. We're not going to get a crime.
By the way, this all comes down, like she said, it's a home training / parenting issue. That's, fuck the bullshit about, oh, why can't Black people work together? Well, damn it, why can't Black people work with their kids? That's a way easier thing to do. Okay, it is easy to actually concentrate on, the kids or the spawn you have and make sure they grow up to be productive citizens, but polite and, the type of people that get invited back to Thanksgiving dinner the next year. This dude is a fuck up. He couldn't stay in the NFL. And all of a sudden he's taking it out. Russell Wilson has won a Super Bowl. Who is this motherfucker? He got invited over to Thanksgiving dinner at a Super Bowl winner's house. And he does this catty shit. How is he not a woman? I mean, and I'm not, women, traditionally are thought of as chatty Cathys and kind of gossips. That's all this dude is doing. So, home training, Lady Boulay is correct. And this is why I like her. She's calling a spade or a spade, as it were.
Deal. We're not going to get reparations. We're not going to get anything because we allow low class behavior to define us. And until we start pushing back and becoming serious about some of this behavior in our community, because it's one thing to complain about white supremacy, it's one thing to complain about white people, about police brutality and all these other things that befall our community. But if we don't call these things out ourselves, other people are not going to take us seriously. Now, I'm glad that Black people have commented on this guy because first of all, this guy was in prison for battery. Well, he was sentenced to 3 years. I don't know how much time he served, and there are other charges against him. So that's what we're working with. But no football team, no professional football team in the United States will touch him. So he's playing football in Mexico. But let me just let you hear what other Black people are saying.
It's Russell Wilson, like him, is literally him, Sierra Daddy, me, Noonie, Baby Future, the chef, and 2 nannies. And 3 dogs. And Baby Future.
And that right there might be the exact reason why he doesn't invite people over to his house. Because what you're doing is some straight sucker shit. That Thanksgiving, he saw you as family because he decided to invite you over to his house. And here you are on the internet talking about that man's personal business. Maybe him and his family wasn't getting along that year. Maybe they couldn't make it. Maybe he couldn't go out of town because they had something they needed to do the next day. Or maybe that year they just did not want to have a lot of people at their house. And they decided to invite you. And you're on the internet talking shit about this man and his family when he invited you into his home. That's some straight sucker shit. Going forward, he's probably definitely not inviting anyone else after that happened.
Shout out to Trayvon Boykin here, former NFL quarterback, former bench warmer. Shout out to TCU for always signing the criminals. Nonetheless, he said that he went to Russell Wilson's house for Thanksgiving a couple of years back, and it felt weird because Russell Wilson didn't have a lot of family there. Trayvon Boykin goes on to say, well, we were there, and all we saw was Sierra was there, Baby Future, he was just a little badass kid, and then Sierra's dad was there. There was another player there, and then there was 2 nannies and the chef, and he was getting Thanksgiving catered. And Boykin goes on to say he's from the South. He's used to family being there. Everybody should have been there, where everybody makes their own dishes, brings their own food. That's what he's used to. Man, shut the fuck up. Bro, this man invited you into his home on Thanksgiving because he felt sorry for you, because you didn't have any family. You keep talking about what you would have done. You're an NFL football player. Why aren't you providing for the whole family to have a cookout somewhere? Well, I can tell you why. Because this is the same loser who was sentenced 3 years in prison for beating the hell out of his girlfriend. That's why nobody wants to eat with your dumb ass. Stop glorifying criminals because they once played football. I don't care about the athletic ability of criminals. Your friends don't know, but Rico knows.
And this is exactly why I don't be having nobody at my house, because it's always somebody waiting around with something to say.
Listen, I went to his house for Thanksgiving. The weirdest feel like he catered. So no, you know, like, bro, I come from a traditional country black family.
We doing that.
If I got as much money as Russell Wilson, my whole family would talk about me so bad if I ain't fly everybody out there for Thanksgiving. And I'm sponsored by an airline.
Yeah. Maybe he's not close to his family.
And maybe he not. But his mama wasn't there. Sisters wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and even though, like, it still works me. I'm just still, even if you don't food with your family, like, it still works me on Thanksgiving. My family gonna do the food. This is what we gonna do. If you the one with the money, we coming to your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me that part.
What's crazy to me is you wasn't with your family on Thanksgiving and somebody else opened their home to you while you wasn't with your family, and he just looked like the type to show up empty-handed with an empty stomach, not offering nothing but got something to say. Like, I'm just confused because your family ain't want you around. Why did he have to invite you to Thanksgiving dinner? Why you ain't fly your family out? Honestly, I just feel like people always got something to say about Russell Wilson because they cannot understand how this man is in a happy, healthy relationship with his wife and his beautiful children. People talk about Ciara and Russell because they could never. They could never. Talking about the food was catered and you don't understand that. Well, why you ain't cooked something then? Sounds like you came with just your two empty hands and left with a full belly.
So Trayvon Boykin got invited to Russell Wilson's house for Thanksgiving. I'm assuming Russell Wilson invited him, and I bet you now he thinking to himself, why the hell did I invite him? See, this is the reason why people do not invite people to their houses for Thanksgiving, Christmas, or anything else. Russell Wilson thought enough of him to think of him as family to invite him over to be with his family. Why is this man worried about why his mom and dad or whoever wasn't at his house? That ain't your business. Why is he worried about how weird it was over there? See, I don't know.
I love her accent.
Or what, but it's like something in the atmosphere or whatever. Somebody's always trying to make Russell Wilson look bad. But no matter what you do, you can't make him look bad. You look bad because you didn't have nowhere to go. Why did you go over his house for Thanksgiving? Why weren't you with your family for Thanksgiving? You know what I'm saying? Russell Wilson got to stop being nice to these low-class men that's on Team Future. That's what it is. Because they always trying to make this man bad. And where was Ciara? Ciara, you should have vibed that man and put him out. You should have told your husband, we don't need no company over here. And then another thing, a lot of times, holiday seasons,
hey, I love
just
the
want to
accent.
be with their immediate family sometimes.
I can hear that accent every day.
You just want to be with your immediate family, your husband, your wife, your children, your cat, and your dog. That's good enough. Y'all got to stop this mess. That's why people do not invite people to their homes. I said it one time before in a video I made. I said some people just want to come to your house to see how dirty it is so they can tell somebody. And this right here, a good example. You still didn't make Russell look bad because at the end of the day, you didn't have nowhere to go with your homeless ass.
Russell Wilson, I went to his house for Thanksgiving. The weirdest feel like he catered.
Maybe he's not close to his family.
And maybe he not. But his mama wasn't there. Sisters wasn't there. Over there and catch Russell Wilson, like him, it's literally him, Ciara daddy, me, Noonie, baby Future, the chef, and two nannies.
Why is he sharing that information anyway?
You know what, Kim, you make a good point here. It was just my son and my father-in-law, and I hadn't cooked a Thanksgiving dinner from from beginning to end in easily maybe 13 to 15 years. Hadn't cooked a turkey probably in 10 years. So, at the end of the day, I was pretty exhausted because I woke up, at around 4:30 or 5, to begin the cooking process. But you know what? It was all worth it. My father-in-law is, my wife got her picky eater habits from him. so he loved it. I nailed the turkey. I literally nailed it and did cornbread dressing, did a broccoli, carrot, sweet potato, roasted vegetable medley, and I nailed it. I just, that is. But my point, I was going to go on about my culinary skills, which I do have. But it was just the three of us. We watched a little football. We watched some of Ken Burns's American history, the American Revolution thing. And yeah, it was quiet. But my father-in-law wound up going down to Florida to visit some friends. And you know what? When I called, just to make sure he made it safely, he literally talked about that dinner. Thanks for the dinner. It was delicious. And I know him. If it wasn't that good, he wouldn't have even brought it up. But small is good. And this young man, I agree with Lady Boulay 100%. We got to do better. And this isn't a communita thing. Basic parenting. It doesn't matter whether you're a single parent household or not. Teaching your kids basic manners used to be something, that was taught, and it can certainly be taught again. Please and thank you. That's like human being 101. We need to stop, yank the phone from your kids and fucking teach them how to be polite, how to make people like them. And it starts at home. I told the story several times about one day I was talking to my son about something, fussing at him actually. And he said something like, "Chill, dude." Oh, and I busted out laughing. I'm like, I was like, my name is not dude. This is how you address your parent. The fuck? So, and he never made that mistake again. But it just takes, you address stuff like that, you nip it in the bud. So, and I hear tell when he's not home, everybody thinks he's a polite young man. So, shout out to my son, shout out to my father-in-law, shout out to Thanksgiving, my favorite holiday. Now we have to deal with the dreaded Christmas.
Cause see, that's what. Now
What's up, Fred?
Now you see why I
What's
don't
up,
have
Slick?
a whole lot of mofos at my house. See, he worried about somebody else's family. Your black ass there. He invited you. He looked at you like family. And what you do?
Turn around and come
got
and talk
down
about
real
it.
to mouth. You think you telling something. Man, I went to Russell House, that mansion, it was weird. Yeah, because he had an outsider in there. That was the weird part about it. That's why you don't let people come in your house, chat. Nobody. First of all, no. Me and my brother had.
Oh wait, let me stop this right quick just to address Lord ADS. Welcome, Lord ADS. Absolutely no beef with Kentucky. I don't know how this got blown out of proportion, but in Nidish's chat, Sin had said that she always viewed Kentucky as the deep South. And my comment was, no, Kentucky was a border state during the Civil War. It's not considered the Deep South. That's pretty much, sorry, I'm a history nerd, but that's the extent of it. I have no problem with Kentucky. That's what people like Scam Likely do. They take things out of context. No problem with Kentucky. It's not in the Deep South. That's my point. Sorry for the geography lesson.
Had money. Guess what Thanksgiving was always at? Granny's house. Even though we couldn't get back, it was always going to be there. When we had a big ass cookout, Ocho, guess where it was? In Granny's backyard.
Damn.
Why?
I don't get it. I'm confused. Why is everybody always looking for a moment? Why is everybody always looking for a moment to go viral or to get your little 15 minutes? He lets you into his home on Thanksgiving, a special day. Okay, if the family wasn't there, maybe they don't get along. Maybe they don't see the eye to eye. I mean, I don't get it.
I don't get it either, Ocho.
I don't understand.
I think it's incorrect to jump to the conclusion that Russell Wilson doesn't get along with his family because they weren't out in Seattle for Thanksgiving when his family lives in Virginia. I have to keep saying this. Some families get together at Christmas. Some families get together in the summertime during the 4th of July. But Shannon Sharp is right. In a Black American family, the family is going to eat at mama's house. If you're playing professional football and you got to go to work the next day, you can't go to mama's house or granny's house. And mama and granny understand.
Did y'all see that video of ex-NFL quarterback Trayvon Boykin talking about being at Russell Wilson house for Thanksgiving? Talking about how it was just weird. He didn't have family there, X, Y, and Z, and it was just, he didn't have his mama there. Bro, the dude invited you to his house. He ain't had to invite you over there. Some of y'all talk too much. You talk too much. That man invited you into the sanctity of his home. And you went on a podcast, cocked your hat back, and started yapping about how it was just weird being at his house. You see, that's why people don't be fooling with people. That's why. If you wonder why some of y'all don't get invited to places, why you can't be in certain rooms, why you can't be around certain people, it's because of that. That man went on a podcast and talked about being at another man's house and how boy, I don't know if Russell talked to you. I hope he did. And I hope he laid into you. Consequences. That don't make no doggone sense. You did not have to go on that podcast like.
So needless to say, this guy has been dragged all over the internet for this. And we need to see more of this because this behavior is unacceptable. And people like him need to understand it's unacceptable. Okay, y'all. Thank you for listening. Have a good day.
All right. Well, enough of the scolding that she did. We are. I want to watch this. I didn't know this program existed. It's called the Georgia Gang. So apparently, it's some news program, some Sunday news program, and I want to listen to a little bit of it. I will definitely become. Well, I've already become a subscriber. Who knew? So let's see what's going on in Georgia. And I know Lord ADS will appreciate this. He may already see. Lord ADS probably already knows about it. I'm always the last to know about this sort of stuff.
Sunday, November 30th, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene announces her resignation, triggering a high-stakes special election in Georgia's 14th district. Also, a vaccine firestorm as U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock calls for the immediate firing of the Health and Human Services Secretary. And dozens of players suspended as the Georgia High School Association punishes Brunswick and Gainesville after a massive playoff brawl. Kathy, Phil, Theron, and Brian
Oh
are all
wow,
here. The debate
Glenn
and discussion
County
begins
and
right now.
forget which.
From the Fox 5 studios,
Well, Brunswick
the
is
Georgia
Glenn
Gang
County.
starts now.
We want to begin with a bombshell announcement in Georgia's election interference case against President Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Georgia Prosecuting Attorney's Council Director Pete Scandalakis, who appointed himself as prosecutor in the case, has filed a motion to drop the case entirely. Let's get right to this with the panel. Brian, just your thoughts on this. Surprised? Probably not.
I can't say I'm surprised because everything that happened in this order is exactly what I said from this chair was going to happen, right down to the letter. That this was not a local case, it was a federal case. If anything, that it shouldn't be a RICO case because that's overly aggressive for what we were doing here. This case never had legs to stand on. It is a giant waste of Fulton County taxpayers' dollars. And now those same taxpayers are going to be on the hook for the legal fees.
Hey Stan, what's up?
Who were being prosecuted. And look, Scandalakis did not have the resources to take this on, but it's more than that. He said this was a flawed case. That was the underlying message. This should never have been brought to begin with.
Theron, your underlying message here.
Well, you know, Phil and Brian, surprise, surprise. This happened the day before the Thanksgiving holiday. We're taping.
And I want to point out, I had no clue this like a weekly recap of Georgia news happens, and they're only at almost 3,800 subscribers, so it's got to be fairly new. But I'm on board. I don't keep up with Georgia news enough, so y'all stay tuned. We're going to see more of this.
Taping on a Wednesday. I got to give Brian credit and Phil. You guys have been steadfast in saying that this was going to be a case that was going to be dropped. But Laura, you know where I'm going with this. I think that it's very unfair. I think it's a huge blow to the justice system. The fact that you had 19 people who were indicted, one of whom just happened to be at that time, the former president, now president again of the United States of America. And so, look, you know, I think Pete was put in a very, very tough position. At least he gave it some time to look at. I hope he reviewed it, followed those steps that I laid out a couple of weeks ago. But ultimately, look, we move on from this. But I think that it is very, very slippery slope that you can literally have these type of things happen, whether it's a state case or federal case. But the justice system, I guess, got it right. But ultimately, you know, I think Pete Scandalakis knew that this would have put him in a very, very tough position if he decided to move forward with this case.
Phil, and I feel like the opponents of the president keep looking for things and trying to find a smoking gun, and then this is the outcome after every single case, it seems.
Well, I agree. This is the last of the lawfare case. It never should have been brought. It's Pete Scandalakis, who we're referring to as the executive director of the Prosecuting Council Attorneys of Georgia, a very respected, fair, objective person, and he was pretty bold and flatly said that this should never have been a RICO case, and I want to tell some of my Republican and Democrat friends, Scandalakis said everyone has a right to question an election outcome. He was very firm about that, and so I think that's.
No, it absolutely should have been a RICO case. It was a conspiracy. Okay, God damn it, this is bullshit. The only redeeming quality in this argument is that wonderful tweed jacket that he's wearing. I bet it's a Harris tweed. I like that jacket.
Why that was the basis, a lot of the main basis for this, that it never should have been brought. And I think Fonnie Willis is the loser of the year. This is a disgrace, as has been pointed out. I don't know how many millions of taxpayer money that the taxpayers of Fulton County will be on the hook for. There's 19 people that are involved here, along with the president, and you have to. The next step will be reimbursing all of these people's legal fees. That could run up to 34 years.
You know what? I actually have a Harris tweed jacket. It's a little bit browner than this is. I ought to wear it more. It's an awesome jacket, and it's warm. You know, it doesn't get that cold in this part of Georgia, but the damn jacket is warm as, you know. Anyway, I need to get another one. I like tweed jackets. I ought to wear them more.
$1 million. I'm just taking
Now
it
that
from
I'm
our
old,
doctor.
I can pull
That's
it off.
terrible. Fonnie Willis is a disgrace. She never should have brought this case. And I think that moving on,
Really,
lessons
Fred?
are learned.
Fred,
Not
come on
engage in this
now.
politically
It's
motivated
real.
lawfare. That's all it was.
And Kathy, as we were talking about before the show, this also impacts Coffee County cases as well.
Yeah, that I'm really concerned about, and I think this kind of goes to why you shouldn't overuse RICO, right, as your way to settle cases, because that's really distinct from the case that was brought against the president. These are people who allegedly, and on video, let people into an election office after an election to view materials that they didn't have the right to view, and they've been let go as a result of this. And I'm stressed about that, because we cannot have people just ignoring the law in that way. But I will also say, I think this is a real opportunity for somebody who, wants to be the attorney prosecuting cases in Fulton County, because I think Fonnie Willis has really brought this on herself.
100%. So well said. And I want to actually.
And I've said it before.
No, you
just,
absolutely
just
have.
to get to, I told you
you've been
so,
very
right?
consistent here. But on the Coffee County case, I agree that stuff should not have happened. That was an error in judgment, and maybe a crime was committed. They definitely should not have been breaking down those election machines and letting people look inside of them. That is a security issue for elections from the people who keep telling me these
you
machines
are on my
and they're
case
breaking
today,
into it.
Fred.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger never investigated it properly.
And it had nothing to do with Fulton County.
But it had nothing to do with
But he
Fulton
could have.
County.
He had oversight and could have spoken out.
I want to stick to this case here. This had no business being part of a Fulton County case. Of course, neither did what Donald Trump did, for that matter. These folks were told that this was a legal process in case the court case went their way. When it didn't, they all dropped it. That should have been the end of this. The Coffee County part was just another overreach, but I agree something was fishy and wrong about what happened down there.
All right, I want to move on because we have another political shockwave in Georgia this week. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene announced
Oh,
she's
that was
resigning from
Coffee
Congress in
County versus
January.
Glenn
The
County.
move comes
Interesting.
after a dramatic public split with former President Donald Trump, who withdrew his endorsement as they clashed over the release of the Epstein investigative files.
Big
Greene
Fonnie.
says Trump used his influence
Oh
and
my
campaign
Lord.
dollars to try to
That's
drive her
kind
out.
of a catty
Fired
comment,
back,
don't you
mocking
think,
her
Kimmy?
online. Now, the resignation ends one of the most controversial and high-profile runs in Georgia politics and opens the door to a special election in the 14th district. Phil, Congresswoman Greene posted a lengthy explanation on YouTube about her decision. Do you see this as a deeper problem? I mean, is this a party that punishes independence?
Well, I've seen this in my career. I've seen both parties where this divorce type happens, and it can continue to be bad, or it could be patched up, and who knows how that's going to end. I do think it was a surprise. Personally, and a lot of Republicans had hoped that if she was going to quit, just finish out your term. I really, unless there's some compelling reasons, I don't like anyone of any party just leaving in their term, and it does pose problems, of course, for just the political impact in Georgia and nationally for House Speaker Mike Johnson, because it's a very narrow margin. Anyhow, I noticed there's going to be a special election in Tennessee. I hope the GOP wins that one to help. But just to finish up with what you're pointing out here, Lori, I think that it's not going to have a big impact on the Republican Party nationally. I think, as I've said before, the radical left is a great unifier for Republicans of all stripes.
Well, Theron, though, is this a sign that the MAGA coalition is fracturing?
Absolutely. And, we talked about this. I've said for weeks I wasn't buying it. I'm still not buying it, Lori, because I think that, and B-Rob and I talked about this, if you look at that video, and I watched it 10 minutes, and she said a lot. But it was some damn good production. I mean, the lighting was looking good, Kathy. She had the Christmas tree perfectly, positioned, and then she was, good cadence and everything. So this is a woman, Lori, who we're going to hear from again. But I think that back to your original question to me, I've been saying now for weeks on this show, I think people have buyer's remorse. A lot of disaffected Republicans are not getting what they expect for President Trump. And you just look at this fight. This is another politically abusive relationship that Donald Trump has had with someone in Georgia.
Brian, what does this mean for Republicans?
Anytime you take on President Trump in the party, there's going to be some repercussions, right? I mean, he is the biggest hammer that we have in the party and across the nation. I do think that she should have stayed in the office, and I do think that she should have run again. I think she would have won. I think that she could have taken on that.
No, I tend to agree. I actually think Marjorie Taylor Greene should have stayed the course. I think quitting early does not serve her constituents well. For better or for worse, it's not quite marriage, but if you're representing these people, it's just my personal opinion. You stay to the bitter end and take your lumps. They're not going to impeach you. And, if she has a political future afterwards, fine. If not, fine. To be honest, this is why I don't respect MAGA a lot. When the going gets tough, the weird turn pro and they run. And by the way, that's a Hunter S. Thompson quote. And I rarely get to use that quote. When the going gets tough, the weird turn pro.
And gone to victory. In 2022, her counties that elected her also gave a majority
I
vote
used to
Brad
have a
Raffensperger
blazer
in
like that years
primary,
ago.
somebody who has been taken
I
on
like
by
the
Trump
tweed
blanket.
better.
So we know a Trump endorsed candidate can be beat in that district, particularly one with such deep roots and high favorability ratings as she has in that district. I agree with Darren. There was a lot of substance in what she said in her resignation video. She wasn't just airing grievances. She was talking about issues that matter to Americans. This sounded like somebody who's not done with her work for the country, even if she wants to take a break. I think she's just exhausted.
That's my question. Before we get to Kathy, will we see her on the ballot?
Yeah,
somewhere
okay.
else?
Well, Fred,
I don't.
you were younger. See, this is the
Trump told
difference
you can't win
between
a
you and
statewide
me, Fred. The difference is you are young. We old men like tweed. I have given up the notion of being fly. I'm old. Let me be happy with my tweed, sir.
Election. And under her old profile, I think that was true. The polling was pretty clear. She can't run for governor or run for U.S. Senate and win a general election. That matters. But
I
she could
never
certainly throw some dirt up in the air. And
I never in my wildest dreams ever thought we'd be having blazer wars in this chat. We are literally arguing over blazers, and I love it, by the way. Everything. I like the tie. I think it goes with the shirt. I have a thing for this pattern of shirt and like a striped tie or even a polka dot tie. I think polka dots actually go better with the lines. I just don't like I don't like light jackets. I like jackets to be a little bit more severe, or maybe conservative is the word. So, I mean, it's a nice jacket. I would just choose a darker brown.
calls quite a circus in a primary. And she's obviously got some ideas. I mean, she will make a difference if she runs for governor.
Or she could be a political pundit on a cable news show.
Well, I thought if she had stayed in, she could have actually been a force to be reckoned with, because there is enough discontent in the
Oh,
Republican
Kim,
caucus,
that
as
is
I
funny.
understand it,
That is
you know,
funny.
half a dozen people get together and decide
Thank you,
they want
ma'am.
to caucus with Democrats on specific issues, and suddenly she's got the right. And I think she could bring down Mike Johnson, but she's leaving, so she won't.
All right, well,
Too bad.
continue to follow her.
Now,
Next
see,
up,
blue,
up next,
I like.
Senator Raphael Warnock wants the nation's health secretary fired.
Yeah,
What sparked
okay.
the controversy at the CDC,
okay.
and how the
Yeah,
debate over vaccine
yeah.
trust has suddenly
Oh, hey,
reignited.
tweet is just an affectation, to be honest.
Have a question or
But let me also comment. I think it would have been really interesting if she challenged Mike, because I think she would. Marjorie Taylor Greene would win in her district, especially taking the stance she did. I don't know. I mean, she quit for a reason. My first, at first blush, I was thinking, well, Trump must have something on her. Because she has done some pretty risque things in the process of her divorce. She's kind of out there, in her private life. At least I get a whiff of that. But it would be interesting to see her like challenge Mike Johnson, because she has zero qualifications to be Speaker of the House. other than, she was, in her second term of Congress. And who knows, she could be the Lucille Ball and actually be smart under that ditzy blonde act. But I really think she should have stayed. And he even run for reelection. If you're going to defy Trump, then actually be defiant.
Comment for the Georgia Gang? Email them at georgiagang@foxtv.com.
Yeah, I wonder what though.
is calling for the
And Fred, let me
immediate firing of
pause
Secretary
this once
Robert
again. Now, this is my old fuddy-duddy opinion on that, Fred. You got to complete stuff. If you start it, if the people elect you, I think you're right, but I would just do it differently. I like finishing things that I start, at least most times.
F. Kennedy Jr., accusing him of spreading dangerous vaccine misinformation.
Oh, by the way, Kelvin, this woman was probably a classmate of Marjorie Taylor Greene's at the University of Georgia. She kind of looks like that Southern Belle type.
As measles cases resurge across the country. The push comes as a CDC website update muddied long-standing guidance on vaccines and autism, sparking public confusion and bipartisan criticism. Theron, what do you make of all of this? Because as we were talking, we are all confused about where we are with the vaccines.
Yeah, I mean, and look, we need a leader that's running the Health and Human Services that's going to follow the science and not remove it from the website. And this is what the senator is getting to. If you really look at it, it's confusing because you see this headline, you're like, oh, CDC says that vaccines can cause autism. Well, that's not exactly what it says. It's basically they're encouraging people to follow the science. I think you just got a lot of bad actors within the Health and Human Services. But what Senator Warnock is getting to, and Lori, you remember this months ago, I took something that he said and we researched it. We do have kids that are actually dying of measles and going back to school. People right now are getting their flu shots. And people are very, very concerned about, like, will we have another sort of deadly pandemic like we had before? And we still act like folks are not catching COVID. I mean,
Fred, what do you think of this blazer? I don't know that I have a problem with this blazer,
that it's not rare
even
anymore,
with
and
that
people just want
tie.
to deal with it. And so I
I
think
would
Senator
do a
Warnock is very
browner
passionate
tie.
about this. I think he's putting the pressure on, but again, we got to follow the science. And I still say this too, parents, you got to make a personal decision when you decide with your kids, right? And I think we all have made those decisions as far as our loved ones and our children, our family members. But ultimately, we got to make sure that we don't distort the information and don't mislead the American people.
Phil.
Well, I think there's two schools of thought basically that are warring against each other within the Health and Human Services Department. The Biden, of course, years were terrible because they would just censor one side. Now, Robert Kennedy, the secretary, has said, I'm not opposed to all vaccines. What he's doing, the good thing he's doing, is that he is asking for more studies. Now, I think that some of this can't be determined. And I agree that some of the people around him, I think, are off base. But I think, on the other hand, and the president is hearing from both sides, there's some good arguments, too. I think what's going to happen, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some cabinet reshuffling next year in the.
Now, the only problem I have is it looks like he did not use, maybe it's a half Windsor knot. The dimple needs to be more centered and that knot needs to be a little bit tighter. You can pull that knot a little tighter so the dimple is more centered. That's my only criticism. And what do you think? Maybe a yellow shirt? I think that white, it needs to be more like a cream colored shirt or, some sort of yellow shirt. Even, I was going to say blue, but it shouldn't be a white shirt. It just, I think he could do better than a white shirt.
Yeah, in the Trump White House, and that RFK might be a target.
Kathy? Boy, I hope he is. I just want to really give a shout out to Senator Warnock because, this lane about healthcare is a strong one for him.
Okay,
It's a
well,
strong one
Fred,
for
you're the
Georgia.
fashion
We have an
expert,
expanded
not me.
Medicaid, so we've got a crisis in our hospitals. The governor's healthcare portal is an absolute failure. The CDC's in our backyard and has been riveted by this mess that
Look,
Kennedy Jr. has created.
speaking of
and
this,
we've lost billions of dollars in medical.
God damn it. I hate pausing videos this much. We need to let it run. Look, you are not technically supposed to wear button-down shirts, with ties, but I do. I just detest a misplaced or, like a collar outside of the lapel of your jacket. I can't deal with it. I'll just wear the button down, even though button downs are not, technically something you should wear like that. What's up, man? Tomorrow
Hey, what's
we
going
are
on, man?
we are talking some weird stuff. We are debating jackets, ties, and just for some reason or another, it's fun. What's been going on?
Nothing much, man. Holiday season, you have to work a lot and do things, regular real world, normal people, human being stuff. That's about it.
Yeah, I cooked Thanksgiving dinner from start to finish for my father-in-law and my son. And
Oh, nice.
at the end of it, yeah, I hadn't done anything that complicated in a while. I like processes.
Yeah.
So, it was just interesting. And like I said, I like processes, and cooking is a process. Cooking complicated stuff, juggling the schedules, like this needs to be started now to finish then. Um, it's what I do. It's problem solving.
Yeah, I kind of got challenged over the holidays. You know, people thought I lost my Mississippi edge, whatever. So I
Really?
had to, yeah. So I have to show people how to properly butcher a raccoon and cook it, properly butcher a squirrel and cook it. Cook, chitlins and all that. I know how to do all that stuff. I just don't do
Right.
it for myself and my wife
Right.
because I don't want her to, you know. I mean, in her culture, she eat cockroaches and shit. So I can't. So I can't go too far. But the comments try to kind of go around. You always come around for the holidays. We'll never see you cooking nothing. You never bring no plates or nothing. I'm like, okay, all right. Crack the fingers and get to work. Like, no,
Well,
man,
let
I
me
still
let me
got it.
tell you something. You know what? I like that story, dude. You don't forget how to ride a bike.
Yeah.
I had made a turkey, roasted turkey in the oven easily in 10 years. So, thermometers are a thing. Um, sometimes you got to whip out those skills. I know I've talked about Quigley Down Under, one of my favorite westerns of all time. You would never think of it, but there's a line where Tom Selleck towards the end of the movie, or actually it's the end or penultimate end of the movie, where the villain Alan Rickman goes, okay, well, your right hand is broken. He's a rifleman, he's a long distance shooter. So the villain thinks that, hey, I'm gonna give him a Colt revolver, and he's gonna have to do the dual left-handed. So Tom Selleck just kills him. He outdraws him even left-handed. So as Alan Rickman is dying, he goes, well, I thought you couldn't use a Colt. And Tom Selleck goes, I said I had no use for a Colt. I didn't say I couldn't use it. That is like that. In all honesty, it wasn't a big movie. That's like the best line ever. I said I had no use for it. I didn't say I couldn't use it. Same thing. You haven't cooked something in a while, doesn't mean you don't remember how to. So they should never challenge you.
No, and they're like, oh, so what are you gonna do now? I'm like, paring knife, and I'm like, it was like, oh, well, you go pick one. I'm like, I'm talking to her. I'm not talking to you.
Well, I
She know
started
what's about to
listening.
happen. Yeah.
Well, I started listening to your show last night and fell asleep.
Which
It was
one?
last night, right? Or
Yeah.
was it?
Oh yeah. It was last night.
I'll go back and listen to it.
It
Any
felt like it was
highlights
days
from
ago to me. But yeah.
that? Any highlights?
No. It's just that a lot of people don't understand that when Trump gets these wartime powers, whatever you think was minor of him abusing power, it's gonna be pretty minor once he get these wartime powers with Venezuela. And so now we're gonna try to rerun this Iraq war bullshit on a country that we think can't really, defend itself. Just like we thought Iraq was gonna be a walk in the park, and just like we thought Afghanistan was gonna be in a walk in the park, country with a lot of oil, no real military, and we was there for 15 fucking years. But somehow
Right.
people they don't remember it. No, they don't care to remember it. So
Well, that's it. That's the weird thing. It amazes me. And it was a show I was watching over the weekend. I think black people in particular, we should be political junkies.
like
We
a
should
motherfucker.
we should be
Bro.
actually interested in this stuff. Dude, in my opinion, our position in American culture is solid. Okay, I actually do believe in people like a John Galt dude, we are the moral conscience of this country. Frederick Douglass,
Yes.
dude, he was pulling at morality. That
Yes.
what is 4th of July to a slave? That's literally like just
Some more
indirectly.
argument. Some more argument.
Yeah. Black people are that. That's why we should literally be political junkies. We should be teaching them
Overtly
politics.
political. Overtly political.
Yes. Yes. And no more. We should know more. Look, yes. The only reason we don't vote more Republican is they're Nick Fuentes's. Otherwise, it would be a lot if the Republicans were serious. Nixon got a higher percentage of black votes than Trump did, but yet,
Yes, he did.
dude, there's a book called damn it, what is it called? It's the hold on one sec. I got to look it up. I want this. Let me find the book. It is so good. You got to read it. What is it? The plight of the Black Republican. Hold on one sec here. I'd highly recommend this book.
Yeah.
If I can remember, the lady who wrote it is a political science professor at Johns Hopkins, if she's still there.
Yeah.
I'll think of the title in a minute, but I'm going to highly recommend it. It literally changed a lot of my views on the Republican Party or the history of it. Republicans lost the bubble. Even Nixon was actually kind of not. Nixon had Arthur Fletcher and people like that who were political advisors. Nixon took the black vote, and he is credited with the Southern strategy and all that.
Yes, he is.
He at least took black people a little bit more seriously than
He created
say
a lot of good
Ronald
government
Reagan
agencies.
did. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Didn't he invent now you'll have to help me here. He took
EPA?
the EEOC, EPA, yeah, he was Nixon was surprisingly, what we would call liberal.
Yes, he was. Compared to these people we have now, obviously.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
And I was watching something from the Nixon library over the weekend where he talks about his impression of Harry Truman. And let me find that. You know what? I'm going to have to, Nixon, it happened. Nixon was a criminal. He did some shit he shouldn't have done. But Nixon, he was not bad to black people. Now that conversation he had with Reagan, where Reagan's talking about, the monkeys in Africa.
Oh yeah. Even the Nixon tapes, man. It's a Mel Gibson level shit, man.
That I will admit that is problematic, but anyway, let's finish up this Georgia thing. And again, I didn't even know this show existed, but it is definitely going to become part of the repertoire because I don't keep up with Georgia state news enough. And I like the jackets these men are wearing.
Research dollars that come here to our university.
And this lady looks like
Georgia.
lady looks like Sister Johanna, who is my high school chemistry teacher. and she was actually such a good chemistry teacher. She's literally why I had became a chemistry major. Dude, I was governor's honors in chemistry. And she wrote the recommendation. I literally had that honor. So kudos to Sister Johanna.
I think this is just a full policy portfolio for him, and I'm glad to see him taking it on and really appreciate it. And I hope that shuffle comes because it won't be too soon for me.
I talk to doctors because I'm super confused about this. Not only do I take whatever vaccine my doctor tells me because I trust them, I have a relationship of trust. That's why I go there. So I take vaccines. My kid takes vaccines, and I believe in that science. But I don't know why. I'm not an expert. And I hear people who I trust and think are smart and mean well who say this is absolutely needed, that it doesn't cause autism. There's absolutely zero evidence that it causes autism. And then I hear other doctors that I trust who say the vaccines that I got as a child in the late 70s, early 80s bear no resemblance to what children of today get. There's significantly more that's been put into these, and we don't know what the repercussions of that. I don't know what's true, but this comes down to a lack of trust in our society. We no longer have common places we go that we all agree to trust. I really would love to have an answer, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
Well,
So,
let me
all right, let's move on
help
because
you
there's another-
out. I have taken cell biology, genetics, microbiology. mRNA vaccines are a stroke of genius. You literally can get your body in a position to fight an infection without actually having the infection. Now, the symptoms you get, it's the body's reaction. If you run a fever, a fever is literally the way the body fights infections.
Yeah.
You can, and by the way, it doesn't matter the vaccine. They are not a magic bullet. You lessen your risk of getting, say, polio or something, but you can still get it. If you spend
I
2
mean,
weeks
it's kind of hard to listen to people who don't know basic shit about that, and everything is a catching them up to, broken their side of what legal disagreements are or ethical disagreements are versus
right.
what's inside their head, and then you have to broker your side of the argument, which is, do you want this shit? And even if you get it, do you want less symptoms from it? It's
Right.
that's the messaging around it, and that's the kind of run up of ignorance, and people try to swing that as a freedom thing. I'm like, yeah, that whole shutting down the country for a couple of months, that shit didn't seem too free, did it?
Well, the thing is, look, let me tell you, I think, and it's a very specific reason why I don't even, Trump style of leadership. You remember that March of 2020 when I think there were 10 or 15 senior citizens on a cruise who caught COVID. So it pulls into, I think it was San Diego or Los Angeles. I think it was San Diego. Maybe I think it was San Diego.
It was somewhere on the West Coast.
Yeah, he would not let him off the ship because literally he said, I don't want the numbers affected. If he lets them onto American soil, they have to be counted and it drives up the numbers. I'm like, that's moronic. We know the people are there. So what? They're sick. They're there. We know about them.
I kind of went through that when I went through the Ebola shit. They didn't let us go around. They just like, look, it's gonna be here till you die. So we're just gonna see. We're gonna come in with these hazmat suits on, and we're just gonna check you every couple of days. And turns out, if you just worked out and did normal shit, you were fine. But a lot of people did die of that shit. But at the end of the day, it's more of the actual generalized education about what vaccines are doing. Like all of these people who are anti-vaccine, they all went to public schools. They all had their shots by a certain specific time. All that shit was fine until COVID.
Well, the thing is, though, the mechanism is different. Basically, the old style vaccines, you had a denatured version of the actual, say, polio virus. So your body reacted to the actual, denatured or weakened version. mRNA viruses basically imitate a protein on the surface of a virus without actually being the virus. It's almost like, I guess the word would be like a facsimile of the virus. But here's the trick. It has nothing to do with DNA. It's literally teaching your RNA how to manufacture the right type of antibody, and any remnants get flushed out of the cell. They don't linger. People don't know that cells, where do you think urine comes from? Dude, it comes from cells. All that stuff gets into your bloodstream or the lymphatic system,
and flushes out.
and it gets flushed. It does not linger. It does not alter your DNA. It literally, RNA is what DNA uses as kind of the workbench to do stuff. So anyway, I'm not going to get too deep because it's been 30 years, since I've even taken a biology class. But I have no problems with
But you are so
mRNA
much
viruses.
further ahead than most of these Delta Novembers around this space and the generalized America, and that's the problem.
Yeah, and I have no problems with mRNA viruses. Could there be side effects? Yeah, I'm sure there will be, but it won't be by the process. And the thing is COVID was unknown. Dude, we were reacting to something that seemed to be really serious. They called it a pandemic. Look, you shoot from the hip when you solve a problem. If you've ever been in the military, sometimes you have to what is it? Something like make a decision and beg forgiveness later. No decision is worse than a bad decision. And people
like,
just don't seem to.
They wasn't in during like the Gulf War, the first one, that peanut butter shit.
I was in the first one.
Oh.
I caught the tail end.
Yeah, it's just that experimental like think of your shot record. How much of that shit could you actually pronounce on your fucking shot records?
Oh, dude, they lined us up. They lined us up on the pier. It was like the Soul Train line, but everybody had a fucking needle.
Just like it was in basic training, and they hit you with 6. 6 needles on both arms. They hit you 4
Yes.
times, 24.
Yes.
And if you go to the actual lobby and you start turning into the Hulk, yeah, man, your military career is over with.
Look, it's a volunteer army. If you don't want to
Yes.
do the shit, leave. Now, what they should have done is, hey, if you don't want to do what we think is necessary, here's your DD 214. Sign here.
Out of here.
Don't be where you don't want to be. And you know what? We will honorably discharge you. We won't even give you a general or just get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Issue of trust. Internal emails obtained by the AJC show deep infighting inside Georgia's state election board after members clash over the hiring of the former executive director's wife as the board's new paralegal. Despite her having no legal experience, the messages reveal altered job qualifications, accusations of nepotism, and simmering tensions on a board already criticized as dysfunctional. Kathy.
Whew, well, we've talked about this situation previously, and let me just say, Speaker John Burns needs to own this and fix it in the General Assembly session. His appointment of Janelle King threw gas on the fire, and we have never looked back. It is really a mess. But, having somebody, they have one paralegal position. They don't have an attorney on that staff. And the previous paralegal did a great job, and she left because it got too crazy there, I suspect. They hired somebody who was the wife of the former executive director who leaped over people who were qualified and were waiting to get interviewed, and she has no paralegal experience. So they don't have the legal advice that they need to get, even though it's not a full-fledged lawyer. Having somebody who understands the law to say, no, that's not an open meeting, or no, you can't hide your emails, would save the state of Georgia an awful lot of money, and citizens could have more trust in this board.
Phil, weigh in here.
Well, Kathy is referring to the 3 Republican board members that are pro-Trump on the state elections board, and Janelle King is one of them. Now, they do get legal advice. Mike Cohn was the previous executive director. We're talking about his wife. She had already done some work for the state elections board. She knew exactly what was going on. When James Mills was named, who, by the way, is a former respected lawmaker, James Mills is now executive director, he thought this is the best person for a seamless transition. And of course, the Democrats freaked out, and some Republicans did too. But it goes down to one bottom line. The chairman, John Fervier, despises Mike Cohn and doesn't like his wife.
All right. I'm going to be real quick. I think this is a reality TV show opportunity. So, Kathy, if you're willing to raise a little money, we should actually create a reality TV show, because this elections board is a hot mess. But I'm going to give some time to Brian, because I know we got to wrap.
No, I just reiterate what I said last week. It's time for personnel change across the board and start over. Without naming names, I disagree about Fervier. I think he's done a great job. He's a voice of reason there, but he's being outvoted, and we need a new direction.
All right, folks. Coming up, fallout after a fight during a high school football game. The panel weighs in about the penalties handed down to both teams.
Now I have to listen to this. Football in Georgia, maybe not quite as big as Texas, but in the South in general,
Nowhere close.
Yeah. But in the South, football, at least, I hear that my old high school has a wrestling team, and that's like progress. We had soccer that was kind of progressive back in like the early 80s.
Join the discussion on the Georgia Gang Facebook page and watch past episodes on the Georgia Gang YouTube channel.
A major fallout in Georgia high school football this week. The GHSA has issued sweeping penalties after that playoff brawl between Brunswick and Gainesville, suspending 41 Brunswick players, fining the school $5,000, and banning the program from the postseason for a full year. Gainesville also saw 39 players suspended, though 4 were reinstated, as both districts now face questions about sportsmanship and accountability. Theron, this is something that you hate to see in
Holy
sports,
shit.
but I feel like we're seeing more and more of it.
I hate to see it. And, as someone who played high school football and I played college football as well, you gotta listen to what the Gainesville coach was saying. Never met the guy. So look, I'm Clark City High School. Unfortunately, we lost in the playoffs. But when you see your fellow person, in this case, your fellow male student athlete, literally getting their helmet ripped off, right? And then a fight breaks out. it is the natural instinct to run to protect your brother, right? Because you playing a game, especially if you're getting blown out. I mean, you're mad and all that stuff, but it's got to be an immediate step in from the players to try to grab. And I think that tried to happen. But what you saw here, Lori, is that we got to be careful with these young men because what they see in the NFL, right? At the end of the San Francisco 49ers game recently, Carolina Panthers, Juan Jennings was inappropriately hit in the groin area. He retaliated in the game. So we see that violence on television. So I commend this coach for speaking up and speaking out. But I also think that the Georgia High School Association had to have some penalties in place, but they were a little stiff because now these people go on, they don't have their players going forward. And last thing is the parents have got to continue to talk to our young folks. And so again, I want to be clear. I don't condone, I don't support what happened. There should have never been a brawl. But I do think that when you see your fellow man getting beat down and getting jumped, in that case, you definitely need to run to protect that
Yeah,
person.
I mean, if I was a mom in those stands,
So you do support the brawl?
What? The fuck? Dude,
I
that
don't
is
support the
that.
brawl, but you got to run and help your fellow man. Nigga,
You
what
gotta
the fuck you think it's
protect.
called?
Oh my lord, dude. What do you think the referees are there for? And the
I
coaches?
support the brawl, and I want to see these people fight every single time. Look, if they get to do it in NHL, if they get to do it in Major League Baseball without there being tons of
Yeah,
suspensions,
but I mean these are high schoolers. These aren't professionals.
yeah, but professionals shouldn't be doing that shit either. So here's the way it should have been happened. Like we in like high school, it happened twice. Where there was a brawl on the field. So like the county person came out, made us all dress in like, church shit, and made us all come together and sing choir songs and stupid shit like that. And nobody got in trouble.
Did you sing Kumbaya?
Yeah, pretty much.
Kumbaya. That's funny.
Yep. Yeah, so we all came together and just sang church songs and promised we'll never do that again to embarrass people. And it didn't. There was a bunch of food, and it's kind of like, are we being punished or? Damn, man, this fucking ribs.
Well,
is
let me
fucking
ask you a
smashing.
question.
Yeah.
To be honest, maybe it's the liberal in me, but that sounds like a wonderful way that people don't do it again. I mean, you know what? Kids will be kids. I mean, that's what being a teenager is. Being impulsive and having someone that you respect, parents or coaches or whatever, step in and wag that finger and go, no.
We had to go to the practice field on the weekend, not during school time. On the weekend.
Nice.
Coaches and everybody who's involved with any type of shit had to show up, and we had to stand on the practice field and at the school and sing in the fucking cold, or what's considered cold.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. And they brought food, and the boosters like brought a whole bunch of shit. So it was kind of like a banquet / it was an all-you-can-eat / singing fest. And no one did that shit ever again, because it was on a Saturday, it was cold outside, but hey, look, you had to have a shirt and tie on. Shirt and tie.
Oh,
They
wow.
made everybody sing on the field. There was no microphones and all that, but they hand out the program to everybody. Okay, flip to page 2. Yeah, we got to sing "America the Beautiful." Like we sang like "America the Beautiful." We say like the Pledge of Allegiance and like 16 more demeaning fucking things that we shouldn't been called out there to do on a Saturday. But that's how they handled it.
I should be watching Saturday morning cartoons.
I think there should be some look at the fact that there's an instigator here. I think that should matter. Retaliation obviously is not allowed. Clearing the bench is not allowed.
39
The
and
rules are very
41
clear,
though?
and that's
That's
what they're
everybody who was
implementing.
involved.
But we had one side that was
Yeah, I would think.
Every single person who passed a certain mark, some January 6th shit.
Punching people in the
damn.
Who had their hands up. I do think that there needs to be some balance in how that is approached. So it's terrible for Gainesville going into another playoff game. They won, so they have more to come. That's a lot of players to lose. I think that people who are going out there ripping
God
players
damn.
off of the pile,
I
trying to
forgot
stop
the
it,
football
they should not
season
be
is still
suspended.
going on.
I don't know that the number should be anywhere near this high for Gainesville.
Oh yeah, for high
I want
school.
to move on
Hell yeah,
because
it's
we
playoff
have,
time.
we want to remind viewers that Election Day is actually Tuesday for the November runoffs. Kathy, what races are you watching?
Well, not a lot of them, quite frankly. I'm watching the school board runoff in Atlanta between, well, my candidate, Royce Mann, and another person. And so, you know, it's just a little tiny race. But I think what's important is for people to go to my voter page on the Secretary of State's website and enter their information and find out what races apply to them. And then get out on Tuesday and vote. You really got to make that decision. As we've seen just recently in the presidential election, what you do matters. And so every single one of them matters.
Phil, we talked about Sandy Springs last week. What about the city of Roswell?
Well, I think
You know
Derek
what? I didn't
Ferguson
realize
is
this
in the
is that
runoff, and I
old.
think
This
he
is
should, get back
November
in.
30th. Their
Of course, it all
election's
depends
coming
on
up.
turnout. I am looking at one
Wow.
city council race, and that's in District 7, where Thomas Worthy, I think, is worthy. Is
I didn't
candidate
realize
in
Georgia. I
Atlanta
thought
City
everything
Council,
happened
that's
on
right. And so,
you know, the
and there's
regular
other municipal
November
elections
5th or whatever it was.
No, most
Quick,
conservative states have
also,
a split up
District
election
7, but
dates
also
and shit
District
other than
11,
the
the
national
Atlanta
election.
City Council race. There's a runoff
I
there
didn't even
between
realize.
Wayne Martin and Nate
Oh, yeah.
Juster. Also in East Point, they have a
Ohio's
mayoral
like that too.
election
Indiana's
runoff
like that too.
there. Also, the city of South Fulton. I got it in. They beat me up, Lori, and we don't talk about these other cities, but you have a mayoral election there in a runoff in the city of South Fulton. Also, Aaron Johnson is running in a runoff against Stephanie
South
Johnson
Fulton.
in the city of South Fulton. And then in Sandy Springs, I think it's District 4. There's a runoff there as well. So I just want to pause. Oh, and then Kathy mentioned one school board race. There are 2 other Atlanta public school races too, school board. So save Brian a little time, but make sure if you live in East Point, Roswell, Sandy Springs, South Fulton, Atlanta, go vote on Tuesday.
Right, I got 30 seconds for you.
Anywhere in the state.
Yeah.
Phil mentioned Thomas Worthy. He and I were on the Hill together 20 years ago. We were in the Dill administration together, and he is a great guy. He would be a great leader for the city of Atlanta. And let me tell you, he's a fantastic character, too. He would be a lot of fun to watch on that
So you
diet.
give us some stuff to talk about. huh?
Absolutely.
All right. Coming up, winners and losers. Stay tuned.
Time now for the week's winners and losers.
All right. Y'all have been talking a lot. Who wants to go first? Oh, Brian. Let
Okay,
me
let
let
Brian.
Brian go. We'll just run it down.
My winner is appeals court judge Stephen Dillard, who won the prestigious William Rehnquist Judicial Excellence Award bestowed upon him by U.S. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts.
Wow.
And he is a fantastic guy to serve as
Chief
Georgia for
Justice,
15 years
sir.
on the court. So
Man.
congratulations to you, Judge Dillard. And I would like to send my condolences to longtime Fox 5 I-Team investigative reporter Dale Russell, whose daughter died of cancer just a few weeks after the death of his longtime wife and the mother.
Oh
of
my
his
God.
children just a few
Wow.
weeks before. So Dale, we're thinking about you.
I can't
Holy
imagine.
Yeah, we're
shit.
praying for you, Dale. All
Yeah,
right.
I offer
back
my
like
condolences
that.
to Dale too. I did not know that. So
Dude, that man,
Man.
I might have to
Bro,
send
you talking
flowers.
about pain.
I'm like,
Whew.
holy
A wife
shit.
and a daughter? Whew.
Oh my God.
so I wanted to echo that. All right,
And
first,
you
this
know,
Thanksgiving,
I
this
hate to
past-
make this kind of, you know, moral argument. It can always be worse, folks. I
Oh man.
you know, I can't even imagine the pain that that man is going through. I hope he has other children, and I hope his parents are still around. Man,
Past, but listen, thank you all so much to our viewers. I don't thank you guys enough for watching. I know you see us have spirited debates. I talk to you guys when we're
spirited
out
debate.
and about in the community. Yes, I get along with Phil. Yes, I get along with Brian. But ultimately,
You know
thank
what? I like this.
y'all so much for supporting the show. And also, I want to give a huge shout out and make a winner, Senator John Ossoff. Lori, you remember him talking about White County. It was this new library down there, and he was able to secure a federal grant for that. And then lastly, all of the organizations, I just want to name a few: Feeding Georgia Families, the NAACP of DeKalb County, the Atlanta Community Food Bank, different organizations, Hosea Helps. These are all organizations, Lori, who spent the week going out. And I actually had a chance to join Andrea Boone on the South Side with Clifford T.I. Tip Harris. Phil, I think you know who that is. And we passed out some turkey. But people are hungry in this city, in this state, and there were a lot of people lined up. But thank you to those organizations.
And I was on the South Side as well at Caring for Others, which is another fabulous organization. They fed more than 1,500 folks and they were just lining it up, and they were really organized. So a big shout out to Dr. Esleen Shockley. Okay.
Well, both of you, yeah, those are good winners. I've got a winner, and it's our own state transportation commissioner, Russell McMurray. He was just named the president of this 50-state national organization of all the transportation commissioners. It's called AASHTO. That's the acronym. And basically, its mission and his mission will be to make sure every congressional district in the country gets the proper funding and has the infrastructure plans in place. He's going to work with Congress. So that's a bipartisan thing. So he's a great winner. And of course, Donald Trump, our president, was a winner this week. Fani Willis, the loser of the year since that case.
All
right, well, that's a really big honor for Russell McMurray, and who better?
Where is Kimmy? Kimmy, are you still in the chat? See, shout out to Kimmy.
She's the loser of the year because you actually appointed another prosecutor that was going to not charge the president with actual election fraud when there was a tape that had him actually admitting it. She's the loser of the year? What? Okay.
Well, you know what? I'm afraid I have to agree with that. And by the way, if she ever knocked on my door and said, "Hey, can we go out on a date?" I would do it in a heartbeat. I love that woman. I think she's awesome, but she's also messy. This was something.
Yeah.
No, dude, that shit was messy. And I watched.
But you got to have a plan coming into this. Like when you're going after somebody powerful, you got to make sure your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. They will throw you off the case based off some bullshit, and then all of a sudden it's not going to trial because of your personal interactions, not your professional shit.
Yeah, that's exactly why, dude. She graduated from Emory Law, which means she's not dumb. Emory is literally a hard school. So I don't know what she was thinking, but let me tell you what I think. And this is going to sound so weird, and you have to understand that my father, who's still around, and my mother, who's deceased now, they grew up in the deep South in the real Jim Crow. And one of the things they used to tell me is you can never forget, even though we're sending you to all these expensive private schools, you're not white. You need to remember that you are Black. Remember who
all
you
the rules
are.
apply to you.
Exactly. And I think Fani Willis got away from that. Okay, dude,
Yes,
you
she did.
hear all the time about someone's mistress and on this Georgia gang show, someone's wife was appointed as the paralegal, the nepotism. No, you're Black. You should never forget that. This is Georgia, and it's just my impression. I don't have the evidence. It's just my opinion. She forgot who she was, where she came from. And you don't have to represent Black people, but you got to understand that the rules don't apply to Trump, but they do apply to you.
And he eventually got away with it anyway, based off of her and her personal
her
connection
fuck up.
with dude. And it's like,
Yep.
Like, look, we know what Newt Gingrich was doing. Okay.
Oh.
We knew what he was doing. This was the person who was so indignant about Bill Clinton, but we knew what he was doing. Right?
And my God, he was having an affair while his wife had cancer.
Yeah.
It's like this motherfucker is despicable.
He was the original John Edwards, man.
John Edwards is even better. Oh my God. Whew. His what? Damn. And you know what? I forget her name, but his wife, man, she seemed to be like, I would never cheat on that woman. She just
I
seemed,
mean, she was such an awesome person, dude. I don't think
yeah,
I don't.
dude, he's a
I don't.
fucking devil. Huh. And the woman he was with, she didn't look that good. She looked kind of,
No.
the word we used to use when I was a kid. She looked skeezick. She,
I mean, Riel Hunter. But you have to understand, in that environment,
yeah, that was her name. Yeah, I forgot
yeah,
her name.
Riel Hunter. Yeah. But in that environment, there's nobody who can really get that close to him except for somebody on the campaign staff. But
Mhm.
that's what I'm sorry, but that's what most campaign staff is there to do, is to satisfy the needs of the actual congressperson themselves.
Right. No, and you know what? I'm going to take this farther because I know it's gonna hurt the skin of some of these MAGA voters in my little meager audience. Dude, I'm waiting for the scandal that Barack Obama had. I know that bullshit about, someone said, there was a relationship with some man. Dude, prove it. Barack Obama,
They
and
never
this
proved
is,
it.
look,
They never
look, let me put it to you this way. I think Barack Obama, in my estimation, yeah, you know what? I would literally tell my son, if you want someone who has been above reproach, look to Barack Obama. The motherfucker punched the ticket. A Harvard Law Review editor. He fucking did it. And you may like his politics, you may not, but you cannot dismiss that he is. If Trump runs for a third term, Barack Obama better run for a third term, because Barack Obama would beat Trump's ass hands down. He's simply more. He's
He
simply
was.
he's simply a better person.
Yeah.
So that's my rah-rah for Barack Obama. Dude, the only way he could have ever been the first black president is he was spot.
Squeaky clean.
Yes, and that's what's fucking dude. Donald Trump is just beside himself that there's not a. Go ahead. Let's see if you can try. You notice Donald Trump doesn't, fuck with Obama that much. You notice Barack Obama is starting, which to me, I kind of don't recommend it, but Barack Obama is Barack Obama. All of a sudden, Obama is starting to, do these speeches, ridiculing Donald Trump. And I'm kind of loving it, but there's not a goddamn thing Trump can do. The man is above reproach. So, you know what? I'm going to move on from this because I've been itching. This man's name is Timothy Snyder. He wrote a book called On Freedom, which is next on my. It's a trio of books I'm going to be reading about freedom, and something about the mRNA virus and all this stuff. I was going to show this video later, but freedom. Well, this guy wrote a book called On Freedom. So let's hear what he has to say, and it's just going to be a few minutes. Very
I think I've
interesting.
heard this guy before, but
Yeah,
let me reserve.
he's interesting.
I banned
Oh, and by the way, go back and read some of damn it. I'll find the other book I'm going to read. It's fairly short.
digital stuff in my classroom in
Oops.
2006. And as a result, I taught at Yale for 15 years, and the kids actually remember what I taught them. And their grades also went up by 6 points on average when I banned tech, which is worth thinking about. So, okay. Yeah, higher grades. My kids could get higher grades.
That's what Americans heard. Oh, so we can get a higher GPA. No. I'd like to ask you to reiterate something that you just talked about, which is different definitions of freedom, because that does play a large role in the book.
I think this is about the
And
best
obviously
definition
that
I've ever
does
heard.
start very young in terms of your conception of who you are. And the first thing I'd like you to reiterate from the book is the difference between positive and negative freedom, and maybe what we perceive, for those who just got the book tonight and haven't read it yet, maybe what we perceive as freedom and why that may be a very limited definition or a very limited view.
So I'm gonna start from some examples because I think the extreme examples help us out here. Freedom in American English is a banality. We use the word all the time, and it's not clear what we mean by it. It's a word that we abuse, I think, trivialize. But I mean, my view is that it's a word that we need. We need it to be fleshy and real and promising, and that's what I'm after in the book. Now, I'm going to start from extreme examples because I think in everyday consumer life, or in everyday life, like freedom can just seem to be like, oh, a choice between this and that, right? That's not what freedom is. So I'm going to start from a concentration camp. When the Americans and the British arrived at recently abandoned concentration camps, the word that we like to use in the press, and which we still like to use 80 years on, is liberated. Now, that sounds nice. Why wouldn't we use that word? When doctors and nurses arrived at these places, they found people, if they had survived, who were ill, who were starving, who needed all kinds of care, including mental health care. And in the correspondence of the nurses and doctors, what you find, and colleagues who work on this have found, is that they would write things in their diaries, in their correspondence, along the lines of, liberation is not the word. And the reason liberation is not the word is that just saving someone from the worst possible fate isn't the same thing as making them free, right? And if this is true of a concentration camp, then it's true, as I see it,
Just
in every
wait
case.
for it.
See, our American conception is that freedom means removing the bad thing, as opposed to having the good thing. But even removing a concentration camp doesn't, in fact, make you free. Another example is from Ukraine. I try very hard to say what the Ukrainians often say, which is deoccupied. They have a good word, which we don't have, deoccupied. I'm personally trying to get it into the language, so you can help me. They say deoccupane, like deoccupied. Sometimes they say liberated too, of course, but I find deoccupied to be very helpful because it suggests that removing the Russian occupation, even stopping the torture chambers, even stopping the executions, isn't the same thing as liberating the town. The town is liberated when people come back and the shops are open and the buses are running and maybe the school is open. Then it's liberated. When the trains are running is a classic Ukrainian one. Then it's liberated, like when life has come back. But not just when you've removed the bad thing, the good thing has to come back. And so I take these extreme examples because I think they're true of life itself. Yes, it's important that government not oppress us, but that's the reason why it's important that government not oppress us is because we're us. It's because of all the things we could be. It's because of our potential. And so to be free means having that potential realizable. To be free means things are set up in such a way that we can become creatures who make meaningful moral choices and can realize them. And so this thing that we call freedom is negative freedom. And negative freedom is tricky Because on the one, sure, it's important that barbed wire fence comes down. It's important that occupation army is removed, but it's not the whole story. And if you stop at that part, if you think it's just negative freedom, then you get led down into some traps, which we have been led into. So for example, if you think freedom is only about government being held off, then surely if there's less government, we must automatically be more free. And the reason that's wrong, of course, is that in order to become people who are going to be free, we need to have organized politics, which creates the conditions for things like healthcare and schools
Here we go.
and early childhood education, because no one can do that individually. No one can do it individually. I mean, oligarchs do it individually, but they do it badly. I mean, okay, I don't want to get personal about, but or I will later. But but the point is that, like, when you buy that logic of negative freedom, then you do end up with Doge, or however you say that out loud. You do end up with the idea that if you just destroy parts of the government, then we're automatically more free. And that was an argument that was won and lost in the 1980s. And unfortunately, the word freedom has been taken essentially by the people who say, drown the government in the bathtub, to quote Grover Norquist, destroy the government, make everything smaller. And that's not, that leads to, and it has led to, an oligarchical situation. You can make government small if you want, but that doesn't mean there's no power. It means that a few wealthy people end up exercising the power, which is where we are. And so you need a case for freedom which is positive, because if you start down those lines, you have, like, the answer is not no government. The answer is also not big government for the sake of big government. The answer is government that is justified because it creates the conditions so that collectively we can help one another to become free individuals.
So I'll stop it there.
Socialist.
You know what? I wouldn't call him a socialist, but
No.
look.
I'm talking about the conservative understanding of socialism.
Oh yeah. Well, I think the conservative understanding of socialism, at least in 2025, is it's automatically communist. Dude,
Yeah.
Look, classical conservatives are Enlightenment. They are creatures of the Enlightenment, and we were always socialist. The thing is it doesn't get called, when the government goes and creates an environment like, the tax breaks for,
Yes.
bringing a big business, that is socialism. Now, the difference is that people, in a way, it's not like the socialism where the people own the means of production, but in an indirect manner, if you vote for the government and the government is giving tax breaks, it's not direct socialism, but it is socialism.
Yes. Corporate socialism is always okay.
Yeah, and why people see, God damn it, if anyone's gonna do a liberal arts education, I don't care if you're a STEM major, dude. I literally lived and breathed science and math in high school. I did it in college, but along the way, I had the classic college experience. I had some girlfriend in college who was an art major, some bullshit. And I used to hang out with her friends. Dude, it expanded my life exponentially. You can do STEM and read a book. You can do STEM and enjoy a liberal art. This far right bullshit about we all need to do STEM or trade school. Dude, The only person, oddly enough, who gets this right would be someone like a Heather McDonald, who, Manhattan Institute, she's a fucking racist. However, she and Glenn Lowry have done shows about the beauty of Western culture. We should appreciate the Divine Comedy and, Chaucer. And they're absolutely right. But you can do both. You need Booker T. Washington, and you also need W.E.B. Du Bois. That they, those two, left brain and right brain, dude, it's a whole brain. You got to be a Renaissance man. And honestly, that if I had a hill to die on, it's like black men can be the quintessential Renaissance men. We have the history. We in a large part, dude, we don't control culture, but we certainly do influence it.
Even creative. I mean, for other people to
from scratch. From scratch. Dude, white people weren't breakdancing in the fucking late 80s. You
the only
take
thing
a
that's played in the
cardboard
white community now, even in the middle of nowhere, America, is nothing but hip hop.
Exactly.
You would never expect that. Even now, yes, nothing but hip hop's been played in the white community.
But I'd go into Front Royal, Virginia, and Front Royal, Virginia is not technically Appalachia, but dude, I can see it from my backyard. Over there's West Virginia. Dude, some of those kids were shit. They be talking shit. Can you translate it? So anyway, I think, and I'm gonna say this again, and I know it seems weird. If we want, as a quote, community, raise your kids right, and everything will flourish from there. Teach them manners. Things will go
it's
well.
so much easier. It's so much easier now than making those excuses. But it's
Oh
kind
my
of like
Lord,
the times
is it
got
easier?
better. The times got better, but the people lost the fight.
Well, they lost their will to fight. They think it's
Yes, they
over.
did. Yeah. And
They think we are post. Yeah.
And here's the thing: when immigrants get here, they know it's over for them too. But they raise some productive as kids, and that's how that shit is supposed to go. Listen,
Absolutely. What did you expect those? Why
Shit.
do you think the immigrants came here for a worse life?
No. And here's the thing: they never had the opportunity to not choose class.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, they get to choose class, and they get to make it into that class, even if they don't get to witness it themselves. They can see a pathway better for their actual kids.
You know
Over
what?
those other
You just
countries,
said
you can't see that.
you just said something so important. It's not about you. It's about the second generation, the third generation. Dude, once you get married and have offspring, it's not about you anymore. It's kind of like your legacy. You want those kids. You want those grandkids to do better. You want them to do better than you did. And the bullshit about, hey, if the white boys are sad because they have to share power, and my granddaddy didn't have to share power, he could pour his Uncle Ben's rice and fuck all that. Dude, now you have to share power, Nick Fuentes. You need to deal with it because you're not that bright in the first place. Tucker Carlson is a fucking mediocre white boy who would not be anywhere near. He was rich. That's how he got to where he is.
And most
not
people
on
don't even
raw ability.
understand that his family owns the Hungry Man shit, TV dinner shit. So so
exactly.
literally he can have his family buy their way. He could buy his way onto the airwaves by clearly the large corporate backing that he has from a singular company.
Yeah.
And yes, you get to listen. This is the age of mediocre motherfuckers making a lot of money off of not knowing what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, this is where we are, and there is nothing that you can do here about mediocre people and people who have large scales and amounts of power that you can't even touch. You can't do anything about none of that stuff. So I tell people up front, look, you have the most power right now to move around and to do everything else. But most of the older, and I would say, quote unquote, older generation is trying to lean into those actual decades old problems like they're still here. Like, no, those problems are pretty much gone. King's vision did come true. You can't be judged off the content of your character if you have skills to be judged off of. A lot of these
Right.
people want to be judged off of their characters based off the bullshit that they put out and keep up. And that's not, I mean, it's still character, a lack thereof. But at the end of the day, that's just where we're at. I mean, I don't worry about any of that other stuff. Like when I go back home, they give me a list. Okay, could you check on these people, these people? Yeah, man, I go out there, talk to them. Yeah, man, so what's the future up to? Like, yeah, you've been doing this. Like, oh, okay, cool. All right, man, so you're going to be hanging out with these people right here. You take them out for like, some jet skis on the water and shit. You're doing a whole bunch of fly do shit. And be like,
Mhm.
yeah, the reason why we have you out here. Yeah,
Let
you
me
you still want to hang around us, and that's what it's gonna be, dude. It's all about making this shit better.
Cellulite podcast. Socialism was never a good thing. Let's talk about the New Deal. Certainly, it was a good
Yeah.
thing. If you really want to talk about it,
No.
let's go back to, well, hold on one sec. Let's go back to Andrew Jackson making the country more democratic. Andrew Jackson was really, I would credit him with actually moving the country very early in its history towards a more democratic ideal. Now the thing is the white supremacy is what he actually did it, but
Yes.
that was that. Dude, you need to go back and do your reading. Socialism is probably way more a democratic system.
It is.
You can have socialism. Socialism is actually more what's the word, populist than republicanism is.
It is.
Okay, the people own the means of production. What could possibly be more democratic than that?
All right. So
The
here's the other
people
problem
decide.
here.
Well,
They don't know
same
what
when you know
socialism
about
is,
Correct.
and they want you to educate them on what socialism is. And no matter what comes out of your mouth, Stanley, it's going to be wrong according to them.
Well,
Now
do
you're
some
arguing
reading.
against, yeah, and no. They're
let
never
them
going to
let
go
them
read
think
about
I'm
what
wrong.
socialism is. Yeah, but see, the whole point is for you to tell them what socialism is and waste your time, so that way they can just disagree with what socialism is coming out of your mouth.
Well,
Now they don't
hold
have a
on. Most
standpoint
of, let
for
me
what
let
both
me
that
let
is.
me ameliorate this a little bit. Most of the people in the chat, I've spent over a year. Most people in the chat, honestly, it is a gentle pushback. They're never too mean. Cellulite, he's just disagreeing.
No.
It's
It's
not.
fine, but I
It's
want to know
not.
what his definition is.
It's not venomous.
No. I just want to know the
Well,
discussion about
see,
socialism starts from what their definition of socialism is, not your explanation of what socialism is. That's
Well,
all I'm
see, the
saying.
thing is he wants to associate it with the party system. Socialism, dude, you have to go into the realm of political philosophy, not like party politics. We're talking a step or two above. It's almost like the metaphysics of politics. Okay,
like to go to
Democrats have
Karl
nothing to
Marx.
do with it. Republicans have nothing to do with it.
I
Let's
like to go to
look.
Karl Marx when
Okay,
discussing
I don't.
socialism
Hold
or
on, 12th man.
communism.
Hold on, 12th man. I know the water is scalding you. Look at political philosophy. Let's not muddy the waters with partisan politics. Look at what socialism is. It could be Marx, but there are plenty other people who talk about socialism. Socialism pre-existed Marx, by the way, at least the definition. You need to understand that.
Well, Karl Marx was the professor of socialism and communism.
You have no clue what you're talking about.
See,
Yes, I do.
and you're
You
gonna have to bring him up to
literally
speed, and then he's just gonna disagree with whatever.
no.
you said.
12th man is a 12th man is a day one, so he gets carte blanche, as it were. But no, you're wrong, 12th man.
Yeah, Karl Marx said that socialism
Okay,
is
is
just
Karl
baby
Marx the?
steps to
Did Karl
communism.
Marx invent socialism?
I didn't say he did
Okay, then why are we even talking about it? I wasn't.
because he's pretty much the professor of it all.
Okay, let me help you out. Let me refocus.
Who's the better professor?
I might have mentioned Karl Marx, but he didn't invent socialism. Okay, socialism
didn't
is
say he did.
literally, if you talk about democracy and who owns the economic system, the political system, if it is something that voters get to choose, that is socialism. You could argue that the House of Representatives is a socialist entity. People, and it's a weird juxtaposition, but socialism is woven through Republican, democratic republics. If the people are controlling stuff, that's socialism.
Socialism is born out of capitalism.
No.
What?
Nope.
Nah, man.
Socialism
All the time.
socialism literally pre-existed capitalism.
Way before that.
So did communism.
Okay, see, now we're talking communism. See, this is why people should do more reading and read widely over decades. Karl Marx
Stalin.
is not the
Okay,
progenitor.
go ahead, Stanley. My bad.
Look, don't worry about it. I put a couple. Let's start with what freedom is. Dude, Adam Smith. Read Adam Smith. He was not the capitalist that folks claim he is.
Oh no.
And quite frankly, Marx was a fucking loser. he
Like Bernie
believe me,
Sanders.
he was never. I wouldn't compare Marx to Bernie
Bernie
Sanders.
Sanders is a loser.
Okay, I am thoroughly confused by that comparison. Anyway, let's move on because I'll get bogged down. And we can work on this. Let's see. Socialism can be good, but in the end, no, you're absolutely wrong, Cellulite. There's never been an ending. And by the way, social democracy, Britain, Sweden, United States. There's a strong strength. Social security is literally socialism. So there is not an end to our type of politics until worlds end. when when Judgment Day will be the end, if you believe in that sort of stuff. No, capitalism did not come before socialism, sir.
No, I'm saying
You need a no. I'm talking about cellulite. Dude, go back and do your heavy reading, son. See, this is the other thing people mistake, and cellulite doesn't know me like, say, a 12th man does, or a Black Knight. Dude, I'm not stuttering. I'm not unconfident. I can recommend the books. I literally put 2 books, Timothy Snyder and John Stuart Mill. I can do the same thing with capitalism. And by the way, Marx was more a philosopher. He was not an economist. So you need to understand that dude, if barter systems are socialist,
or the government hates bartering.
who gives a fuck?
They don't get
My
nothing out of it.
point that I'm trying to address is socialism literally was eons before capitalism. Capitalism is not a natural state of economy.
And
Capitalism is literally the accumulation of wealth. It may be natural to, for some people to hoard, squirrels, save nuts for the winter. Okay, 12th man, you don't have to repeat every word I say. Anyway, I'm belaboring the point because I hate for people to be wrong. Cellulite, please, before you start making all these grand declarations, socialism eons older. If you look at the strict definition, capitalism is literally capitalism is literally the accumulation of wealth. What's up, Juan?
Stanley, you know who else had socialist grocery stores? Stalin, and then 100 million were
And
starved
why
to death.
should we give a fuck? What's the lesson you're trying? No. Since you bring up Stalin and socialist grocery stores, what is the lesson you're trying to teach us? Is there irony
That hundreds
you're
of
trying to get
millions
at?
died.
I'm
They
sorry,
died
what?
of
Okay, well, I have a better
starvation.
question. I have a better question. What do you think socialism is? Because it starts from your definition. What do you think
You are much
socialism
more
is?
patient.
It's the partial control of the means and production.
Okay, why is that bad?
Because it's baby steps to communism, which is a total control of means and production.
What?
Okay.
Which is the ultimate goal.
See, see what I'm saying? It all comes with this definition of what socialism and communism is. So, all right. So, what do you see as a non-working socialist place?
Well, I think as a society, we're supposed to take care of our most vulnerable people, the elderly and the disabled.
Oh,
all that
sounds
good
like
stuff.
So you
socialism.
agree with socialism? Do you,
Well,
or do you not agree with that?
partially.
Okay, so how do you
Only,
partially take
only
care of people?
fragment.
Okay, so what fragment of the population that you want to take care of, and what type of people that you want to leave out?
Well, able-bodied people, illegal immigrants, those are 2 that I would leave out of socialism. They need to be working,
Okay,
and
so I
they
have a
need to
question.
be deported.
Okay, so what is the percentage of personnel who get what you think is socialism or welfare. What is the percentage of non-working personnel that you think get socialism that don't need
Well,
it?
according to statistics, it's like 47% of America, right?
No, 87% of people is either women with children or the elderly. 13% are unaccounted for. It could be disabled or some other reason. The people who are just purely getting welfare, which you think is socialism, all by itself with no types of checks and balances, just don't even exist. It doesn't. Not as a percentage. There isn't like 47 million people just sitting around getting benefits from the government and not working, unless you're talking about corporations. So is
Hey,
there a
what's up,
state
Juan?
that's worse ran than the other ones with this socialism?
Is Juan here?
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Hey, what's up, Juan?
Hey, how's it going?
Long time no see, bro.
Right, 12th man, long time no hear, guys. I'm just enjoying the conversation that you guys are having regarding, I guess, capitalism and socialism.
Yeah.
Well, let me introduce Juan. He is our resident legal person. He
Hey, how's it going?
has a legal education.
He's working on being a lawyer.
Yeah, good for him, man.
So
Hope he does well and go very far.
Go ahead and give us your input.
Well, I mean, if you guys are trying to define what they both are, I mean, they both speak for themselves.
Well, I thought they did. That's why I defined it.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for a definition to understand where the
What
disagreements
is
are
your
from.
definition?
Yeah.
I mean, I was of the impression that socialism was you provide for the social welfare of the people themselves. I mean,
therefore, people own the government. I mean, a pure democracy is socialism.
Completely socialist. Completely.
and it doesn't work. I mean, democracy is what mob rule.
Who's tried it
What?
lately? Who's tried a pure democracy lately?
Not lately. What was the last group that tried that?
Okay,
Greece?
no one. You know,
enlighten me,
dude,
enlighten
you
me.
are starting off the argument the wrong way.
Enlighten me.
No one has actually tried pure democracy, which is, I said a pure democracy is socialism. No one has tried pure democracy since what? Athens?
That's what I was saying. The last time somebody tried that was a couple thousand
Doesn't
years
mean
ago.
it couldn't work. It's just unwieldy. So, I mean, I'll agree it probably wouldn't work, but you can't say that for sure because no one's tried it.
I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah, I'll go there. I will be a stickler.
And there's a difference between capitalism and the free market. Let's make that clear.
Yeah.
we're at-
I'm sure that means something when we're talking about pure democracy is socialism. Cellulite, I appreciate you being here. If you can't survive a rigorous debate, I wish you'd hit the link. I'd be honored if you did. So anyway, go ahead, Juan. It's never been tried. I think it's unwieldy, but you can't say something doesn't work if it's never been tried.
Right, but you mentioned the same thing that I was trying to mention, that something that came close to being tried, and that was in Athens. And I was saying the same thing, that something like that was tried in Greece, no? And that's when you mentioned that I was incorrect. But I don't know.
No, I didn't say you were incorrect. I said it hadn't been tried since Athens.
Right.
All I'm saying is that number one, socialism pre-exists capitalism. When you say that socialism doesn't work, I'm bringing up that since Athens, it's never been tried since. It's never been tried in a modern world. How can you say something won't work or doesn't work when it's not been tried since Athens? How many years ago?
Like 2,000 years ago, no?
Well, I think it was no. It's probably
Or
3,000.
longer. Yeah, or longer.
Weren't the Romans socialists too? And that's what led to their downfall.
The who?
No,
They had
not exactly 12th man. And it is funny as this is, they have that men are paying attention to Rome joke.
Okay, let me hold on.
Go ahead.
Cellulite, the information I'm giving is perfectly correct. I can recommend books. Don't come to my channel and tell me I'm incorrect. Just because you say I'm incorrect does not make me incorrect, sir. This is literally a people who read books channel. Just because you say it, unimpressive. Now, you can give me references. You can tell me specifically why you think I'm correct. You saying I'm incorrect means nothing. That's how this channel works. It's why it's so unpopular. and by the way, everyone hit the like button. Please make sure to subscribe. And you can unsubscribe if you don't like the scalding I'm going to give you. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm incorrect. Prove I'm incorrect. Don't just say it. I like the challenge. So, by the way, let's see what else. Hit the cash app. So, I'm sorry, Juan. What were you saying?
Yeah, send Stanley some money for beer. He's better when he's drunk.
Well, you know what? No one's going to do it now. Least of all, Cellulite.
It's the Christmas season, so support the Coquito. Support the Stanley Needs a Coquito Fund.
It's the sovereign beer fund. And you know what? Brian Nichols, Cellulite, correct? No, I need a reference. Cellulite, you're learning what you learned from the Trump administration or some bullshit. Cite a source to support that I'm incorrect. It is common knowledge of anyone who's taken a basic civics class, a philosophy 101 class, has read Socrates, has read Plato. Dude, socialism is a pure democracy, but we've never had it. Not since Athens. And even now, the other thing is, dude, 300 million people, there's no way you're going to have a pure democracy. It's impossible.
You would have too many people trying to decide on too many things.
We're a constitutional republic.
Yeah. Well, and humble presidents, you're right. Today is Cyber Monday. You know what I noticed, Stanley? Speaking of which, Black Friday and Cyber Monday, the sales have been really, really low.
Oh, dude, they hit a record high. I saw an article where people are buying like crazy. Record sale. Yeah.
Where is
I'll
that?
find the article. But anyway, I feel sad that Cellulite isn't well read enough to understand my point. And Candy Cane, it's good to see you here. Good to see you, man. So where I'm going to go with this is, and this is actually kind of interesting. Senator Tim Kaine says reported second strike on alleged drug boat rises to the level of a war crime, if it's true, well, here's the rub. Donald Trump could claim that he gave the order and get away with it. He has immunity. So I think it should be investigated. I think it will work to get rid of MAGA. They're a bunch of thugs at this point. But Trump won't be prosecuted. They call him Keg's breath. So Hegseth won't be prosecuted. But the investigation is important, even if it's pro forma.
Senator Tim Kaine. Senator, thanks so much for
And this is as loud as this is going to go. Absolutely. So turn up your earbuds.
No, that's fine. I listened to this segment yesterday, como quiera.
Oh, did you?
Including potentially ground.
Yeah, I did. I was
Well,
bored.
what do you think? What do you think? It is troubling.
Well, if it is true, then we violated the Geneva Convention and we violated 2 other treaties that I forgot. But I don't know because Pete Hegseth is saying he didn't order it, and so now it's just basically a back and forth. It's all confusing. And
Well, you know what? If it's a verbal order, and look, I've been in the military. There are ways, like, hey, you know what? Don't record it. There are ways, it was a verbal order, but it wasn't recorded in any case. That's why I'm saying he's gonna get away with it. And even if it was recorded, president just says, hey, I told him to do it, and he has immunity. And you can get away with, hey, it's what I think was in the realm of my responsibility as president. I'm defending the country. Dude, they're gonna get away with it.
Wow.
And it's sad. These motherfuckers are lawless.
Well, the bigger concern for me is Venezuela. I mean, I don't feel comfortable with the saber rattling that we're giving right now. Oh, I gave Maduro X amount of time to flee the country or to leave the country, and I'm thinking it's his country. The Venezuelan people, as much as I don't like the guy, they voted for him. It's up for them to take him out. It's not up to us to do anything. I don't.
Well, what do you think of this one? Trump spoke by phone last week with Maduro, Venezuela's leader.
That's what I'm
I don't think
talking
there's
about.
going to be a war.
Well, I don't think there's going to be a war either. There's already rumors circling in my neck of the woods that that Maduro already fled to Brazil, but I don't know what. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and for me, all of that's just something. Those are just shiny objects to get everybody else to look and go, "Ooh, I don't like this or I don't like that." I just don't want to be the bully, and that's what it feels like. That we're acting like the schoolyard bully about to steal somebody's lunch money. I don't feel comfortable with that.
I think Maduro's still there. You know what? Let's listen to this article.
Trump spoke by phone last week with Maduro, Venezuela's leader. This article is by Maggie Haberman and Anatoly Kermanayev and read by an automated voice. President Trump spoke by phone last week with Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan leader, and discussed a possible meeting between them, multiple people with knowledge of the matter said, even as the United States continues to threaten military action against Venezuela. The conversation took place late in the week, 2 of the people said. It included a discussion about a possible meeting between the 2 men in the United States, according to the people with knowledge of the matter, who were granted anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss the matter publicly. There are no plans at the moment for such a meeting, one of the people said. The phone call, which included Secretary of State Marco Rubio, came days before a State Department designation of Mr. Maduro as the leader of what the administration considers a foreign terrorist organization, the Cartel de los Soles, came into effect. The United States has built up a substantial military presence in the Caribbean aimed at Venezuela. Administration officials have said their goal is to deter drug smuggling, but have also made clear that they want to see Mr. Maduro removed from power, possibly by force. The New York Times reported in October that Mr. Maduro had offered the United States a significant stake in the country's oil fields, along with a host of other opportunities for American companies, in an effort to diffuse tensions. But Mr. Maduro sought to remain in power, and the U.S. officials cut off those discussions early last month. A White House spokeswoman declined to comment on the call between Mr. Trump and Mr. Maduro. The Venezuelan government did not respond to a request for comment. Two people close to the Venezuelan government confirmed that a direct call between the two leaders had taken place. They did not want to be identified because they are not authorized to speak publicly. What the call ultimately means for the administration's approach to Mr. Maduro remains to be seen. Mr. Trump has a long history of engaging in dual tracks with adversaries, with discussions on one track and threats of force on the other. The Trump administration has been using missile strikes to bomb Venezuelan boats that U.S. officials say have been trafficking drugs. Those strikes are part of a broader aggressive posture against Venezuela, where Mr. Maduro has remained in power after a 2024 election that the United States has called corrupt. The United States has sent an aircraft carrier group to the waters near Venezuela, sent Air Force bombers over the region, prepared covert action plans, and made regular threats to use force. On Thanksgiving evening, Mr. Trump, flanked by military leaders, said that the efforts to stop drug traffickers would move to land-based operations. The land is easier, but that's going to start very soon, Mr. Trump told reporters at Mar-a-Lago. And on Friday, Mr. Trump posted on Truth Social about Saturday's elections in Honduras, endorsing the National Party's Nazari Asfura and describing two of his rivals as controlled by Mr. Maduro. Will Maduro and his narco-terrorists take over another country like they have taken over Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela? Mr. Trump wrote, "The man who is standing up for democracy and fighting against Maduro is Tito Asfura, the presidential candidate of the National Party." The administration has examined a range of options for Venezuela, including seizing the country's oil fields. Mr. Rubio, a leader of the efforts against Mr. Maduro inside the Trump administration, has described Mr. Maduro as an illegitimate president. But the direct conversations between Mr. Trump and Mr. Maduro could be the beginning of an effort to create an off-ramp from an escalating use of force, though the administration appears intent on an outcome that requires Mr. Maduro to leave office.
Yeah, this is going to be it's going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting. And looking at what happened in Honduras yesterday and today, I think the Honduran elections, or what's going on in Honduras post-elections, might be the precursor foreshadowing what's going to happen in Venezuela later on. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, what do you think of this? Trump announces pardon for Honduran ex-president convicted in drug case.
I don't know. I'm mixed, Stanley. The American in me says, how dare you, because we have a whole bunch of Americans that are serving time for literally the exact same charges, and they're not getting pardoned. Nobody's above the law, right? But on the political and diplomatic sides of things, I can understand why it happened. So I'm mixed.
Well, please educate me, because I have no clue.
It was basically a gift that Trump was offering to the now incoming president of Honduras, to basically say, look, we'll give you back your guy if we can go ahead and smooth out diplomatic relations again. Because when the woman president came in the last time, things didn't look too good with Trump, and basically it was let me go ahead and swing my figurative hammer around to make you guys listen to us, basically. And now he's basically, instead of dropping the stick, he's dropping the carrot, and that carrot happens to be Orlando Hernandez, Juan Orlando Hernandez.
Well, I mean, but I guess what I'm asking is, what does Trump get out of this? What could have? I still don't get the connection. If Trump is against, drugs in America, Does he think the guy's, I think I heard, the reason was Trump felt it was a political persecution. Full and complete pardon to a former president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who, as the center of a sweeping drug case, was found guilty by an American jury last year of conspiring to import cocaine into the United States. It's troubling that Trump overturned a jury. That's just heinous. News came as a shock not only to Honduras, but also to the authorities in the United States, who had built a major case and won a conviction against Mr. Hernandez. They had accused him of taking bribes during his campaign from Joaquin Guzman, the notorious former leader of the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico known as El Chapo, and of running his Central American country like a narco state. What does Trump get out of this?
Our Navy base gets to stay there is one of the things.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Whereas the woman that was president prior was doing everything that she could to expel us.
Okay, she's still president, right?
For right now, they had elections yesterday, and the
So
conservatives.
you think that this guy's gonna challenge it, or
No. His political career is done, but the conservatives took the conservatives won by a landslide yesterday in Honduras.
I see.
And so
Is that
basically, he's going to be the trophy for them. Look, we got our guy back. Okay, Trump, because you gave us our guy back, here's what we'll do for you. Is basically what it is.
Oh wow, okay. Dude, you know what? Thank God you're here to explain it. I could not figure this out. So thank you for that.
Yeah, but again, as an American, it's like, dude, why don't you do that for us? If it was me or you, Stanley, we would still be doing decades in federal prison. I would be in USP Beaumont. You'd probably be in USP Atlanta. And that to me is where I think it's not fair. Oh no, you got to stay here because nobody's above the law. Really? You've just demonstrated.
Oh, wait, hold it. You know what? Politics is a dirty business. It's a quid pro quo that, dude, I honestly think that making deals, why is a Navy base in Honduras that important?
Well, initially it was the drug wars. You know about the drug wars in Colombia, and Honduras was basically one of the bridges to stop the stuff that was coming from over there. Now it's to stop it's basically now to stop the flow of migrants. Supposedly, I don't believe that for one word, but that's what they're saying.
Let me tell you a story about the drug wars. I was in Navy OCS back in the winter of '89 into the spring of '90. And I had a classmate who was a Spanish speaker. Dude went from, he got commissioned in ensign, and he got TAD'd to the DEA because he was a fluent Spanish speaker, and he agreed to do it. And I'm like, you did what? That motherfucker. Dude, he was an engineer. He was literally going into the civil engineering corps in the Navy. I think he was a civil engineer.
Uh-huh.
And they basically said, hey, you know what? You are a literal native Spanish speaker. Please consider coming to do temporary assigned duty to the DEA. And he did it. And that's how serious the drug war was. They were looking at officer candidates.
Good Lord.
Oh, dude.
Good Lord.
You know what? We were 22, 23. we all thought we were heroes. We can be heroes. And you know what? He's a patriotic American, newly minted naval officer. You know, James Bond was a naval officer. He was a commander.
Right.
But my point is that's how serious that drug war was. They were looking, if you were a native Spanish speaker, and his English was flawless. I think it was probably his first language, but you know how that works.
Right.
You can have a dual first language.
Well, yeah. I mean, there are people that this from your duty station, Stanley. There are people that speak three or four different
Yeah,
languages with
all well,
no problem.
all well, all fluent, and
Exactly.
that's always fascinated me. So, this is interesting. Suspect in National Guard attack struggled with dark isolation. Bottom line is this dude was throwing red flags. The system just broke on this.
This one, I'll be quite
Uh,
honest, Stanley, is our fault. Uh, he
yeah.
was he was given special immigrant visa status, the good old I-360s that I fill out for people, for Afghan and Iraqi people that worked for the U.S. government during the war.
Mhm.
And he was approved. Believe it or not, he was actually approved in February. So this is all Trump, even though they're claiming Biden. His approval came
No,
under
no,
the.
no, no. Wait a minute. He was approved by Higgins, which was the Biden holdover in April. Edlow, the Trump nominee, wasn't approved by Congress until July. So
Right, but
his
I'm saying
pre
that's all meant to show the game that everybody plays. But that's not the point. The issue is that there was a buddy of his that got denied special immigrant visa status, and his family got caught by the Taliban a month and a half ago and executed. And when he found out, that messed him up. That's the part that nobody's telling anybody. That's why I say that that this one I think is on us. I think he's in the wrong and he's going to pay for it. But as weird as this is, I can sort of have some empathy because it's you've worked for the U.S. government. They promised that they'll help you get over here to avoid being slaughtered over there, and you might make it, but you see your friend, you see the federal government on the U.S. side not help your friend who literally did the same thing that you did. And so,
Right.
I mean, that is, I don't condone what he did. And again, he's going to pay for it. They're seeking the capital penalty for him. But
Yeah, it's probably going to happen.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Stanley.
It's probably going to happen.
Oh, it's going to happen. But if I were in his shoes, Stanley, that would break me. I mean, wouldn't it break you if you found out that a friend or a family member?
You know what, Juan? I can't answer that question. God, dude, I can't imagine being so broken. But dude, he was in like the thick of it in the Afghan war. Dude, I don't even deign I can't have empathy because this motherfucker must have gone through hell.
Right.
And I wish I could say, gee, if I were in his shoes, but damn, I'm too fucking scared.
Well, I'm not saying if you were in his shoes, would you do the same thing? Because I would not.
No, I can't. What I'm saying is I can't empathize because I couldn't stand the pain.
Gotcha.
Dude, I don't want to try to empathize because I know I can't even imagine. Now, what makes me sad is that he had 5 kids?
Yes.
He was so fucking down that his wife used to send toddlers, like the two, the youngest kids in there. No one can get mad. Dude, he was tore up from the floor up.
Yeah.
And there were warning signals. This system failed on several different levels.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And what makes it even more tragic is now his wife and his kids are up for removal proceedings.
Oh my God.
Good.
No,
Get
that's
them
not
all
good.
out.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That part of it's not good. They didn't have
That's
a dog
just
in the fight.
inhuman. What
Yeah.
kind of monster are you, 12th man?
Well, I
No,
don't
I'm
think
dead serious.
I do not think Muslimism and Americanism mix. Okay,
And then you
and
would
all
be
these
wrong.
Muslims
You
need
would
to go back
literally
to
be
where they
wrong,
came
dude.
from.
Dude, you need to
Every
read a
single
book.
one.
You need to read a book called Jefferson's Quran. Even Thomas Jefferson owned a copy of
I
the
ain't
Quran.
reading nothing named
Okay,
Quran.
motherfucker, you don't read books. That's why you're fucked up and
I
dumb.
read books.
You literally don't.
I read the Bible.
You literally fuck the Bible. And yeah, I said it.
I was going to say shit.
You're gonna,
That's not good.
well, what I know it's sacrilegious, but damn it, I'm Catholic. I can be sacrilegious.
That's blasphemy.
God will forgive the humor. Bottom line
No,
is, dude,
he won't.
you need to take your nose out of that Bible and read some real life.
Blasphemy is unforgivable. You didn't know that?
Then don't forgive me, 12th man. I'm not asking for your forgiveness.
Well, actually, it's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, but that,
dude, I could go to confession on Wednesday and I'd be forgiven. I don't need you to do it. God will forgive me if I go to confession, fool.
Yeah, it's what your Catholic masters tell you.
Oh,
Isn't it?
now the Catholics are bad too?
We can't win. We can't win.
So let me hear this. So the papists, I bet you call us papists. So the papists and the Mohammedans, dude, you are a cut up.
Just look at the Pope. He's promoting illegal immigration, and while the Vatican has a wall built around it, they're nothing but hypocrites.
Right, but 12th man, the difference here, the difference between that and the situation with this guy's family is this guy's family are legally here in the United States. Again, they were granted special immigrant visa status because of the dad's work with the U.S. Army. I think he was also with the CIA.
Joe Biden holdover.
Right.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Juan, to get back to the original point, I couldn't even imagine being in his shoes. I can't do empathy because it would just, dude, this man, I feel extremely sorry for his kids and his wife. They are innocent bystanders. And this man fucking, it is tore up from the floor up.
Yeah, it's tragic all around. Me personally, I just think that this one's on us. Now, this is contrasted to the dumbass that did what he did here in Texas, got caught with explosives, posted TikTok videos about how he was going to blow up Dallas and Fort Worth. And I'm like, oh, you're a sleeper cell, dude. That woke up too early. That's what that was. You idiot. Like, what do you think is going to happen to you? He deserves all of the smoke coming to him.
Well, Juan, let me ask you a question. And again, I appreciate you being here.
Yes.
It is fun to bounce ideas off of someone who, actually has the education to, keep me in check. The third world countries, I looked up exactly what immigration or cutting off immigration to third world countries entails. Afghanistan is one of them, but let me look it up right quick. It surprised me how inconsequential. I don't think we have and you are in the field, therefore you are especially authoritative. How much immigration do we actually get from actual third world countries? I didn't think it was that much.
For the countries that are on that list, not much. But my concern is that list is not all inclusive, and that's what I
Well,
worry about.
can Trump declare a third world country? Like, you are now a third world country? Because
Technically,
the executive controls immigration outright.
yes. Yeah, I was going to say technically yes, because like you just said, it's not. It was controlled by Congress. They have the power to regulate citizenship and alienage, but they delegated that power to the executive branch in 1996 under the IRA, which was signed by Bill Clinton. So technically he could, but I don't think it's a good idea. This is coming from.
Well, there are a lot of things.
By the way,
Trump
this is the
does
funny
that
part.
aren't good ideas.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying there are a lot of things he does that aren't necessarily good ideas.
Right.
And I want to play a little bit. Let's see, can I find this video? Well, you know who Amy Wax is, right?
I don't. Enlighten me.
Oh, she's that University of Pennsylvania professor who literally thinks that well, she would agree with Trump cutting off immigration except from Western Northern European countries. I don't even think she'd be a fan of importing, or allowing Southern France or Italy or Spain. She
Hell
thinks
no, they've
Northern
all been
Europeans.
overrun by Muslims.
What?
Do we know why? Okay, let's talk about the third world.
Okay, what you
definition.
need to do is not come in hot.
No.
Don't come in hot, sir. Greet the host in the panel. Come on. Are you one of those Negroes that Lady Boulay was talking about?
Was that Ryan?
Have some manners, sir.
No,
Yeah, who was that? That sounded like it.
no, that's
And you
me.
you do have Southern European heritage, do you not, Mr. Manioni?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
Lady Boulay would not allow you.
She's a grifter. I don't care about her.
No, she's not. She's awesome.
No. All right, look. So, can I just give you a little bit of fun facts, though? Seriously.
Oh no.
So, like that third world definition, was actually from the Soviet. The first world was the U.S. aligned countries. Second world was Soviet aligned. Third world was just neither.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, that's right. That's so people think it's like this definition about.
Oh, did Mr. Geography teacher lose contact? I did not put him in the back, folks. Mr. Geography teacher.
Hold on, this dude. All right, I'm back. Is that better?
Are you?
Yeah.
Is it better? We will know in about 3 seconds.
Nah, it's fixed. Hey, Juan, what's going on? Hey, 12, how you doing?
What's up?
How's it going, Bert? Hey, man. Happy ex-turkey day. I hope you guys had enough to eat. So.
I cooked a turkey.
Yeah.
Did you see the title of today's show?
I'm sick of turkey. Jive.
It's Jive Turkey Monday. I should have said Jive Turkey. I should have said Jive Turkey Leftover Monday.
That's a George Jeffersonian. That's a Jeffersonian term.
No,
George.
It was DiCaprio. It's a DiCaprionoism.
It's Jeffersonian, George.
That's funny. That's actually funny. You know what? That's a show title. Thank you. It's Jeffersonian. George.
Yeah, I like that. Georgie. That was a great what a great
That's
time.
gonna work.
Yeah, that was
All
a great
right,
show.
sir. You see the definition up there, and you are right so far. So preach,
You didn't
preach,
see the
geography
picture of
teacher.
that?
No, I've read that years ago, and everyone thinks it's about a development, like the Gini index, right? Like about where your country is in development. But really, it was about alignment, and whether you were Soviet or on that team or on our team, so to speak. And but now it's used like that's a third world country, meaning it's not developed. So it's kind of evolved, But so like I'm like, well, what's second world? Like what is that now? But so does that mean like in the middle of development, like say Brazil, or is Brazil first world? I don't know. Argentina, they seem to overthrow their government every 20 years. So maybe is that second world? But anyway. So I just wanted to correct all the facts, and now I'm happy.
You know what?
Mexico
There
is
have
the
been
second world country.
multitudes of people coming in correcting me, and I've ignored them. But I think
Yeah.
in your case, I'm going to have to pay attention to this.
It's kind of a fun fact, like, hey, fun fact.
Yeah, something that'll win
Okay,
money.
well, it's been corrected to Global South, but it's still the same country, sir.
Yeah, I've heard that term as well, the Global South. I've heard that shit since I was a government major.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were talking about
I
that.
knew you were a government major.
Yeah, I was. I have two bachelor's degrees before I went to law school. A double majored in communications. That degree is worth nothing now that AI came in, and then I got a second degree.
That's amazing one.
Political science.
Well, no, motherfucker,
Actually-
you need to be a pundit.
No, there's enough political pundits.
There's plenty.
Yes, we
No.
demand you be a pundit. Communications and law and
Say that again.
government. Communications,
One, that's
law,
a
and
long-
government. You are a born pundit.
No, sir. That would be
That's a
your
long
neck of the
road to hold for a legally blind guy. I mean, you've kicked
Oh
that.
no! What the fuck, dude?
There's a legally blind girl now that clerks for Justice Barrett. So no, I'm not the only one doing this. This other girl's running circles around me.
Well, the Global South they got some pretty good countries over there in the Global South in Southeast Asia for sure. So Malaysia, Singapore, they're doing very well. Indonesia, Australia, seem like they're kicking the shit out of everybody, really.
I don't know. The Australian dollar is starting to take a hit again.
Well, they haven't really advanced their economy. It's all mining and shit. They need to build a tech sector or something like that over there, but instead of just mining and selling all their stuff. By the way, all of Europe is in the same boat. They don't have any tech other than the Dutch. They're hung up in the 20th century, really, economically. So Europe
I have a friend in Australia, and the government gave him 60 days to move out of his house because the military needs his land. So
no shit. They're going to give him. They got to give him money, right? They're going to give him money.
Yeah,
Damn.
they're going to pay him. Yeah.
Thank God we have the Third Amendment here in the United States. They can't do that shit here. Wow.
Yeah, we have eminent domain in the United States.
Well, yeah, we have the takings. They have to
Believe
give
it
you
or
fair
not.
market value, but the soldiers can't just run up in your house during peacetime.
So they said you got to move in 60 days.
Yeah. Well,
You
he's
got
only
60
got
get out,
like
we're taking your
10
house.
left.
Damn.
Wait, whoa! You gotta move.
Yeah, give
Wait,
him
hold it.
60 days to move, and he's got.
Oh, I thought
10
it was
days.
you.
No.
Okay.
In Australia.
His channel is RCLC, and You can see him moving and shit every day.
And
And
I
he's
care
got farm
because
animals and everything.
I care because
Yeah,
Well, I don't know.
I would say that Australia, in terms of like the standard of living,
wait, hold it. This is in Australia?
Mhm.
And we're talking about it because
I don't know.
I'm
Global,
sorry, I
well,
got
global
lost.
south, global south. We were talking about global south, and then he jumped to Australia.
Australia's
We mentioned Australia.
Australia is not the global south.
Well, it's south of the equator, so I think it is.
Oh, really? That's your definition?
Yeah, Argentina, Uruguay, Bolivia, probably. I think Venezuela south, right?
Australia.
So South America.
Australia is not. Australia is not even close to poor.
I would say the strip across Central Africa to include
The Sahel.
Yeah, basically Ethiopia all the way across. And excluding West Africa would be global south, right? So
No, not even close.
Yeah, I think the equator goes through like South Sudan, Rwanda. Like, isn't it about there? I think, if I remember.
Equatorial Guinea.
I think it's south of there. Juan.
Gotcha.
I think it's south. Yeah, like Gabon, north of Angola, right? I think it's just north of Angola, and then across the central, like the middle. I don't think it includes West Africa at all.
You know what?
I don't have a map in front of me.
I've actually been ignoring what you were saying. Angola, what does that have to do with?
We're talking about where the equator is.
Oh my Lord! Let's move on to the
thought
next story.
Angola was a prison in Louisiana.
Well, that is. It's also a country, 12th man.
It's probably more relevant.
What the hell's the matter with you?
Now that is the global south.
No, that's the global deep south.
It's a country. It's a fucking country. Yeah. So anyway, all right. Gambia, Angola, and then I think Gabon is north of that. But I'm driving, so I can't look it up. Maybe someone in the chat will be kind enough to do that.
Well, you know what? Let us take advantage of your handicap of driving, and let's move on. Netanyahu asks Israel's president to pardon him in corruption cases. Dude, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, he's
no, I don't think he's good. I think he'll be fine. He doesn't need the pardon. Trump's not going to let that boy get that motherfucker. They're gonna put his face in the middle of that Star of David on the flag. The way it's all said.
Israel wanted him gone before the war. They wanted him gone before.
Yes, and much like a good politician, the crisis happened, and he made the most of it.
Yeah.
If you were a politician, I'd do the same thing. You do the same thing.
He's still a very unliked globally and even within Israel. No one likes him. So, and he's been around for 20 years.
Yet he has power.
Yeah, but I mean, half the world is now despots. Look around. It's
And
we're
we have
moving
just joined that community.
I know.
It's not pronounced despot.
Trump is a despot.
No, it's only despo if you're in Italy.
No.
Despot.
Trump is a despot.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think all the last.
You don't know. Well, I do know.
Oh, you think Biden wasn't a despot and Obama and all of them?
I do not think Biden was a despot.
Well, I can give you 10 10 things he did that were
I
authoritarian.
don't care what you can give me. You asked
Like
my opinion and I
little
gave it.
girls.
You tried to make a ministry of information.
I
A ministry of
gave you-
information.
I gave you my opinion. Deal with it.
All right. Well, I'm just saying. I think, yeah. Actually, he probably wasn't because he was fucking brain dead.
Here is proof of the despotism. Court disqualifies Trump ally Haba as top New Jersey federal prosecutor. This motherfucker thinks he is above the law. Aline Haba, gone. What's her name? Lindsay Halligan, beautiful girl, gone. Dude, she literally just fucked up. Dude, they tossed out the cases.
Which ones?
Trump looks like a goddamn fool. He
Which
hired
cases?
two beautiful women as prosecutors, and you know what? The manosphere is tittering. Ooh, Trump should have appointed men to do the job because these women couldn't be able to make a case. Dude, Trump fucked up. These girls fucked up. In the
You're
black
a part of the
manosphere, literally, Trump appointed Early Things as a prosecutor.
Well, maybe it was just his attempt at welfare.
It was Pearly Things plays prosecutor. That sounds like a porno.
Been a
Pearly
long
Things
list of
plays-
prosecutorial failures. Lots of prosecutorial failures in the last couple of years. You know? Lots of.
All I have to say is I want to see that movie, Pearly Plays Prosecutor. It's got to be a movie. It's got to be a porno.
It's starring Letitia James and Fannie Willis. Oh my God!
You know what? I would watch it. I would watch it.
Well, yeah. I've been saying it for a long time. No one ever goes to fucking jail at that level and never will. For Epstein, for any of this shit ever. For Hunter Biden, for fucking Epstein, go down the long list of shit. George Bush, Dick Cheney. Nobody goes to jail at that level. Ever. It's all bullshit. They're always going to prosecute this one and that one. Hillary Clinton, Benghazi. You just hear about this shit and no one ever gets in trouble. Give me one case where anyone's got in trouble at that level.
I always wanted to
Rank
lock
has its
Obama up.
privileges.
Yeah.
I always wanted to lock Obama up for
Yeah, I bet you
deploying
did.
National Guard troops.
Fuzzy, you want to do it in fuzzy handcuffs, don't you?
I'd like to lock Obama up for
What's that
deploying
mean? Dude,
Obama.
National
See,
Guard
this
troops
is
to the
what
Middle East.
people. This is what you far right fools don't understand. Obama was very intentional. There's no way you're ever gonna fucking find shit on him because there is no shit. Deal with it.
If there was shit,
You far right racist freaks.
Why is it racist? It's not racist. Why is it racist?
Not
dude,
racist.
I say it's racist because my
You call
race
everything
star is
racist,
going off.
Stanley. Shut
I
up.
am literally.
black,
I'm gonna pull rank on you, dude.
He's half
it's
black, so
racist.
therefore it's racist.
It's racist, dude. Trump has far more moral failings than Obama does. Trump literally has been convicted of 34 felonies to.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it
Obama's-
racist.
Okay,
It doesn't make it
motherfucker,
racist.
do not interrupt.
Okay, I'm sorry
Trump
for
34, Obama 0.
Better be sorry.
And let me put it to you this way, 12th man. you would like to do a lot of things, including being sober and making a good argument. That's that's just not to be. That's
That was a
just
good
not
one.
to
Jeez,
be.
Stanley.
No,
Hey,
the problem
what can I
is
say?
politically,
It's just
I
not to
dislike Obama.
be.
I dislike Obama on a lot of his political failings, but he was a very
You
highly
dislike
intelligent president.
you dislike Obama because he
It's not his
actually
race,
had a brain.
or actually his
Actually,
half
Did I?
race,
like Obama.
half of his race,
Did
his half
I?
race.
Did see? Let me help you out here, Ryan. Stay out of the
I
conversation I
like
didn't involve you
Obama
in.
other than
I,
warmongering.
Ryan, I wasn't thinking of you when I made those comments.
I know, but you just said racist, but you can not like him based on just him.
So I said racist, and you automatically want. This is amazing.
No, I also said
I
Obama.
literally said I was not thinking of you when I made that comment on racists, but you feel the need to get involved.
Stanley.
Ryan,
No, I said I'm not
I
an
have
Obama fan.
no,
Okay,
I have
back up.
no choice but to. Why are you defending something you're not a part of?
Hold on. Because
Stanley,
I said George
I
Bush,
had a
Obama,
dream one night that
Trump,
me and
nobody at that level
Obama.
goes to jail. And I mentioned Obama. All of these
Right.
people don't go to jail,
And
right?
I literally said the one thing is, did you not hear 12th Man say he would like to put Obama in jail or
And
prosecute
you
Obama?
mentioned fuzzy handcuffs.
Did you not? Did you not hear that part, Ryan?
Yes.
Did you
Yeah,
not
I heard
hear
it.
that
Yeah,
part?
I did hear that part. I did hear it.
Actually, like
And
Obama, though.
thus, I was responding to 12th Man's what he would like to do. Number one, you're nowhere near qualified enough to do it. And even if you were,
let me tell you about my dream.
I don't need you to explain shit, dude. This isn't a
phone.
conversation.
Hello, do you hear
I'm
me
gonna
okay
have.
again? Am I here?
This is literally
God
not a
damn it.
conversation we'll have, 12th Man.
I had a dream one night that means
I don't care about
Can you
your
guys hear me?
dreams. I
Can you
do
guys hear
not.
me okay?
Yeah,
Hello?
I can hear
we
you,
can
Ryan.
hear you.
Oh, okay, good. I'm
I
back.
don't care about your dreams, 12th Man. Keep them to
I had
yourself.
a dream
Don't
one
tell us
night
about
Okay,
that me and
I don't
Obama
care about your dreams, 12th Man. Let's
we
move
were
on.
drinking beer
Okay,
and
this
playing
motherfucker's
golf.
see, this is what I do not like about these racists. Motherfucker, I don't care about your dreams. Have some hopes on top of your
Gay.
dream.
That's gay.
What the hell?
What's fuzzy handcuffs, by the way? What does that mean
I
by that?
literally said I don't care about your dreams.
Hey, what's
Don't
fuzzy
talk
handcuffs?
about them. I'm not interested.
I like Obama, but I think he should
Oh my
be in
God. This
jail.
motherfucker thinks that I'm going to tolerate this. The fuck is wrong with you, son? Now let's move on to the Maha fueled rise of natural family planning. I have no problems with this. It's perilous, but let's listen to a few minutes of it. And let's see. I actually have a follow-on poll in story. These poor women.
Traditionally, natural family planning is thought of as a Catholic Christian thing. But with the growth of Robert.
Oh, by the way, I can't remember what the term was, but yeah, this is something you learned in school. Following the ovulation cycle and all this stuff. There's a specific name that wasn't called natural family planning. It was the rhythm method. That's what it was called. So back in high school, we learned the rhythm method. It's not a replacement for contraception. And to be honest, I don't care which method a married couple chooses. My wife and I, we never did contraceptives. we kind of did do the rhythm method, and that, and some of us were tired, and sometimes it was me, dude. I literally, I'm so ashamed to admit this, but like, honey, there have been once or twice when I'm like, oh man, I want to, but I've been working for like 16 hours. Oh honey, can we do it in the morning? Men go through that too, by the way.
Robert F. Kennedy's Make America Healthy Again movement, that is broadening.
Uh-oh.
My name is Caroline Kitchener, and I write about the
other-
American family for the New
Now,
York Times.
this story might be specifically for you, Mr.
Mm.
Mr. Papist.
Mr. Papist. What do you mean by what's a papist? Papist?
A
Papist?
Catholic.
That's a Catholic, isn't
Oh,
it?
okay.
You've never heard that term?
I've heard of the papacy. Papacy, maybe? I didn't know it was a Catholic, though. I thought it was like a religion.
It is
Yeah, it's a
papacy,
filthy
and
Catholic.
back in early America, and definitely, like, dude, papist, literally, if they thought you were a papist, dude, you could be killed.
Yeah, I know they hated Catholics.
Yeah,
Actually,
they would
the
call
Klan
you a-
really hated
They would
Catholics.
call
The Klan
you
hated
a papist. Dude, that's like an early, I don't know. Let's
I'm a
talk 18th century, probably even up to the 19th century. And if
No, I'm
you
not
ever
Catholic,
hear-
though. I'm not Catholic.
Oh, I thought you were. Oh,
Nope.
my bad.
I just go to regular church. I mean, I'm sure we were at one point because we were all it's all-
Regular church? The
Yeah.
fuck?
So
Okay.
everybody moved to West
whoa,
Virginia.
Whoa. Let me tell you what the regular church is.
Go ahead.
It is the Catholic Church. They call you Protestants for a reason.
I mean, yeah, so Protestant, non-Catholic. The Catholics are essentially
Protestant
it's a heathen
equals
religion.
protestors.
Yes, protesters against a heathen religion like Catholicism. So
Well,
it's okay.
yeah, heathen. So you're protested. So you're protested the
kidding.
heathens.
Yeah,
No,
that's right.
Anyway,
Now, I'm sure they're Italian, so I'm sure they were Catholic at one point. But
I'm sure
they moved to West Virginia with a bunch of other Italians that were in the mining. So, Joe Manchin is a West Virginian of Italian origin, and
I
like
didn't
my
know
family. Oh yeah, he's Italian.
it's probably Mancioni or
He's
something.
one
That's
of the
right.
good
Wait,
Democrats.
hold it. Are y'all related?
No, but he's from a town over.
Manioni.
They were a town over, right? A town over.
Oh, really?
I mean, it could be way back. He's from Farmington, and our people was from a place called Folsom, Folsom. So and this is like I don't know, 100 years ago or whatever. So, but
No,
it's
that's
all
actually interesting.
yeah, it's all just.
Let me ask you a question. Is your family?
I'll be back.
The part that I'm used to, it pretty much borders Virginia all the way down 81. You can see West Virginia, heading south on the right side, and it's beautiful country.
Yes.
I've never been into the interior. So is your family from the interior, the western side, eastern
The
side?
western, over towards Ohio.
Really?
Way up towards Ohio. Yeah, it is so undeveloped. Like I think it's Clarksburg.
That's even better.
When you go west of like Clarksville or Clarksburg, it is 40 minutes with no gas stations on a highway. Okay.
Really?
Like people tell you, like, look, man, when you get west of whatever it is, fill up your gas tank because there's no exits. And it is an amazing stretch. It's just trees. I mean, there's people say like we're running out of trees. We're not. Just go to West Virginia. There's a billion trees.
No, we're running out of trees. Don't even start that bullshit.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Stanley, it is an amazing amount of trees to where
all I have to say, you city boy, I'd be in heaven.
And West Virginia, that's a song, I think, right? So, but
Bob
oh,
Denver. You
yeah,
remember
yeah, that's right.
Gilligan?
Yeah, I get it. I know John Denver, right? Is it John Denver?
John Denver. Well, no. Bob Denver. Different Denver.
Who sings that
I don't know
song?
if there were. No, John Denver sang the song. Bob Denver was Gilligan. Gilligan's Island.
Oh yeah, okay, Bob Denver. That's right.
And that, it's such an unusual name. They, I can't imagine that they weren't related.
Is he from West Virginia?
No, he wound up living there. I don't know if he's from there. I do know that he was there, as a recluse somewhere.
Yeah.
And you know what? West Virginia would be heaven, but it could be dangerous for.
But now it's a meth lab. Well, there's only 1 million people there.
It's where they should have done Breaking Bad.
Well, yeah, the bad thing about it is it really did help with a lot of the historical, like World War II, the coal, the steel, right? West Virginia really powered that. And,
Dude, timber too.
Yeah. And now
a bunch of logging companies, dude, that shit was like major.
They haven't replaced those industries. And so Manchin's always going to DC and going, hey, you took coal, give us back, let us do some of this solar work, bring like some factories. He's always bitching about that. So
dude, Manchin's out of office.
Well, he is now, I think, but I like him. He's a model. He's actually pretty reasonable. And he'll work with both sides. Why, you don't like him?
Not a fan. I don't dislike him.
I will tell you this, okay? I've been saying this for 4 years. The Democrats should be thanking him to the ends of the earth because he would not allow the filibuster.
You're right. You're right.
And
as it turns out, he was prophetic.
Oh, and here's the other thing he said. He said, "Listen, I'm willing to spend a little bit of money on which with an Inflation Reduction Act, right? But he said we can't pass Build Back Better because it's already inflationary, and we got inflation ticking up. If he would have passed that, which was a $7 trillion spending package, we'd still haven't. It would be catastrophic. He was right about that too. And he did spend $1.5 trillion, but he wouldn't let Joe Biden do it. He said it's too much. He was right about that. He was pretty sharp, Joe Manchin. So, and he would work across the aisle.
As I said, not a fan.
Well, what was he right about the filibuster? Yes.
Yes, and that's where the fandom ends.
Why? Why don't you like him? He's for the working people.
I didn't say he's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, but why? What's dislike about?
Okay. Well, number one, he switched parties. I've known about Joe Manchin back.
He's a Democrat.
No, maybe he was thinking about switching parties. Look, here's where I stopped liking Joe Manchin, and this is like maybe 20 years ago when he was running. I can't remember whether he was governor of West Virginia. And I think maybe it was his first term. He was running for senator, and he did that. He was the first person that I'm aware of who did that. Oh, hey, you know what? I'm going to take an AK-47 and shoot at targets.
I don't think he did that. I don't think.
No. He did.
I have to look it up.
I literally lived in Northern Virginia, 35 miles from.
I'll have to look this up. Because that's ridiculous.
Look it up.
Okay.
I saw the damn commercial. It was on TV.
Yeah, that's
back in the days when they used to do TV commercials. I'm not that dude. This isn't anecdotal. I'm sorry. This isn't secondhand. I saw it with my own eyes.
The first story that I wrote for the Times after starting here in April was about the various policies being discussed at the White House for how to go about raising the American birth rate. One of the proposals was advocating for classes that would help women better understand how and when they could get pregnant during their cycle. I put a pin in that I wanted to do a story that specifically looked at what those classes were and how they could potentially receive government support. To report the story that I'm going to read for you, I attended several of these fertility awareness classes myself.
Okay, and I wish Cellulite was here. Teaching classes about birthing, that's socialism. That's government literally interfering in a social process. Textbook socialism. Dude, read books. You will know. See, this is the other thing that has always fascinated me. If you don't know a lot, if you know a little, and it's Alexander Pope who said a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. It is. Okay. When you know a lot, that's when you get to bend rules and you can tell someone why you're bending rules. Definitions sometimes become anti-definitions. You just need to know shit. Dude, I am not going to let little neophyte children who don't. The only thing folks
What's a
in general know
neophyte,
about motherfucker,
Damon?
do not interrupt me.
I just asked
The
him what's a
only so many people, when they hear socialism, get triggered, and they only know what
just a
Fox News.
lightweight
Okay,
communist.
bitch. Okay, let me put it to you this way. I asked you not to interrupt me. Do it again, and I'll put you in the back. Is that understood?
Yes,
Do not
sir.
interrupt. People learn what socialism is from Fox News or, right-wing news sources. Left-wing news sources get it wrong too. Read the books, folks. Read Marx. You will know.
That's right.
You will know what socialism is. Read I'm doing John Stuart
I
Mill.
read Karl Marx.
Okay, I do not know why you fucking insist on interrupting. What is it with you? Why do you think you can come up on this panel and interrupt when I'm talking? Now
I
I'm
just
curious.
interjected. I didn't interrupt. I just interjected.
They're the same thing. For my all intents and purposes, I'm talking and I have to stop talking to address you. I call that an interruption.
Continue on, sir.
Once again, my train of thought is broken because of you call it an interjection. What I'm trying to say is don't tell me I'm wrong about socialism unless you can cite chapter and verse about why you think I'm wrong. Just because you think I'm wrong, sorry, son, this is not Freezy's channel or fucking Sharon's. This is Stanley versus the world, and it's called that for a
Yes,
reason.
sir.
I kind of know a couple things. Do better. Don't tell me I'm
One
wrong.
or two things.
Okay, dude, enough. Don't tell me I'm wrong unless you can prove I'm wrong. You saying I'm wrong means nothing. So anyway, let's get back to because I am distracted. Let's get back to this family planning thing. We used to call it the rhythm method. That's how it was taught to me in Catholic school. And I'm not against it, but this would be where I talk about Timothy Snyder and freedom. Don't impose this rhythm method. It is just one option. Freedom is having options.
And I talked to over 24 people who work in the space. Some fertility awareness classes are focused on people who are trying to get pregnant. Some are developed for people who are really trying not to get pregnant. One in particular that I write about in the story was on a Tuesday night from 8 to 10. They were calling in from all across the United States, listening to the instructor describe very directly what they needed to do in order to not get pregnant without birth control. If you're looking for a really surefire way not to get pregnant, fertility awareness can be really challenging. One of the first people that I called when I knew I was going to do this story was Sarah Hill, who is a leading researcher in the field of birth control side effects. Her research is frequently cited by conservatives that are raising the alarm about birth control. Even somebody like her, who is focusing on the negative side of birth control, said to me, I would not recommend this to my teenager. And I think that statement really encapsulates what's hard about this style of family planning. It requires you to be really diligent about tracking the signs of your fertility. And also, it requires you to abstain from sex during a period in your cycle. Those two things, especially together, can be hard. There's still a high level of interest in pursuing these methods within many in the Trump administration, but it's a little bit unclear right now what's going to happen because the administration did, during the government shutdown, just lay off almost the entire office that handles birth control subsidies. So it's going to be a little while before we see how all that shakes out. So here's the story I wrote. Samantha Copy logged onto a video call at 8 p.m. on a Tuesday to teach the secret language of the menstrual cycle. We don't have a crystal ball. We can't know exactly when we are going to ovulate, Mrs. Copy said to the young Christian couples on her computer screen. So we go off the signs and symptoms of our body. 6 people stared back at Mrs. Copy from living rooms across America, ready to learn how to prevent pregnancy without using birth control. The women in the group had a few different options, Mrs. Copy explained. They could test their urine for a particular hormone or take their temperature each morning as soon as they woke up. The most diligent among them might consider their cervical mucus, Mrs. Copy added, advising them to lift it up between your pointer and your thumb. If it's clear and slippery, she said, that's a sign of fertility. Probably a night to abstain. Since the birth control pill gained widespread acceptance in the 1960s and 70s, mainstream political voices have rarely expressed opposition to the medication celebrated for giving women more control over their reproductive lives. For decades, only certain traditional Catholic and Christian circles publicly rejected the pill and other forms of contraception, believing that some methods came too close to abortion or that the act of intercourse should always have the potential to bring about new life. But a practice known as fertility awareness or natural family planning, originally devised over 50 years ago by doctors with ties to the Catholic Church, is now gaining support among a broader group of social conservatives and adherents of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Make America Healthy Again, or MAHA, movement. The rising interest comes as many prominent conservatives are encouraging women to abandon birth control pills and other forms of hormonal contraceptives. Officials in the Trump administration have also been exploring ways for the federal government to direct funding toward teaching more women of reproductive age to accurately identify their fertile windows, according to 3 people with knowledge of the discussions. And though much of that work is framed as part of the administration's broader effort to combat infertility, many conservatives hope the new emphasis on fertility awareness will also inspire women seeking to prevent pregnancy to stop taking birth control. Fertility awareness-based methods are distinct from the unreliable rhythm method, which relies only on the date of a woman's last menstrual period to predict when she is fertile, hinging instead on physical signs of fertility. They can also be used to help identify underlying reproductive health conditions. Our main goal is to tell women that their bodies are beautiful and fertility is a good thing, said Giovanni Vitali II, the co-founder of Whole Mission, the group that organizes Mrs. Copy's class. He said the organization would likely seek federal funding if it became available. They don't need to put these extra chemicals and devices into their bodies to figure out what's going on, he said. They can do it in a natural way. In a potential sign of the administration's priorities, the Department of Health and Human Services last month laid off almost the entire office that administers Title X, the nearly $300 million government program providing birth control and other family planning services to 2.8 million low-income patients a year. The move was widely viewed as part of a larger push to eliminate what President Trump has called Democrat programs during the government shutdown. Emily Hilliard, a health department spokeswoman, said in an email that those initiatives would continue, along with the efforts related to fertility awareness-based methods, which had been handled by the same division. The health department did not provide further comment. Some conservative leaders have warned that women are harmed by hormonal birth control methods like IUDs and the pill, which essentially trick the body into thinking it is pregnant by altering hormone levels. They say the medication transforms a woman's personality, affects her future fertility, and changes the kind of man she is attracted to, claims that have no basis in clinical data, according to the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Influencers in the MAHA movement, in particular, are promoting cycle charting as a natural and holistic alternative, in which women are empowered to stop suppressing their menstrual cycles and to take control of their bodies, a message that has also been embraced by some on the left. It's not very feminist to think that women are too stupid to know how our cycles work and be able to avoid pregnancy naturally, said Alex Clark, a prominent MAHA podcaster who has called hormonal birth control poison. Casey Means, Mr. Trump's nominee for Surgeon General and another major figure in the MAHA movement, has said that the widespread use of hormonal birth control signals a disrespect of life. Having these hormonal cycles is part and parcel with our health in every possible way, and also with the miracle of creating life, she said in an interview with Tucker Carlson last year. With birth control, she added, we just shut it down. Some women do experience side effects from hormonal birth control, reporting changes in mood, stress levels, and other reactions. Still, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, which has denounced claims about harms caused by the medication as dangerous misinformation, continues to recommend a wide variety of hormonal methods, which range from 93 to 99% effective. Fertility awareness-based methods are about 77% effective, according to ACOG, a relatively low number that proponents attribute to couples choosing to have unprotected sex during a woman's fertile window, despite knowing the risks. Some experts fear that an increased focus on fertility awareness will result in more unwanted pregnancies. Natural family planning methods require a level of diligence and discipline that make even birth control critics reluctant to recommend them as a replacement. I would never recommend it to my teenager, said Sarah Hill, a social psychologist who wrote a book on hormonal birth control, in which she argues that birth control side effects are more far-reaching than is widely understood. We are very fallible, she added, and most people are not really in touch with how fallible they are. When Dr. Marguerite Duane proposed an official course on fertility awareness-based methods as an adjunct professor at Georgetown Medical School in 2017, the university administration shot her down, she said. The school's Committee on Medical Education, she recalled, initially informed her that there was no evidence behind these methods. Dr. Duane, a family physician, said she was devastated, but not deterred. She said she convinced the Catholic University to reverse its decision. Then, about a year later, she heard from the Trump administration. The Department of Health and Human Services was trying to expand fertility awareness programs in government-funded family planning clinics, and they wanted her help. But the natural family planning effort never took off during Mr. Trump's first term. There wasn't enough money and there weren't enough people trained to teach the methods, said Dr. Duane, now a professor at Duquesne University and the executive director of Facts About Fertility, an educational organization focused on fertility awareness. Now, some in the health department are trying to fix those problems, seeking input from Dr. Duane and others. The administration recently signaled its plans to expand fertility awareness programs at government clinics providing contraception, a goal outlined in Project 2025, a blueprint for Mr. Trump's presidency prepared by the Conservative Heritage Foundation. Federal health officials have been soliciting ideas.
You know what? Again, I don't have a problem with this method as long as it's not forced, which leads to a natural progression into this Pew Research poll from November 14th. 12th grade girls are less likely than boys to say they want to get married someday. And if this is to be believed, it is literally a reversal, from, well, I hate to say this, 40 years ago. Boys weren't thinking about marriage in 12th grade. And now girls are even less likely to want to get married. God damn. So, yeah, here it is. Get married. 12th graders are less likely to say than in the past that they want to marry someday. So we've gone from 80% in 1993, and I was 10 years before that, to 67%. Damn, what is going on? And I think it all goes back to Lady Boulay. We're just not polite anymore. This American society, if we are about to burn, and Stan Autry, salute to you. I think we'll be okay. It's just going to be a rough ride. The country will be fine, but maybe better, maybe not better. Who knows? But parenting, taking the time to parent, and I'm going to actually say it's the result of capitalism. Having to have two salaries come into a household as a necessity, it's not a people failure, it's a system failure. And the bullshit about, oh, well, you can't have a new car every year. Nah, you can barely live without two salaries if you are below a certain tax bracket. We want to talk about natural the rhythm method and all that bullshit. It's all a deflection from the systemic failure. If you want to increase the birth rate, if you want more nuclear families, you need to fucking fix the billionaire problem. You need to fix the I hate socialism problem. The government needs to be not so much populist as much as people focused. And again, my thoughts, but I think I can support my argument. So let us move on. Oh, and by the way, let me reemphasize, girls. Ooh, we need to lead. Boys need to lead. Dude, that's as dumb as a box of rocks. Boys need to be polite. They need to learn how to be men. And that's all you need to know. Men address situations. Men know how to read the room. If they want a girl, they're certainly going to be polite. And you know what? You don't go up to some girl and I expect, since I'm a man, you're going to admire me. That's fucking low intellect, low class bullshit. You court the woman. You make her interested. And if you're going to go, well, I expect, well, why should that woman, motherfucker, women give. Don't expect them to give. They have to want to give. And this will go directly. Well, no, I won't personalize this. Boys, all these 40, 45-year olds, sometimes 55-year-old YNs, y'all sound like fools. And I'm not depressed, but I should be. So let's move on to the next story. America stares down erasure of Black history and progress. This is a story near and dear to my heart. So it reads, in the past year, federal, state, and institutional decisions have gutted major pillars of America's civil rights protections and racial equity infrastructure, wiping away public data, slashing research funding, and erasing Black history. Now, this is kind of a personal take, from the author, but I agree with it. Why it matters. Taken together, these moves amount to an unprecedented rollback of civil rights progress, historians say, the largest since Reconstruction. And I'm going to be honest, I think the comparison is apt. Rolling back some shit. Zoom in. Effects are piling up. 3.4 billion in grants for HBCUs, public health research, and Black entrepreneurs have been cut or frozen, according to the Blackout report from the nonprofit Onyx Impact. Number two, 6,769 federal data sets have been deleted, including those tracking maternal mortality and sickle cell disease. Oh, wow. Which disproportionately affect Black Americans per the Blackout report. Also removed data on workforce diversity and environmental exposure in historically redlined neighborhoods, informing information that directly informs racial equity policy. Number three, 591 books by Black authors have been banned from Pentagon run schools and libraries. Onyx Impact notes the removed titles include works by Toni Morrison, Maya Angelou, and Ibram X. Kendi. Number four, Trump administration is reviewing national museums, including the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture, after President Trump criticized the museums as being out of control and focusing on how horrible our country is. I hope that's not a direct quote. How horrible our country is. Damn, you can't focus on actual horribleness. President Trump does not know how to speak English well. Number five, government websites have deleted content related to Black history. Some deleted material, including National Park Service pages about Harriet Tubman and Medgar Evers. Was restored after public backlash, but researchers say most erasures remain uncorrected. Number six, and this to me is the kicker. It came up in Nidish's discussion today. Dude, no one seems to be, oh, fuck, it's higher than I thought it was. The unemployment rate for Black women has risen sharply to 7.5%, according to the most recent government data. I think it's like 5.6% overall. That's significantly higher than the overall unemployment rate and is partly a result of Trump's cuts to the federal workforce, which have disproportionately hit Black women. Surprise, surprise. Axios's Emily Peck reports. A backlash in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space has also hit this group. 7. Colleges across the country have shuttered cultural centers, including those that are geared towards Black students. The Washington Post reports. Form your own groups. So, When data sets or historical materials disappear, it becomes harder to see and fix racial disparities, says Mayor Wiley, who leads the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. She's absolutely right. Sometimes race can actually be useful, but most times it's not exactly the way people think it can be. What's up, JB?
Hey, buddy.
Good to see
How
you.
you doing, bud?
So far, so good. How you been?
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Good. So let us move on. This is recommended by Fred. Oldest living survivor of Tulsa race massacre dies at 111 years old. Damn. So I'm supposed to listen to the first 30 minutes, and we are 2 seconds in. So we will go 30 minutes.
Tonight on the Black
And
Channel.
by the way, hold on one sec.
Tonight's program.
If you need me to stop the video, just let me know, JB.
No, I sure will.
Program is a special reminder. I want to say something. I'm not the young man that I was when I first started doing this almost 2 decades ago, when I first came to you all almost 2 decades ago. You didn't know me. I didn't know you. I just knew what our purpose was. And the society, the media, the political structure, everyone was united around a single goal: to convince all of us that the only mission that we had in life was to forget the past, settle in, assimilate, and just try to do the best we could in this system of white supremacy. That was what they told us. But you see, we were unwilling to submit to a world of injustice. And we set out to resurrect the past, because the past wasn't the past. It wasn't the past then. It isn't the past now. We started going further than anybody else. You see, some people had mentioned events like the Tulsa Race Massacre, events, places like the Black Wall Street. Everyone talked about Tulsa, Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, the Gap Band. Tom Joyner had mentioned all of this. Tom Joyner had mentioned all of this, but you see, there were parts and pieces that were missing. You don't have the story if you say the Black Wall Street. You only have the story when you know it is the Black Wall Streets, plural. That's when you realize that this was not an isolated incident. When you realize that there was way more than just one Black Wall Street, you realize it wasn't just that we rose up in just one place. It wasn't just Black excellence in one place. This was not an isolated incident. Now, when you realize that, when that gets clarified to you, now you're starting to get the whole story. Now you realize the magnitude of it. And that changes you. There's the critical key difference. You see, once you realize the real, true magnitude of the situation, it changes you. You can't be given all the details about all these events and all these places in its proper context and how it is directly connected to you, and it not change you. the first thing that you realize is that their story isn't their story. Their story is your story. And when I look at the majesty of a Mary McLeod Bethune, of a Ida B. Wells, when I take a look into the face of a Harriet Tubman, I see Viola Fletcher. And so do you. Isn't it amazing that at a certain point when we look at them, they all conjure in us the same feeling, the same image. You start to see they're identical. You start to see in their faces the exact same DNA of resistance. And that's when you realize this ain't something we just started in the last 5 years, the last 5 decades. This is who we have always been. And when you look at her face, you see the exact same face of resistance that you've seen in the iconic picture of Harriet Tubman. The exact same.
Lived a long life right there.
That's why they have to erase our history. You've got to erase that. You can't allow the great-grandchildren to see this. Because when they see this, they will see themselves. When they see themselves,
Stanley,
the bloodline of resistance is going to reignite. Which is exactly what it did.
Stanley, you heard me, Stanley.
You see, we took it further than anybody else. We started digging into it. You see, when it was on Tom Joyner's show, that was to entertain you. Some trivia question for quote unquote Black History.
Interesting point. I didn't know, is Tom Joyner still doing a show? Maybe this was a while ago. Here's the point. He's absolutely right. And I made this point, maybe an hour or two ago. Black people actually are the soul, if not the moral conscience of this country.
How did you
We've
know that
always
for sure,
been.
Stanley?
Okay, I don't need you to interrupt when I'm talking, sir. Why are you doing that?
Go ahead.
I don't need your permission to go ahead. What you
My
need to
bad.
go ahead and do, is don't interrupt. If
My
you
bad.
need to interrupt, just say, "Hey, please, may I say something?" Or something. Be
Oh, no,
polite.
if I need to, I'ma just talk.
Okay, so no, you won't just talk. I can control that. So, Black people, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion based on some reading that I've done over the decades. Yeah, the Frederick Douglasses, the Booker T. Washingtons, scold. We might be scolders, we might be scolds, but dude, we need better white people. And if white people can't figure out that left, right, indifferent, it really doesn't matter. It's white people driving this country into the ground. It's not the immigrants. It's not the Black people. Be Brave is a moron if he thinks Black people are driving this country into the ground. We need better white people. And I don't give a fuck if you get pissed off. I've said it. Anyone who thinks they have the intelligence, the IQ, or a historical argument or any sort of argument, hit the goddamn link. I look forward to it. So, what were you saying, JB?
Saying, but you gotta look at it like this too. If the black people wasn't killing each other, then it'd be better too.
Motherfucker, we're not killing you. Who gives a fuck?
I'm just saying, right is right and
Okay,
wrong is
I
wrong.
don't care what you're just saying. I literally dismissed your argument in about a sentence. They're
Well,
not
I'm
killing
sorry,
white people.
sweetheart.
They are not killing white people. Why do racists like you care?
I'm just saying, if you gonna talk it,
Okay,
talk it
I
right.
don't care what you're just saying. I literally addressed what you were just saying.
But it's
If
facts
black
though,
people,
Stanley.
if a racist like you, if they're not killing your kinfolk, why do you care?
Stanley, it doesn't matter if they killing my
Motherfucker,
people. I'm
I
just saying
don't
right
care
is right.
whether it matters. I need you to address the direct question I'm asking. How does it affect you?
Well, they do kill white people. White people kill black people.
Okay, motherfucker, white people kill more white people than black people do.
Well, I'm just saying, if the black
Okay,
people stop killing each other,
golly shucks darn. White people kill more white people than black people do. Did you not know this?
Stanley, I don't think
Motherfucker,
you
go.
really
No,
understand what you be
motherfucker.
saying.
This is it. You are going to be my sacrificial lamb.
Look here,
Dude,
motherfucker, I'm not gonna be
before you
nothing, eh?
come up here and talk about all that bullshit, you better be
Stanley,
prepared to
I just
deal with
told
me.
you what's right.
I
If the
don't
black people
care what
wasn't
you have to
killing each
say.
other, it'd be
The
better.
argument will go the way I expect it to. And the first expectation is you acknowledge that white people kill way more white people than black people do. Am I correct?
Well, that's only when they do
Okay, motherfucker, don't wail me. What you need to do, and I will find the link for your dumbass. Go to this link. Hold on one sec. Let me get it for you. Since you can't see this I thought white people knew how to do research.
See, you people, Stanley, I'm just
y'all,
trying to help you out.
we need better white people than you,
Well,
JB. Did you not?
I'm just telling you, buddy.
I insist that we find better white Americans than you.
Well, I'm all
White
for the
peop-
black
White
community, Stanley.
people kill
I go
more
to the
white
cookouts and
people
stuff too.
than black people kill white people. And that is an FBI level fact. Stop talking bullshit.
Hey, I'm talking bullshit so black people don't kill black people, Stanley.
More black people kill black people than white people kill black people.
That's what the fuck I said.
Okay, motherfucker, but we're not concentrating on that. We
I
have
said
already,
everybody, motherfucker.
bitch, you will go
Fuck
into the
you, you
back.
dick
You will
sucker.
not. Yep. Well, I'm a dick sucker, but I am a smarter dick sucker than you, bitch. Bottom line, black people pose no threats to racists like JB. Not a goddamn threat at all. Dude, white people are the biggest threat to white people in all of America. And JB can't see you want to be the racist who concentrates on something you don't even give a fuck about. Dude, you don't give a fuck what happens to black people, you dumbass. Dumbass, you are confined to answering direct questions. I'm not going to stray to your idiot territory.
It's not idiot, Stanley. You
White
just don't want to
is
listen to the right thing.
you are literally an
I'm
idiot.
trying to teach you something, boy.
No, motherfucker. You are not qualified to teach me.
You don't want to listen to shit. You a dummy.
No, I don't want to listen to the likes of you.
So you being racist now.
I need a better white person to teach me than you.
So you're being racist, Stanley?
Find me a better white person to come up to this panel and teach me. You
Hold
are
on,
not
let me
that
get my
white
brother
person.
then. Let me
You
get my
are
brother.
not that white person.
Yeah, what's going on?
What?
What's going on? I hear what's going on. What's going on?
Dude, I have no fucking clue what kind of nervous breakdown you're having, but do it somewhere else. As I said, I need a better white person who knows more.
Well,
You
we
know,
need better
white
black
people,
people that can
there
break it
are
down
some
better
white
than you,
people,
Stanley.
there are some white people who know way more than you do. Find me a
And there's
better
some
white
black people
person.
know way more than you,
Are you
Stanley.
kin to any white person who knows more than you do?
No,
Or
I go to all the black
is
cookouts.
all your family as dumb as you are?
Shut the fuck up, bitch, and let me talk.
No, I don't have to shut the fuck up, son.
Shut up, boy. You people need to shut up when the white man's
I
talking. You
need
shut
a
up.
white man who is capable of teaching Stanley Cross on my panel the point.
When the white man's talking, Stanley,
White
you shut the
people
fuck up.
are the biggest threat to white people in America.
When the white man's talking,
White Americans are way more lethal to white Americans than black people are. Am I right or wrong, boy?
I'm not your boy, motherfucker.
Oh, motherfucker, you're my boy on this panel.
No, I'm not, boy.
Yeah, you are. You know how to not be my
I
boy
answered your
on this
question,
panel?
but you act like you
Leave the
too
goddamn
stupid to
panel,
understand.
son. If you can't handle Stanley's heat, dude, I'm going to bring it to you. White
don't know what you
people
talking
are
about, Stan.
lethal to white people in America, are they not?
You said what?
Okay, motherfucker, did you not hear what I said?
I didn't
I
hear
need
you,
a
Stan.
yes. I need a yes or a goddamn no from you, white boy.
Damn, nigger, why you gotta do
that? I brought it out of you, boy. Again, white people are way more lethal to white people in America than black people are to white America. Deal with it. JB Hard ER. You were just my toy on this panel.
I'm just saying, motherfucker, you don't ever want to let me talk.
Nope, I don't. I don't
Stupid
respect.
motherfucking
I
nigger
don't
boy.
respect. I do not respect your intelligence.
Fuck you. You don't
I
understand nothing.
literally
You a
have
dummy.
asked you, find me better white people.
Find me a better black person that can understand me better, Stan.
I don't give a fuck about what you think. You need to go
Well,
on
shut the
another
fuck
panel.
up and continue.
What you need to do is go to some other black person content creator and see if they have sympathy for your racist ass.
I ain't racist, Stanley. You the one that
Oh,
started. I said I
motherfucker.
have love
I
for the
heard
black
you
community.
say the ER, and when you got done saying the hard ER, you wiped your lips with a linen napkin.
Well, all my black friends
It
don't
was
mind
like,
it.
Delicious. I love saying the hard ER. Let me
All my
wipe
black
my
friends don't
wet,
mind it, and I go
let
to every
me
cookout.
wipe my wet lips. My lips get wet when I say the hard ER.
I go to every cookout, Stanley, so
Dude,
they don't have a
we
problem
need
with
better
it.
white people than you, JB.
Well, continue.
Motherfucker,
I'm
of
getting
course we're
tired
going
of
to
hearing your
continue.
stupid
Do you
logic.
want me to continue roasting your dumb ass?
You can roast me, motherfucker.
Oh, I'm doing it right now. You
My
didn't
dick
notice?
is too big for that, Stanley.
Oh boy, you're interjecting some things that I must say. Can someone in the chat just type pause in all caps? Dude, you are a weirdo.
Month. But never forget, and this is why I'm talking to you all tonight, never forget that these people did not pick up the baton. They didn't organize anybody. Oh, I'm going there. I'm going there. They didn't organize anybody. They did not organize anyone. That's not what they did. They had the opportunity to do that, and they didn't do so. They had the opportunity to do that, and they didn't do so. They did not organize people. Tom Joyner organized a cruise. Tom Joyner had no problem organizing as many black folk as you wanted for a cruise. But he did not organize people. He did not organize people to actually act on these things. He didn't organize people to act on any of these things. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? Now, if you got a national radio program and you got reach,
may I ask you a question, Stan?
You would have figured that with all that time, you would have made a priority of that.
May I ask the question?
You would have made
so
a
do
priority
you really believe
of
that I'm white? Do you really believe I'm white, Stan?
You would have made a
Oh, sorry.
priority of that.
I walked away.
Oh,
But
I'm
they
sorry
didn't
for
do
that.
that.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm really black,
I
Stan.
don't. Well, let me put it to you this way. I don't care whether you're white or not. You said
Oh,
you
no,
were
I'm
white.
just letting
So,
you know I'm half
okay, what
horse
what
below
I
the
need
belt.
you to do is let me answer the question. You said you were white. Why should I not believe you?
I am white, but below the belt, I'm
Okay,
half
well then
black, half horse.
that mystery is solved. So, I was about to say after that, you know what? Racist is probably the only colorblind thing an American can be. If you are racist, there are black racists, there are white racists, there are Asian racists, there are Hispanic racists. All being a racist is probably the only colorblind activity Americans are consistently good at defying racial category. So good. Now we know you're white. Let's continue the video.
Now, if they had done that, do you realize how much that would have changed things? Why did we have to come along and do anything? Why did we have to come along and do anything? Because the old dead black media, they use our causes. They use our causes and capitalize on them. They saw these were our causes, and then they are sitting up here telling folks, well, yeah, well, we need to remember this. But they never organized anyone for anything. They didn't organize anybody to take action because Tom Joyner is
Stupid
a pet
bitch,
and
Ryan.
a puppet, or at least he was, of the Democrat Party and that little group of ass-kissing flunkies around him. None of them ever organized the people. Oh, they organized the people to bull jive and play around and to sell tickets for themselves. They organized the people for a profit center.
Stanley, pause this because we need to
They
have a man and a
organized the
woman
people
talk
for
right
a
now.
profit center.
You hear me?
That tells you what their mission was.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're volunteering to be a woman?
No,
Interesting.
you the
The only
woman,
thing
I'm the
they were
man,
Tell,
ma'am.
tell me more. Tell
My
me
horse dick
more
is swinging
about your.
longer than yours,
Tell me
but
more about your transition.
no, my horse dick is swinging longer than yours. But hear me out here, though. But I don't appreciate how you talk to me, Sam.
Hmm. Is that it?
No, and I'm not going for it anymore. Now you gonna hear me out, and you gonna shut up and listen to
Am
me,
I
boy.
really gonna hear you out? Can you
Yep, you
force
gonna
me to
shut up.
hear?
Shut up.
Can you force me? What's to say I just take these earbuds out and go back to chopping vegetables for my pizza? Are you gonna force me to hear you out?
Yeah, you ain't got
How are
no
you
choice.
gonna? How are
You
you
on my
going to?
panel. You
How
on
are
my
you
panel.
going to? Wait, hold it. I'm sorry. What?
You on my goddamn panel.
Right now?
Yeah, right motherfucking now, boy.
Okay. Well, then, what I want you to do is prove it's your panel. I need you to stake your claim like your white ancestors taking land from Indians. Take it.
Say, this is
See,
my
let's
motherfucking
see.
panel.
Let's
Shut up,
see what
Sam.
kind of.
Shut the
Let's
fuck
see
up,
what kind of
Sam.
pioneer stock you're made of, boy.
Shut up, boy, and let me finish, motherfucker.
Oh, motherfucker! I need you to stake your claim on my panel, bitch.
This is my motherfucking channel, Stanley.
Oh,
I'm up here, so
then,
it's my show.
motherfucker!
It's the
I need
JB
you.
Smooth Show.
Wait, hold it. Let me check. Let me check. It still says Stanley Cross. Change the name, bitch. Let's see if you can
I
do it.
will. It's the JB Smooth Show.
Mm-hmm. Anything
Stanley,
else besides
I am black, Stanley.
anything
I don't like
else
how you
besides
doing that. If
false
I want to use black
declarations?
slang, I'm gonna use it, Stanley.
Black slang.
Yep. You
The
hear
fuck
me,
is
nigga?
this? 19?
You hear
Is
me,
this
nigga?
1974?
You hear me, nigga?
Dude, you are boring. So let's go on with something more interesting.
Concerned about is themselves. That's their purpose. That's what I'm reminding you of. You see, we had to come along here and we had to do something because they didn't do anything. That's the problem. They spent decades milking these things, and then they tell you, thank you for tuning in to Tom Joyner today. Don't forget your tickets to the Tom Joyner cruise. That went on for years, people, decades. No, and the only thing that they ever demanded was that you make sure that Walmart gives him an advertising contract.
I've been waiting for too
Meanwhile,
long.
what about the subject matter you were
I
talking
won't
about?
stop now.
What about that?
No, I won't. It's been
So they were using and
hard
exploiting
living.
our experiences in this system for their own profit, and then handing that off to their political masters. So we didn't have anybody to promote the message. We didn't have that. It was, 15 years later before the new black media made its humble debut. And please remember, during all that time, none of the old dead black media was galvanizing the people for these things. Jason, why are you banging the drum on this? I want to let you all know something. Mother Viola Fletcher, and they're calling her mother now, and rightfully so. Mother Viola Fletcher, do you understand something here, folks? 30 years ago, she was 81 years old. $30 years ago,
Stanley,
she
I
was
fixed to hold
81
a
years
talent
old.
show. Listen, it's been too hard living, and I'm afraid
She's 111 now.
I don't know what's out
Where were
there
any
beyond
of
the
these
sky.
bastards to speak up then when she was 81, when she was 71? Where were they? Where were they? That's the part that they don't want us having a retrospective about, to ask those questions that, by the way, hey, Tom Coonan Joyner and Roland Buck Dancing Martin and Tavis Suck Up Smiley, by the way, where the hell were you all when you had national radio? They had national radio, national exposure. Tom Joyner was on 60 Minutes and every damn thing else. Where were they? Not for years, people, for decades. Where were they? Because if you and me were talking about this almost 20 years ago, where in the hell were they the decade before us? It didn't suddenly become an issue when we came along. We just finally had a national platform to be of some type of communication apparatus to be able to talk about it. These other folks, where the hell were they? See, they don't want us to ask these questions and start this conversation. There's a reason these old bastards cannot show their faces. Probably the chief villain, desecrating the memory of Mother Myola Fletcher is none other than the mulatto monster, Barack butt-kissing, butt-dancing Hussein Obama, who had the sheer unmitigated vomit-inducing gall of mentioning her name, a woman that he did nothing, not a damn thing for when she was alive. He never mentioned her, never supported her, not once. And then, because this is what these absolutely putrid, disgusting Democrat bastards do. When something noteworthy happens, oh, I mentioned her when she died, it's just, we got to keep pushing zones. And this lowlife had the nerve to mention her. Where was this when she was alive? Let me explain something to you all right now. Let me put this in its proper context for you, because you see, the butt-dancing baby boomers, they're not going to put this in its proper context. There are things you just can't lie about. See, there are things you just can't lie about. There are certain things that you're not able to lie about, because you see, when you start saying what I'm saying right now you have to start asking questions. Now you have to start asking questions. And these are questions that Obama does not want you to ask, and we don't want you asking that, because you see that's problematic. That's problematic if you do that. They don't want you asking the kind of questions that we ask here, because then you're going to start coming to different conclusions and saying, you know what? Yeah, I do have some different questions to ask you here. Oh, buck dancing Obama. For example, I want you all to remember something. There are things you can't lie about here.
You know,
see, Barack
this
Obama. Wow.
I'm a little time late here. This buck dancing baby boomer thing, and I hear it a lot in this whatever this sector of the internet is. Dude, these fucking 55 and younger black males especially, but I've heard it from black women too. They want to go that black people were boomers. And dude, it is the least educated trope. These motherfuckers have bought into this white bullshit that baby boomers are baby boomers. It doesn't matter whether it's you're black or white. Using the term baby boomer to black people, the elders who were in that same time frame, it is literally ahistorical. Okay. The forces, the economic forces, the social forces, the political forces, black people in 1950 were not the same status as white people in 1950. Dude, this is almost sad at the exploitation that these young bucks in the black community, they're too stupid to read a history book and figure it out for themselves. Black people didn't have a boomer generation that's equivalent. Black quote boomers did not, and we still do not to this day have the same economic and political power. How are they fucking acting like black people actually controlled the politics, the economics? It's a bullshit argument. And this is why I have very little respect for these young bucks and these young ladies. Y'all need to motherfucking read some goddamn books. Stop listening to John Galt, Be Brave, and the other dumb fucks. And there are more. Pretty much no one that I hear on YouTube in this sector has any clue what the fuck they're talking about. Literally, they don't. The boomer buck dance? The fuck? Dude, so sad to hear young black people haven't learned how to read books and fucking see through the bullshit they were fed in their miserable little schools.
How Mother Viola Fletcher was alive, why he was saying two important things. See, Barack Obama can make an in-person
What argument are you talking
for
about?
his
I don't think they have an
scumbag-ass
argument,
monument to
CKJ3.
himself.
My point is that when you want to call out black quote boomers, like in 1955, blacks had the same economic and social and political power. It's ridiculous. Oh, blame it on the black boomers. It's their fault. Dude, it's a conversation that needs to be had, but I'm not going to have it until people, there are people out there who might be able to make this argument, but I can tell if you don't know your shit. Okay. Generational boomers using that that sort of context for what's happening now in the Black community, nothing to do with much of anything. Apparently, people have been listening to these little spoiled white retard kids pushing back against their parents. And the argument that little Chad is using, little Becky is using, it does not translate. And anyone with half a brain who's read half a book can just take those arguments, if they take them even remotely serious, and trash the arguments. I do it every goddamn day. The argument is there is no argument.
He can make a public appearance for that. When that case went to court in Oklahoma, could you all imagine what would have happened? How the momentum of national attention
I don't know
could have
that they're
swung
complaining.
if
They
Barack
seem,
Obama
look,
had
this
been
is
able to
the
tear
Black
himself.
Authority. And you know what? I was listening to something by Black Authority last night, and it was a really good monologue. But, you know, no one is right 100% of the time. And this he's just way off about. This argument has gone awry. And you know what? I was warned the first 30 minutes, and I am, oh shit, I'm only 19 minutes into it. So we have, we have 10 minutes and what, 78 seconds left of this bullshit.
Away from Epstein Island long enough. Him and that cosplaying negress he's married to. Oh, yes, I said it.
Sorry, 9 minutes.
Could you imagine what would have occurred had Barack Obama and the presidential motorcade shown up in Oklahoma when they took this case to court? Could you imagine what would have happened had he shown up and walked into the courthouse?
Where'd my friend
and said that he was
JB
there
go?
to support
Where is he?
Viola Fletcher and the victims of the Tulsa Race Massacre? Could you have imagined what the optics of that would have been like? Had he had everyone known that he was there? Donald Trump supported Daniel Penny. He supports white supremacist murderers and killers. Barack Obama hadn't lifted a finger for black victims. If you want to talk about Viola Fletcher today, where the hell was your raggedy alley cat looking ass when she was alive and her people were in court? Can you imagine what the optics of that would have been like? Can you imagine what the optics of that would have been like? To show him standing in solidarity with the victims of that massacre. Could you imagine that? I want to remind you all that it was a bunch of these old niggas. It's been a minute since I could pull that one on out, but you knew it was coming. These old niggas were sitting up here telling us 20 years ago that Barack Obama, well, he can't do nothing for us while he's in office, but just you wait. He's gonna do something after he's in office. Y'all remember the ADHD 4 milligram Ritalin taking Negroes who used to say that? They, for those of you who are too young to remember, yeah, there were a bunch of old niggas when Obama was in office and we were letting them know, hey, he's not doing nothing for us. The old niggas told us, well, he can't do nothing in his first term. He needs to get reelected, and then he gonna do something. And then he got reelected, and he didn't do anything. Well, don't worry, he gonna do something after he leaves office. No, they were really saying that. They were really telling us that we need to leave him alone, and he was going to do something after he left office. You have to understand, to a boot-licking, ass-kissing generation like the civil rights generation, pathological liars get so used to lying that they just lie to themselves. Well, do y'all notice you can't find a single one of them deadbeat old niggas today to stand up for that line? Oh, they're still out there, don't get me wrong. None of them will stand up for it today. They won't stand up for it. Yeah, because all these years now, you can't lie anymore. There's no reason he couldn't have shown up in Tulsa. No reason he couldn't have shown up in Oklahoma. No reason and no excuse. So none of them want to have to defend this anymore. They've been clowned now for a decade, and that was why we had to rise to prominence. We had to rise to power so that they would not be allowed to sit up here and mislead and abuse the people anymore. But don't forget, that's what they were telling us. You see, you can't argue with the logic of what I just said. There's no reason.
You know what? I think I've had enough of this fool. Not his best argument. And I, it's the Black Authority, folks. I should probably drop that link. He's worth listening to. Not everyone has good arguments 100% of the time. So let's see here. This is the Black Authority. Oops. And I do recommend him. There we go. Subscribe to him. Sometimes his arguments are literally spot on. So let us move on. This is Nicole Hannah Jones. And by the way, pardon me, there is a Supreme Court case that I do want to hear, but I think I'm going to have to do it tomorrow. But it's Supreme Court hears asylum case for Salvadoran refugees. So we must hear this. So anyway, Nicole Hannah Jones and let's see here. All these things. So I want to hear. This is Nicole Hannah Jones from a month ago speaking at the John Adams Institute, some think tank, and talking about the battle for the soul of America. And by the way, I like Hannah Nicole. I think she is a brave woman and has done wonders for America. She's reoriented. She started a fire that's not going to go out anytime soon. Tahitian treat. Yeah, no doubt dessert is important at this time of the day. So let's hear it. Well, let me skip ahead here.
Institute, Amsterdam's home for independent American thought. My name is Ian Kenny, and I am the executive director of the John Adams. And as my predecessor, Tracy Metz, has often said, that is a wonderful thing to be. Tracy, it's good to see you in the audience today as well. There's a saying that goes, history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. In times as challenging as those in which we live, an age that often defies the grasp of language itself, it is good to be together in community, to delve into subjects that don't often make the headlines, but that do shape the ground beneath them. These are often questions of history, of culture, and of belonging, and these are things that touch us all. They're tricky to pinpoint because they operate on timelines far grander than our own. History echoes into the present and further still into the future. And questions of culture and identity matter more than the restricted airtime that we give them. And I was reminded of this fact this summer when I was traveling through the United States. I was on a cross-country tour with young European leaders. And for some of my colleagues, it was their first time visiting the country. In Washington, D.C., they asked, "What do we have to see before leaving?" And our hosts replied, "Visit the museum, the National Museum of the American Indian. Go to the Museum of African American History and Culture. Go because we do not know how much longer that they will exist as they are." It was pretty chilling to hear. For years, the US has been leading a reckoning, treating history not just as national pride, but as a source of knowledge, richer and more complex than myth alone. That season of honesty and reflection, at least on a governmental level, now feels behind us. These days, the headlines from the US are grim. The president installs himself on the board of the Kennedy Center. Federal officials will review Smithsonian museums for their patriotism. The executive orders issued by President Trump to, quote, restore truth and sanity to history. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs are being dismantled across the country, and even teachers in some states are tested on whether they are true Americans if they dare to teach the full story of their nation. While shocking, none of this is new, though we haven't witnessed it on such a full-scale assault on history in our context or in our lifetime. But Egyptian pharaohs and Roman emperors practiced what historians called damnatio memoriae, the condemnation of memory, erasing names, chiseling faces, and reshaping the record to suit those in power. And this wasn't only about the power that they wielded over their present, but about the power that shapes the future. For when we strip away history, we rob future generations of the possibility to know themselves and where they come from in full. But history also shows us that when it is attacked, it's often the people themselves who come to the rescue. People like Jacob Lawrence, people like Nicole Hannah-Jones. We have the pleasure of working not only with Nicole on today's program, but also with the Kunsthal Kade in Amersfoort, who've just opened yesterday a major exhibition on the life and work of Jacob Lawrence, and it's on view until January. Born in 1917, Lawrence rose in prominence to become one of the most important American artists of his generation.
That he made. The destruction of historical knowledge. Essentially what Trump is trying to do. There's New College in Florida, which is the most recent example. This was done during American slavery. You didn't want a whole bunch of people from one particular ethnic background or tribe as slaves because they could conspire. You purposefully wanted to build, a plantation level Tower of Babel. So, if the slaves aren't speaking the same language, they are forced to learn English, and then you control them better. You don't want them to read or write, because if they do, you might get a Frederick Douglass. This is exactly the result of denying any sort of historical knowledge, and the results. And I'm actually going to equate all the next few things I'm going to talk about, the Moors and this bullshit about Americans, whatever origin story they think American blacks are, the indigenous, blacks have been here before the Native Americans, based on a fucking statue with Negroid features. Like, Negroid features are not just, from Africa, though, the overwhelming majority. This is the result of people being deprived of their history, and that's exactly what the Trump administration in particular, and the conservative movement over 100 years, well, not 100, but let's just say the last 60 years, patriotic history is not in education. Learning the truth is actual education. And too many little white boys and too many little black girls are going to hold hands and fucking be ignorant. All because a bunch of Nimrods, 50% of the country, the deplorables, elected Donald Trump. And I don't give a fuck if feelings are hurt. I don't give a fuck. Dude, the motherfucker is a disaster. Now, I don't agree with Stan Autry that the country's burning down. America is resilient. It has been resilient. We survived a civil war and other, World War II. I don't think Donald Trump has taken us to that level of general quarters. It's a Navy term. But dude, I literally had some idiot tell me that I didn't know what I was talking about when I talked about socialism. Ooh, it's never worked. It's never been tried, moron. Believe the history that Donald Trump wants to teach you, that socialism always fails. Who knows if it does? It's literally never been tried. Soviet Russia was not a socialist state. It was a communist state, and it was authoritarian. Okay, authoritarian states are not socialist states, you goddamn morons. The fuck? China is not a socialist state. Communism is a form of socialism, but it doesn't have to be. All communist states are socialist states, but not all socialist states are communist states. Read a goddamn book and stop bothering me with this fucking second grade level understanding of politics. If all you know is manosphere versus womansphere, then fucking stick to what you know and don't bother me with your third grade level education. It's annoying. What's up, Diwali? It's good to see you. How have you been? Haven't talked to you in a month? Anyway, good to see you. Yes, I actually cooked for Thanksgiving, Diwali, and by hook or by crook, I didn't poison anyone. Thanksgiving was good. I don't think they have the equivalent in Germany. I thought about you the other day. It was another Somali that I ran across, and it wasn't a specific person. It was a topic that had to do with Somalis in Germany. Believe it or not, I have a weird algorithm. So anyway, let us go back to Nicole Hannah Jones. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please forgive my temper tantrum, but don't bring that third grade bullshit and talk to me about it. Save it for the chat. Don't care if feelings are hurt. Unsubscribe if you don't like it. I'm honestly just, dude, you know what? It's easier to be annoyed and drunk than it is to be annoyed and sober. Dude, such a disappointment. What's up, Ryan?
All right. So can I just tighten something up a little bit? Just
If
real
you
quick.
can.
I don't think it's Trump's fault that people believe.
And your statement is.
I'm sorry,
kinda missed the
your
mark.
sound went out and now it sounds kind of low.
Hold on, this fucking phone. I'm sorry, Stanley.
No,
Hang
that's
on a
all right.
sec.
So triggering when my truck takes over from the mic.
Your
All right,
truck
so
is AI. Are you driving one of Elon Musk's? What is it? The Cybertruck?
no, I would never do that. I have a regular truck, a man's truck, so not that truck. But yeah, so that's not a truck. That's kind of a
Well,
joke.
Diwali says hello.
Hey, DG, what's up? Welcome to Germany. He's a German. Well, so look, it's not Trump's fault that these idiots believe this. Like you just said, it's Trump's fault, or you said Trump is
Is he
somehow
not
involved in it.
getting it? Well, hold on. Let's
Mhm.
stop there and explore your statement.
Yes.
Christopher Rufo in New College in Florida, that history where they took basically it was the it was the fucking is it Chapman University or Evergreen of the East. And they turned it basically into a southern version of what's the college in Michigan? It's damn it. They turned it into a conservative university.
Well, there's one in
Now,
Austin,
pick
and there's a few of them.
University of Austin. I don't even know that's probably going to be a failure to launch. There's the one in Michigan that's so famous.
There's the one in
Hillsdale.
Virginia.
No. It's
Oh, Hillsdale. Okay.
Hillsdale.
Yeah.
And essentially, Rufo and DeSantis basically took New College in Florida, which is a unit of the University of Florida, turned it into basically, Hillsdale of the South.
Okay.
Look, it is Trump's fault. Rufo literally was the principal architect in Trump's first term of taking critical race theory and turning it into a bogeyman. It's Trump's fault. It is Trump's fault that the dismantling of the education department is happening, which will reinforce patriotic education. Dude, it's Trump's fault.
Okay.
Not all his fault, not 100%, but in the end, people have been wanting to take apart the education department since Reagan, and Trump, he's not quite accomplished it because it can be reconstituted. But for now, Trump wins.
Well, I made a specific statement when I called. I said, listen, I don't think people that think that blacks were here and not Native Americans I don't think that's Trump's doing. There's plenty
Oh,
of
no. I'm just lumping it all into miseducation. That specifically is not his doing. But then you also lost my context. Not teaching history leads to it started with Black people in particular, legacy Black Americans, the ones with roots in American slavery, not teaching them to read or write, not picking and choosing so no one on your plantation speaks the exact same language. There were reasons for that. I understand that part. But 200 years later, it literally means that people don't understand history. Dude, some of the bullshit that I get on a given day on these panels, like I'm basically saying pure democracy is pretty much socialism. And I get some fool who can't even, he just wants to quote Fox News talking points. And it's annoying. The most sophisticated thing he can say is there's never been a country who's had socialism. There's never been a country that had socialism. Pure socialism? Nope, never happened. How can it fail if it never happened? It's a dumb argument. It's a dumb argument, and I don't appreciate people coming in and just fucking quoting Fox News talking points. Give me a link. Give me an academic source to back up your argument, and it might be an argument worth having. But you wandering in here with some far right bullshit, I'm gonna fucking shit on it.
I will just say that I largely agree with what you're saying. Most people don't really read. They're not even literate. They just reiterate stupid shit. But I will say that concerning education overall, I do think that we have some major problems, and some of it is very, very left leaning. Like it is
bullshit.
Extremely left leaning.
Dude, I was listening to Man of Tomorrow yesterday, and I fell asleep in the middle of his show.
Why are you claiming it's bullshit?
I'm sorry, what?
Why are you saying it's bullshit?
Well, let me explain. I think education starts at home. When your kids set foot that first day into kindergarten or first grade, they should already know how to read. Okay, that shit starts at home. The teacher in first grade should not be starting from scratch.
I agree with that.
Education starts at home. The tenor of it, like, motherfucker, you bring home a B and I'm going to kick your ass. Don't bring home B's if you can make an A. Now, I never, went that far with my son, but we did. He knew what I expected, and a C was an F. Motherfucker, don't bring home a C because it's a failure. For someone with your ability, B's. I might accept it, but at the end of the goddamn year, and the result is my son, he's made one B in 12 years.
But
now
then,
he's made a B in college. And
but I'm talking on the political spectrum, it's very left leaning. The institutions are very, very left leaning.
No.
Yes,
you and I would disagree. If education is left leaning, so what?
I see that as a problem. I think most people see that as a problem.
Why is it a problem?
Because it doesn't encourage those sides of thinking. It doesn't.
Okay.
There's no perspective.
Dude, you know what? If there's a right and a wrong, I guess if your argument is someone should know what wrong is, cool.
No, it's conservatism versus liberalism and different political viewpoints.
Don't teach those sorts of politics in school.
So Stanley, the entire education apparatus is absolutely, it was 70% liberal, and I'm talking just the teachers
Okay,
that are
you know what?
registered voters.
Don't bring that third grade Fox News argument here.
It's not Fox News. This is published Wall Street Journal, New York Times information.
Left. Fuck the New York Times.
Okay, the Washington Post. I mean, these are.
And what you're struggling to say is it doesn't teach prayer in school. It doesn't teach about God. Dude,
that's not right. Okay, that's ridiculous.
Your fucking founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson.
Why are you talking about religion? I'm talking about.
You're gonna listen to this. You need to know about your own founding fathers. They weren't religious.
We're not talking about founding fathers. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about the education system. Stay on education.
Okay. Again, if you give me time to develop the argument, dude, blame the Enlightenment. Blame Thomas Jefferson. Blame John Adams. These people were not. They're not going to teach prayer in school. They'd have no problems.
Why are you talking about prayer in school? I don't know what that's not conservative versus liberal.
I'm saying, and maybe I'm being hyperbolic, that you say the education system is left leaning because they're not teaching prayer in school and they teach.
I didn't say that.
Okay, dude, I'm putting words in your mouth. Allow me to do it.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. They don't teach prayer in school. They don't have a daily prayer. They allow some book written by a trans person into the library, and that all of a sudden that's far left.
Go ahead. That's not far left.
The education system is not left leaning.
Okay. Well, the teachers'
good education system isn't.
Okay. I mean, if you honestly believe that, like you haven't done the research. I honestly
believe that. And
that Harvard isn't left leaning.
Let me tell you why.
That Yale. Okay, go ahead.
Let me tell you why I believe that. And you know what? At a minimum, you're not going to be able to make that paint with a broad brush. Dude, at my son's high school graduation here in Carroll County, Georgia, they said the Pledge of Allegiance at the fucking graduation. That's not left leaning.
Okay.
Okay, so, motherfucker, you guys, you Fox News types, and you know what? I'm not going to even blame you.
You know I'm not a Fox News type. You know that.
Hold on. You are a little bit more broad-minded. But dude, these people are hyperbolic. I was actually, you know what? At my son's graduation, I guess I was expecting the Ryan my son was educated by far leftists. Motherfucker, they were doing the Pledge of Allegiance. They said an Our Father at a public school graduation. Dude, y'all are off base. Maybe there are places on the West Coast, Seattle, Berkeley, wherever. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but painting with a broad brush is just bullshit.
It may be in your mind, but
I'm saying it's in your mind.
And anecdotally with your son's school.
They don't do the Pledge of Allegiance. My idea of left leaning is not saying the Pledge of Allegiance in an Our Father at a high school graduation.
So looking at small, like states versus federal power would be conservative versus Democrat.
No, absolutely wrong. You're pretending federalism. Now, conservatives tend to be more federalist. They tend to want to be more states' rights. But you know what? You'll never get a black person to be that kind of conservative. Dude,
I'm not trying to. Okay, what I'm saying is education.
I'm going to say, black people will never be that conservative. In the
We're not
ones
talking
that
about black
are,
people. We're talking about education.
dude, you're interrupting me.
Okay, go ahead.
Black people, one of the reasons black people don't vote Republican is because of this huge belief on the right in states' rights. Dude, slavery existed because of states' rights.
Are
Black
you
people aren't
drinking
gonna vote.
tonight? You got to be
Okay,
drinking tonight.
motherfucker. You see, again, I'm dealing with little children here. The reason slavery went as long as it did was because of states' rights. The current right wing believes in states' rights. Black people ain't gonna go for that because slavery was the fucking Civil War was fought over states' rights.
Okay.
That's why black people ain't gonna fucking vote for the Nick Fuentes party.
Okay. I mean, this is just wild now.
Okay, tell me
I think
I'm
you're
wrong.
on
I
drugs.
need you
think
to
you're on
I
drugs.
need you to tell me that I'm wrong.
You're specific to what you just stated. You're correct, but we're not talking
Okay,
about that. We're talking about
motherfucker, if I'm
education being
correct,
liberal.
why are you frustrated?
I called in and said education is extremely liberal at this point, and there is a problem. And you then went down this road of slavery.
You, in my opinion, are absolutely wrong.
Yes, but I'm trying to tell you why. And then you were going on about these
Well,
other
you know
various
what?
things that
You
don't
go ahead
pertain
and
to it.
tell me why. I'll be
Okay.
right back. I'm listening.
Okay, so New York Times article. I don't have a reference. I'm sorry, and I can't put it in the back chat. But there was a New York Times article a couple of years ago about how the education system, including teachers, administrators at college and high schools, were 70% Democrats and 30% Republican in the 80s, and since the 80s, it is now 96% or high 90s for both high school and college. Democrats are teachers and 4% Republican. So we got the administrators and teachers have gone far to the left, and very few conservative voices in academia anymore. And if you look at the things that they support, CRT would be a left-leaning idea. I certainly don't believe in CT, critical theory, which is what it's built on, and it's really kind of communist. And other issues such as that, I don't believe that. And certainly some of the historical stuff that's left-leaning is extremely, especially about Native Americans, especially about,
Let me know when you're done.
The United States is a terrible country.
Here.
It's very left-leaning, anti-American bullshit.
So most
Instead of-
teachers are So most
No, not-
teachers are So most teachers
That's right.
are Democrats. That's the basis of your theory.
If you heard, did you hear what I said in entirety? Because they have been for a long time.
I'll go on to the next one.
Yeah, so 70%
I
in the
asked you a
80s were Democrats.
specific question. You literally believe that teachers being Democrats makes the education system left leaning.
I believe, yes. And it's now, there's no conservative voices in academia. 4% are registered Republicans.
Again, let's stick to my question. You think teachers, and I assume you mean K through 12 and definitely college, them being
I said in
Democrats,
college and high school.
Them being Democrats makes math left leaning, English left leaning.
Most of the viewpoints in academia are very left leaning, yes, and have become more so.
Okay, you and I will disagree on this. So the next thing, critical race theory, they teach that in K through 12?
No, they teach it in college, but it's still built on critical theory.
And you know what? In college, that's fine. Dude, if you don't want, motherfucker, go to Liberty University, go to Hillsdale, go to the now right-leaning New College. There are choices. The bitch that the Trump administration wants to pitch is that the Ivy Leagues, okay, the Ivy Leagues are left leaning. Dude, go to Hillsdale. See, what they want to do is the elite colleges are left leaning, and the right has had a problem with that forever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, for sure.
I think it is a violation of the First Amendment for a government to go in and change the political orientation of a college. That is a First Amendment issue. And
Okay.
bravo to Harvard for not giving into that bullshit. Motherfucker, we have a whole school, and this is me pretending to be Harvard. We got a whole school of Harvard lawyers. We will kick your ass.
I mean,
Harvard has not bent. And kudos to Harvard.
Yeah. Well, I think that for all universities to try to teach kids how to think.
No.
Okay.
Let's
go ahead.
not move the goalpost.
Well, I'm not moving the goalpost.
If you want your child to have a conservative education, there's liberty.
No, I want a balanced education for my child. Balanced. It's currently not balanced at Harvard.
There is no such thing as a balanced education.
Okay, well, that's the goal. That should be the goal.
There's truth and there is non-truth.
Okay, that's okay. Go ahead.
Again, and let me also add, there's Notre Dame that tends to be fairly conservative. There are all the Loyolas. There's St. Mary's in Maryland. There's Rhodes College, where both, by the way, Amy Coney Barrett graduated from, and oddly enough, what's her name from Texas? Her name is escaping me right now. The black congresswoman. They both went to that elite private school. Presbyterian, I think it is. Okay. There are all kinds of religious schools. There are Catholic colleges. There's Fordham. Dude.
Yeah, they should probably teach evolution too, right?
The fucking bitching and moaning is that the conservatives don't have an Ivy League. That's really what it boils down to.
I would only say that I think that the colleges should assess themselves and go, hold on.
Again,
why are we this
relevant to my point? I'm not gonna, dude. This idea that I have to entertain all things are considered. No. The point is that education might be left-leaning, but so what?
It's not good. It's damaging.
Why is it not good?
Because many people on the left are brain dead and brain damaged and retarded.
Okay, and so people on the right are not brain dead?
They absolutely are. Both are.
Okay, then
however,
dude, I call it a 50. They cancel each other out. If 50% of the country voted for Trump and the other 50 didn't, then it's a stalemate. Again, there's nothing wrong with schools leaning left. If the right had ideas that were interesting to young people, they might have
that's not why that happens.
Okay, I need you to let me finish. The right is bereft of ideas that are interesting to college-age people, and they need to do better. What Trump is attempting to do is bully his way into wrenching the education system right, and all he's going to do is create resistance. People don't want what the right wants to serve. And the right
of course they don't, because they're fucking delusional.
The right wing literally needs to come up with something that's interesting.
Here's what's interesting. Paying like your own bills. Let the college kids do that. They don't.
Nothing. Hey, you know what? You don't think Harvard could survive without the federal money? Let me
Well,
put
they
it to you
do.
this
They have an
way.
endowment.
Let me put it to you this way. Harvard
Let's
does
see 'em
more
do it.
good for the government than the government does for Harvard.
Okay, let's just remove Harvard since it's fairly unique and in our overall the average institution isn't Harvard, right? So
Okay, the average institution is not left-leaning.
It is left-leaning, Stanley. Come on,
No.
man. Are you going to honestly sit here and try to bullshit everyone?
University of Georgia, nah, it's not that left-leaning. I've been there. Georgia Tech,
96% of instructors are registered Democrats.
I don't care
national.
Dude, what? See, again, this is a tinkering with the First Amendment. Dude,
where do they get their money?
Having a bunch of Democrats, people who identify as Democrats teaching, you're just assuming they can't be objective and or good teachers. It is prejudice. It is anti-First Amendment. And this is why the right does not capture young people.
No, it's the federal money flowing into the institutions.
Is literally a bunch of grumpy old
It's the fucking federal money flowing. That's the payoff.
That's the federal money. 50%. You're right. Hold on, 12 man. Dude, it's blue states who contribute the most to federal money.
Okay.
If
It's
you
the federal dollars.
If you really want to complain about federal money, those who contribute the most into the federal coffers ought to have control. Kansas doesn't. Mississippi, motherfucker, Alabama doesn't contribute shit.
Okay.
As far as tax money goes.
I would agree with that, but the federal dollars.
Okay, then what the fuck? The winner gets to control the education system. You brought up tax money, right? Red states do not pay as much as blue states in tax money.
Okay, the point is, the education system will continue to veer hard left and harder left because the federal dollars.
Left. You and I do not agree. Why do you keep beating this dead horse?
Okay,
we're not going to agree on this. And I also state, so what if it is? But I don't think it is. It's definitely not hard left.
If the federal money leaves it, it'll literally stop
federal
being
money.
left.
Most of it comes from blue states. If your argument is that we want it more conservative, well, dude, based on the federal money.
And by the way, I don't agree with your statement.
Blue states should have control if they contribute more money.
And well, for the colleges in their state, sure, that's fine.
No.
Blue states contribute more money if there was a fucking system that was fair. Blue states get to talk about how the money is spent. And by the way, if the right had interesting and compelling arguments, they would be better considered.
That's just delusion.
There is a reason. There is a reason. There is a reason.
If you don't own land.
Okay, dude, you're about to get your ass into the back if you can't shut the fuck up, 12 man. Ryan and I are talking. You can contribute, but just don't randomly insert. It's fine. If we follow your idea that the education system is left, my response is so what? If the right wants more influence, then they need to come up with some shit that's interesting.
They could change it easier. They could change it right now, easy.
Yes, by force.
No, all they got to do is double the funding into education.
Once again,
they'll switch immediately.
What you're describing is coercion. I'm saying
that's what the Democrats have done. It's coercion.
Bullshit.
Yes, exactly. No, it is coercion.
Shit.
They're paying for them to be on the left.
You don't even understand your own argument.
mean, the fact that Biden wants to pay.
You
No,
literally
I do
said,
understand it. It's a bribe.
no, what you don't, dude, if
That's
most
why Biden wanted to pay off student loans. It's a bribe.
teachers, and I assume you mean professors, are Democrat, that's
Yes.
really the crux of your argument.
Oh, that's part of it. Yes, which they're hugely
No.
Democrat. It's
It's
gone
not
even
just
worse.
part of it, it's the crux of your argument. The rest of your
It's a
argument is poppycock.
Well, federal funding is why that it's Democrat.
Most blue
Yes.
states.
Fuck the blue
provide
states. I said
more-
federal
blue
money.
Blue states provide more tax money into the federal system. Therefore, they get to have the influence.
Okay, well, I'll just say that someone once told me, a smart man said, well, once you write that check to the government, it's their money. So once the fucking blue states send that money in, it's the federal government's money. You said that. You said it.
So many problems.
Yeah. If they stop student loan program and they would literally stop the funding for this bullshit and it wouldn't be as blue as it is.
You know what? You and I might have some agreement there. Fuck it. If you don't have a 3.5 average coming out of high school, you get no money.
Damn, Stanley, I love what you're saying.
Oh, dude.
Wow.
You do know that I'm to the right of you on education.
Yeah, you probably are.
More Republican than he thinks he is.
Okay, nothing to do, not on everything, but dude, why would you waste your money? Dude, if you have a C average coming out of high school, what the fuck are you doing in college?
Yeah, you are to the right of me on that. We're probably in similar shoes, but
Unless
yeah,
you can play football or basketball, then you get right in.
You know what? When I say I'm to the right, dude, the fucking football players have to have a 3.52.
Yeah, I don't think Stanley supports the sports programs very much. So, I don't either. I'm really kind of sick of them. I'm like, give the girls the money.
Ryan, you're old enough to remember people like Alan Page for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Excuse me, let me get some water here.
Yeah,
that
I remember
motherfucker was a football player who wound up getting an MD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're smart players.
Steve Young, lawyer.
Yeah, that's right. The Ravens, my team had a guy, an offensive tackle, really big guy, and he quit football. He said, well, it causes brain damage, and I love math more than I love football. He quit, and now he's at Harvard or MIT. Yeah, so dude was real smart. He was like, yeah, I love math more than football, and he just literally was like, I'm done. And I mean, how do you I think he's a professor. There's some shit there now. So
I think I know that story.
But there's a lot of
again, dude. I'm not gonna describe my dude. 3.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they told all these kids to go to school.
Well, let me put it to you this way, Ryan, and I hate to cut you off. And then 12th man, you can come in after Ryan's done. Look, in Georgia, if you can maintain a 3.0 through high school, you get a Hope Scholarship. If you get a 3.7 or above, pretty much all your tuition is paid. But then, you still have to, there's still room and board and all that stuff. But the bottom line is I say 3.5 is the cutoff. Georgia says 3.0, and that's fine. 3.0 is a B average. But if you're not maintaining that B average through high school, why bother with college? If you have to, there are things you can do. You can go into the military and get like a GI Bill, which I think Trump would rather do away with. Seems like I read a story or something like that. Look, fine. If you go out and you become a welder or, something like that, and you decide, well, goddamn, I wish I'd done better in high school. let me save up some money to go to college, dude, you're gonna take education much more seriously. Okay, you're not gonna go there. You're not gonna go there and hang out at the frat parties every fucking night.
Yeah.
Dude,
I will
let me
tell you
tell you
this, man.
something.
Well, the
Let me tell you,
frat
Go ahead.
Stanley.
party isn't where
I just
you
read an
get
article in the
smart.
Wall Street Journal talking about welders. Wall Street Journal yesterday talking about welders, and even a bigger deal is the Maritimes. So like
Oh
being
yeah,
a
being a
merchant,
merchant seaman.
Stanley, they're paying these people $150,000 to $200,000 walking in the fucking door right now. Well, I mean, like sign up and you get and they're paying top dollar because they can't get anybody to do it.
Well, you weren't here. I just literally showed a video about the Merchant Marine Academy. It's a
Oh,
great
that's
idea.
cool.
And if
Dude,
you're an
see, y'all
underwater
think I don't know
welder,
shit. Dude, the Merchant Marine Academy it was a New York Times article that talked about shit, you could be a deckhand and make some decent money. Now
They're
you're gonna
paying.
be gone all the time, but if
underwater,
you're
Yeah,
single, who
yeah. You
gives
got
a
to
fuck?
travel. That's right.
Yeah, but I mean you're traveling all over the world.
Yeah. Once you start a family, it's probably not too much fun. But before that, why not? You get to see everything.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, dude, let me tell you something. My father used to talk to me when I got out of the Navy about being a harbor pilot on the Savannah River. Uh, dude, those motherfuckers. Paula Dean's husband was a harbor pilot. Dude, those people make a lot of money, but it is a little bit of a hard life because meeting some ship at the mouth of the Savannah River at 3 in
Yeah.
the morning.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a hard life, but shit, if you like it.
Yeah. But there's a lot of money in that now because nobody wants to do it, and we don't have a lot of Americans that are doing it. So it's like a national security issue at this point.
I don't know because it's been years since I've even like had a harbor pilot or something on board. They were
Yeah.
all Americans at least 20 years ago, 30 years ago. What's up, CK?
But it's declined a lot, man, like big time. So there's actually a YouTube
Dude, it's
show.
a hard job. You literally, like as a harbor pilot, you have to literally memorize charts and where you are. It's not easy.
So look, check it out, Sam. There's a show called What's Going On with Shipping, and there's a guy called Sal Mercagliano.
I didn't know there was a show.
Oh, dude, he's on YouTube, and I tell you what, man, he's got a ton of subscribers. And Sal Mercagliano, like he's all about shipping and maritime and the shipbuilding industry, and talks about the Navy and just he's all about it, you know. But he's a merchant marine and he's got like a master's degree, so I watch his show, and you would like it. You probably know more. I mean, you've been
drop the link when you get a chance, or email it to me. Yeah, I'll show it. I'll show it on this show.
It's pretty cool though, and he knows his stuff.
I'm all about the Maritimes.
I gotta find a way to. I gotta grab the link and then I'll come back in when I get home.
No,
because
no. You don't have to do it now.
I don't know how to do that in the phone without getting out of the show.
You do not have to do it now. I'm not going to show it now.
Oh, okay. All right, I have your email. I'll try to email you the link then. I'll just email you the link.
Okay.
But he's pretty cool.
Admiral.
What's that, Admiral?
Speaking of maritime.
Oh, who's up?
What's up, CK?
What's he? Is he here?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, hola. Hola, CK.
What's up, Ryan? How you doing?
Pretty good, man. Just rolling.
Oh, wait, hold it. Are you going to tell me about the John Galt show?
Stanley, did you hear it the other day?
No.
You guys just love this.
I was watching Nightish's show, so is that what
so
you're talking about?
You didn't see when I went up there.
No, I did not.
Oh, so you missed it.
When did you go up?
I went up like a little bit after I got off of work.
So what was that, Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. Yep.
Hold on one sec. Let's, because he probably put it behind a payroll
Yeah, he probably
paywall, but I'll
did.
find it.
But
Let's see. You know, he was supposed to do a show about me. I thought I saw yesterday at 9:30. Oh, we lost CK, but too bad. I wasn't gonna watch it, but I was expecting some feedback or somebody telling me, well, guess what John Galt said.
Well, yeah, there's that.
can you hear me?
Dude,
Guys are
I literally don't
always
watch
at
his
it.
show.
You
It's
guys
just
are always
too
at it. Yeah, I got you, CK.
Yeah.
Just for a
So
minute. I'm gonna lose you in a minute
basically,
because of bad
yeah,
cell, but
yeah.
go ahead.
So basically, he was upset that I don't believe that he was a software engineer. So he said he would rather for me to call him a slumlord than to say that he was a software engineer.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was just telling him, I said, John, it doesn't even matter what I think. I'm just a guy on the internet. I'm not a content creator. It shouldn't matter what I think.
Yeah, John, the Pastor Manning thing. I see NFL pipeline is plagued with mentally ill players. Late night with John Galt. Ugly blind tries. Don't call me blind. You know what? John is just a
Well,
sad
well,
case.
he just mentioned me again.
You mean
I just got
today?
it. Yeah, I just got it. I just got another mention from him, and I'm like, like the other day, I'm like, John, you've been talking about
Well,
me.
wait, hold it. He's messaging you?
No, so I guess you can. I guess when you put, I don't know how YouTube really works. So I guess when you put up a title or something, you can add the person. So when he puts my
Oh,
name up,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it comes to me.
I see.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying
When
to
did
him the
he
other
do
day.
it?
I'm like,
Today?
yeah, he just did it like probably like 5 minutes ago, 5, 10 minutes ago.
4 hours ago, maybe. Who
No,
will
no,
build the
no,
next Wall Street in Tulsa?
no. This was a mention towards me. Like like I can see it. I don't know if you can see it, but
Oh, it
I
was
can
a
see it. Like I can.
post.
Yeah, it was like a post that he put my name into the post.
Oh,
Like,
okay. Yeah. Nicka behind on his rent wants to
yeah,
become a
yeah, you see it.
soldier boy. Oh my God. You know, what is John's problem with people who serve in the military?
I don't know.
You know,
I
and
don't know.
it's so weird that a lot of his audience, I would think, would be
No,
like
they all agree with him.
really?
Stanley, he had a guy up
All
there
the
the other day.
now
Listen,
listen
listen.
to this. All the mentally ill blacks go in the military?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. Listen, listen.
well,
Hear me
if
out. Hear me out.
how about the whites?
No, listen, listen. So when I went up there the other day, he had some guy that's from, I guess, some guy from DC that was up there. So I was up on the panel for like almost like 45 minutes. So I was like, John, I'm about to go, man, because you asking this guy about his dating life, a whole bunch of dumb stuff. It was just stupid. So the guy, I guess he was like 33. He was a single guy. He works like in a warehouse, and I guess he lives in I guess like a decent area in DC. So I guess he has like a studio or whatever, and he spends a lot on his studio. So John was basically telling him to um move in one of his units or move to his side of town. But I guess the guy don't want to live on that side of town. So like JP was saying, well, you maybe you should live like me. So I'm like, so I asked John, I'm like, why would you advise him to move where you stay at when he need to just figure out a way to make more money? That's his problem. His problem, he just needs to make more money. Like you so focused on him, what type of girls you date. You date black girls, you date white girls. Like it's just a bunch of nonsense, you know?
Yeah, yeah, John is an odd bird, and I don't know what more to say. I do not understand the attraction that his audience has, but I will also say that, you know, on other channels, John Gold is not well received. There are a lot of people who think he's just a weirdo.
To me, I think he is, you know, and it's just how he goes about certain things. It's just like I just don't agree with it. I mean, it is what it is. I'm just one guy. Like I said, I'm just one guy on the internet. It shouldn't matter what I think,
Yeah, but
you know.
CK, you've been around the world. You see, this is one of the things that you know is one of the advantages of being in the military. You've met all kinds of weirdos. You've met all kinds of people in the military. And dude, I'm 60 years old and I've never quite met a weirdo like John. That motherfucker is strange.
Yeah, he's too old to be acting the way he's acting. Like he just he's just too old, man. And it's just like
I've
the
never
people
seen a
that
young person act like him.
no, the people that are like before I got up there, I'm listening to him and listening to like Ponder and Tino, and they just all agreeing with what John is saying. They just, you know, they all talking about me, but I don't really care what they say about me. You know, I really don't care. But it's like y'all really look up to John. He thrives off it. He loves it. He loves it.
Yeah.
And then he was like no, I think Ponder was saying like I was hating on John. I'm like, dude,
He
like
was
Stanley, I
what
don't
on
smoke,
she
I
was
don't
what
drink,
on
I never.
John?
She was saying that I was hating on John about him being a software engineer, which no one knows
Oh,
if he was really a
Jesus
software
Christ.
engineer. No one knows that if he was
Well,
really a software
here's
engineer.
the deal. Ponder says she's in cybersecurity or something. So she thinks she has like, ooh, I know a software engineer when I hear a software engineer. Well, ma'am, I must tell you that I worked in IT too on the business end. Like, I was, basically in operations. I There were two major parts of my section of Ticketmaster in this particular division. There were engineers and there were software developers. Dude, I remember shortly after I started working there as an engineer, I get a call over to a software developer's office. I can't get my computer to turn on. So I'm like, what the fuck? So I go over there, and dude, this motherfucker, I can't remember whether his computer wasn't plugged into the wall or whether the power cord was loose at the back of his desktop. But it was literally a matter of, dude, plug in your computer and it will work. And I lost all respect. I honestly, at the time, thought, dude, if you work with computers, like when I was a kid, I fucking built computers. You had to know how to build a computer, program a computer. You had to, fix a printer. Back in the old days, like back before even there were PCs, there were Apple IIe's. Apple IIe's and PCs came out at least, look, I'd say round about 10th grade, maybe sophomore year of high school. We're talking 1981, 82 is when, computers started proliferating. Timex, believe this or not, Timex had a computer. Atari had a desktop computer. I remember way back in the days where BASIC was the main language just for home users, and anybody could do BASIC. But anyway, what I'm saying is that I have an idea of what a high level software engineer talks about. And John is not a high level software engineer. He was probably, you know, doing scripting. It's something low level. Motherfucker, anybody can build a website. It's not that hard.
Yeah, so
Especially with
he took the comment from your channel, like I said before. So the one comment that I said that my sister-in-law, like, she works for a Fortune 500 company, a big Fortune 500 company, and she hires software engineers. And I know the type of packages that they offer them, in order to get these jobs. Like, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and she's up there. So I'm just putting, two and two together from the stuff she told me and the way that John, whatever he says, right? And like I said, from his like you smoke all day, you drink all day. Are you really capable of doing the stuff that you said you was doing at one point? I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, we have to understand why John isn't a software developer now. The motherfucker took a gun into a federal building.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's how he lost. He tells a story about his boss was, sorry but he had to do something. Dude, John couldn't go work for a software company in the DC area because they do background checks.
Yeah, you need your background checks and you need a clearance.
Yeah, and that motherfucker, he's not getting a software engineering job. The better question is, why aren't you currently a software engineer? Okay, and he will give you some song and dance. Dude, you worked. He wants to talk about, mentally ill Black people working for the white man's military. Dude, he worked for Indians. He worked for people. He worked at these software companies, and some of his bosses and coworkers weren't even, they were Asians. Whether they were citizens or not, I don't know. But dude, John is the perfect case of people really have no self-reflection. Dude, John is just a pitiful motherfucker. He couldn't get a software engineering job now in DC, especially if he wanted one. Now, if he were so high level, do consulting. But even then, it would be hard to get a job. Dude, the motherfucker, dude, I don't know what kind of fuck up it gets so drunk and high that you take a fucking weapon into a federal building.
Yeah, that right there just tells me that you're not smart at all.
If you were a software engineer, you won't be one again. And dude, I just can't think of a software engineer who would be stupid enough to forget that he has a weapon. Motherfucker, why do you even have a weapon in your fucking suitcase? What the fuck?
That doesn't make
dude
going
is
inside of a federal building.
John Galt is a fuck up. Clip it. So he can talk about all the abstract classes he wants. The bottom line is he's a fuck up. That's why he's not working in the industry now. And 50 is young. Most people John Galt's age are not just software engineers, they're managing software engineers. John's a fuck up.
Yeah. 20 years in, he should be close to C-suites.
Oh yeah. And Richard, John has no software dope. The motherfucker is a fail.
20 years
if he were so great at it, if he were so great at it, he would still be doing it. and again, dude, if you're so stupid that you fucking take a weapon into a federal building, you have no business. You have no business being trusted with that kind of shit. Oh, look who's here.
Hey, Stanley,
It's the fuck up himself. Dude. John, you can talk all that Soldier Boy bullshit. The one thing I can say I never did is take a weapon or forget that I have a weapon in my suitcase and take it into a federal building. That is, dude, mental illness. Dude, that is a cock up. That is a fucking, dude, you must
He
have
just
been
posted this,
so.
Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
He just posted that. Cause I'm on my
Yeah.
phone. I'm on my phone, so I
Well,
can't.
he just posted. He says something about I didn't get a chance to tell you thanks
Oh
for the
yeah, I
super
gave him a
chat.
super chat yesterday because I
Oh
told
yeah,
him I was gonna.
that dumb. Hey, that motherfucking fuck up came all the way over to my chat to thank you.
No, he's doing
Why
that.
don't you?
He's doing that because he thinks you're gonna get mad that I went to his
Why the
channel. That's what he
dude?
was telling me.
Dude, John, I did see that you were supposed to do a show or something. Dude, I've given up on you. I don't give a fuck. Dude, once again, I don't block you in my chat because you are a source of amusement. I bet I'm still blocked in your chat because you know the kind of fucking ruckus I will cause in your chat. I will fuck up your paying members. I will troll the shit out of you, Ponder, Speedy Gonzalez, in your fucking audience. So enjoy your time in my chat. I'm not gonna ban you, man. But you can sit here and listen to us talk about again, dude. Hey, mental illness in the military, but the one thing they teach you in the military is discipline and fucking how to handle a clearance job. Dude, taking a fucking weapon because you were so high that you forgot you had it into a federal building. Dude, I don't even know how to tell you how fucked up and dumb you have to be to do some shit like that. That is monumentally, colossally stupid. A black man, dude, hey, black man, don't tell me about blacks in the mental illness. Dude, you're a cock up. So, whoo boy. So anyway, let's move past this fucking maladjusted motherfucker.
Now I know that for this whole week I'm gonna be in all his mentions now.
Wait, Zhang says, John, I've been waiting you to punk Stanley and his loud mouth. Now, Zhang, we've been getting along so well. John coming over here and punking me on my own channel, that shit's not going to happen. He needs to scurry back over to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel and talk shit about Stanley. I
Hey
won't
Stan,
be watching.
you know he tried to ask me too. He was like, he asked me, does Stanley have a clearance? I said, John, Stanley is retired, but does he have a clearance? I said, Stanley, you do know after a couple of years your clearance it goes away, right?
Dude,
Why would he still need a clearance if
I
he's
haven't been in
retired?
the Navy in like 20, 25 years. Of course I don't have
Yeah,
a
they
clearance.
only last. I was telling him, I said they only last. I think a top lasts if you're not using it. I think it lasts up to 5 years, and I think
Yeah.
a secret lasts like 2 to 3 years. So if you're
And
not
even
using it,
if
it
you
goes
have the
away.
clearance, even if you have the clearance, they still have to go back and investigate
Yeah,
those 5
yeah,
years.
yeah. So I'm like, why would he need a clearance if he's retired? He's not working. He's retired. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, that's just how much John doesn't know. Dude, you know what? I bet John had a clearance
I
when he
should
took
have
that.
asked him, could
Dude,
you get a
you would
clearance right now?
almost, I would think if you were doing some sort of contract work on government systems, you would have to have a clearance of
Yeah, you
some
need a
sort.
clearance. You definitely need a clearance. Yep. You
Yeah,
definitely
and
need
the
it. Yeah.
motherfucker can't. That's why he's not doing software engineering right
Yeah,
now. The
you definitely
motherfucker,
need a clearance.
that motherfucker can't get a clearance.
And majority of those jobs in DC, I guarantee you need a clearance.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There, you look in the newspaper, they're all clearance jobs.
Yep.
But here's the deal: a grown ass man, fucking up his career by some stupid shit, and people can't see. This is like why I don't think a lot of people actually know how to think critically. Think about it. This motherfucker is a grown ass man, probably with kids and responsibilities and shit, fucking up his software engineering career such as it was by some bullshit. That's like that's literally like some white boy crazy bullshit. So John, I let's see, is John still here?
He's probably about to do a show now.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Probably about to do a show now.
Oh, he's still in the chat. Well, anyway, you know what? I hope he does a show, and good luck to you, John. Um, mention me and tell the gang I said hello. So let's get back to this little Nicole Hannah Jones. Unless you got more to say.
No, that's just what I was just saying. What we was talking about the other day. I wanted to tell him. If he could hear me. That I'll stop talking about him. He can stop talking about me. He'll never
You know
hear me
what?
say that he was a
In the
software
end,
engineer or nothing. I won't even talk about him no more. Starting
look,
today.
here's the deal. People like John Galt don't have any self-control. I thought that motherfucker quit drinking. I saw this one fucking thing he put out about going cold turkey. How long did that last, John?
Oh, he went back to drinking?
Fuck yeah. That
Oh,
mother
damn.
dude, it was I like I said, I don't really watch his show, but occasionally, someone like Nightish will show clips or do a reaction or something. And that Izzy Band's dude, John was a goddamn clown on Izzy Band's show. Dude, it's like John,
What's
this
the
motherfucker,
I think
this motherfucker.
he creates beefs with these guys. I don't think these
Yeah,
guys
for
create beefs with
content,
him.
probably. No, I don't keep tabs on John Zhang. It's hard not to run across John because John is trying so hard to build his channel.
You think that's why he's creating beefs with these other content creators?
I think your guess is as good as mine. The thing is I used to watch his show and Be Braves a lot. So, I still every now and again get like a pop-up, if they're gonna do a show. But I don't subscribe to
Oh, you
either
talk
one.
about in the algorithm?
Yeah, like if I
Okay.
hit, go to the home page occasionally, they'll say, oh well, show schedule at, but I don't know how is Be Brave doing. I
Stanley,
noticed he had a show yesterday.
I don't. You know, I think Be Brave is a failure. So I can't listen to a guy like that. I think he's
Well,
a failure.
I suspect he's not getting the numbers he used to.
For a
But
person to wake up every day and to talk about black people every day is you a failure.
oh, John, oh wait, hold it. Here's an interesting. I'm feeling generous. When do you expect to be monetized? It's gonna be a while, John. Nobody's subscribing to my channel. Dude, you know what? I'll be lucky if by next year at this time. Now, let me also tell you this. And let me shout out narratives and dialogues and a shout out to Mana Tomorrow. They are willing to help. So I may be more monetized. And look, narratives and Mana Tomorrow, they're legends. They're people like narratives. Both of them have like 30,000 subscribers. So having them offer to help, that's huge. So like I said, I mean, most people know that I'm kind of an acquired taste. I'm unfortunately have character flaws. However, in my opinion, couple legends are like, hey, you know what? Uh, we'll help you out. So, John, don't act
Stanley,
like
you been at this for what? A year? No. How long you been?
it'll be a year in January.
Okay. It's not bad.
And I could probably shit. Bob was monetized in a month or some bullshit like that. But the thing is I'm not going to sell my soul.
Yeah, but a lot of stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of like it's supercharged, from CT. So, if CT
Well,
was
you know
to
what?
listen, if CT was to tell his audience to go subscribe to you, you could be monetized probably tomorrow.
Oh, you know what? J Dub, you know what? I really like Savage. I think that dude is cool. Now he and I will disagree on a lot of things, but I think he's actually pretty cool. So
Savage
yeah,
who?
I'll do that
Savage who?
more. Savage, what is it? Savage Entertainment.
I thought
I
you were
have
talking
to,
about Savage Red. I
oh
said,
no, no, no,
what?
no. I don't think he has a channel. But no, yeah, you know what? Like I said, I enjoyed the show last night, and I will definitely go over there more often. And
Red
he and
Tsunami was
Midas and
military
I,
too, as well.
who?
Red Tsunami, because I see John keep.
Oh yeah, he was Air Force.
Oh, okay. So John he doesn't like anybody that was in the military. Because I see he mentioned my name, your name, Red Tsunami, and Mr. Fantastic. He probably don't even care about John. Um, he probably not even gonna respond to John.
Yeah, you know what?
I think
Like I said,
he's probably using Mr. Fantastic so to get a response out of him.
I have no idea. I don't think I've ever. I know who Mr. Fantastic is.
Yeah, he
I
was Navy.
don't.
He was prior
I've never.
Navy.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah, he did. I think he just got out, probably like a year or 2 years ago. But he did
Is that
20
right?
years. Yep,
Interesting.
20 years. I
You
think
know
he
what
was
his rate was?
either he was at ABH or ABE. He
Mhm.
was I know he was the air. Um,
Wait, aviation bosun mate?
no. He was like either he was like a fueler or he was the one that that bring down the aircraft from off the L. He was one of those two.
I don't know that much about flight
Oh, you
operation.
was never on a carrier.
No.
Oh, okay, yeah. We have ABHs, ABEs. It's another A something.
I used to know almost all the rates. I don't know them anymore because
Yeah, they probably
a lot
a
of them
lot.
were
A lot of them changed too
consolidated.
since you
Yeah,
was there.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to check Mr. Fantastic's channel out.
Oh, you're not gonna like what he says. You're not gonna.
Oh, okay. Well, then
Not
I'll
gonna like what he
definitely
says.
have to tune in.
Yeah, you're not gonna like
You
it.
know what, Red Tsunami, again, I felt comfortable over there. Savage is a good host, and you know what? Sometimes people just gel personality wise. Um, and Nightish and he and I and Steve, who was over there, we'll probably do something. Just even if it's just hop up on a panel and talk about some history topic, boring stuff. But even like Savage and Nightish, they've been around a while. So John will try and roast me about being monetized, but it's not like I need the fucking money. I could use it. Who couldn't? But it'll grow the way it needs to grow. And to be honest, I'm not sure I want to be monetized. Um, it seems to me that doing the cash apps are really the way to go. If YouTube is going to take 30%. Now, the one thing I do like about the super chats is, hey, if you want your question to be highlighted and bring it to, like force the host to read it, yeah, that's fine. But I like the way Nightish does it. Send me a $2 super chat and send the rest of the money via Cash App.
Yeah.
Um,
But didn't John say he didn't? Didn't John mention he didn't care about being monetized? Now it's a big thing now,
I
huh?
think with John at this point, it's really just to prove that he can, mostly to rub it in my face. I take up a
But you
lot
don't
of
care
hate.
about it, Stanley. You don't care
Oh, no,
about
no,
it.
no, no. He just wants, like, dude, he came into my chat talking about super chats. Like he literally said, "Well, I'm feeling generous. I'd send you a super chat. When you gonna be monetized?" That high school bullshit. I'm feeling generous. When do you expect to be monetized? Well, motherfucker, maybe never. Dude, no one is subscribing to this channel. You know, I appreciate all 259 of my subscribers. I love you all dearly. Look, I try not to do the fuckery, and fuckery seems to be what, attracts people. And, Saturday, Sunday, and I'm not above doing it, but it's got to be actual like funny shit. Fuckery for the sake of fuckery is not that funny. What's that? You know what? You're right about that. Uh, I should make. That is a good idea. See, this is what I call contributing to the show. I would have never thought to do that. So thank you there, J Dub. He can find it and
John must have somebody in his chat that's watching you all day.
well, I don't even start till, somewhere between 1 and
Yeah,
2.
but it's just like he find either he's watching it or he got somebody else that's watching you all day just to see if somebody is
That's
saying
fine.
something about him.
You know what? It is just one more viewer. Instead of 3 viewers, I'll have 4. So I appreciate any contribution that John Galt makes to my channel. It's kind of like old times. He used to help me out um, with, boosting viewers and stuff like that. And that he can't figure out how to send a Cash App is fine. Um, he is helping me with viewers. What more could I ask for? So thanks,
For,
John Galt.
for a man to have a real estate empire, he shouldn't be worried about me. I tell you that.
No, John, I think I think it's you know, John, he's John. He's thinking like a software developer.
I guess. I guess.
Software developers love them some gossip. So let's see. Give me one sec here. I got to follow up on Red Tsunami's very good suggestion. So John will be a title of my show. Thanks, John. Let's see. John just wrote something. Let's see here. 4. Let's see. Where is the super chat button? There is no super chat button, John. I'm not monetized. CKJ3, you are so boring. There is nothing I wanted to ask you. See, I'm saying it in Ponder's voice. I am your content. Ha ha. Oh, well, John, you ought to come by more often. Stanley, you've been looking in the paper for a job? What? Wait, hold it. Why would I be looking in the newspaper for a job? Who the fuck buys newspapers? You
You know,
moron.
I'm boring, but you just
Like,
John got me. John has me in like 10 of his posts, but I'm boring.
why the fuck?
10.
Why the fuck would I be looking in the newspaper for a job, dude? Newspapers? That's so 20th century. On Saturday, I snitched to John and told him you said he had HIV. Stanley, that was beyond the pale. Did I say that? Well, fuck, if I did, John needs to learn how to take a joke. Snitch. So, you know what? It's beyond the pale that you're a snitch, Jang. Dude, that's almost as sad. Let's see. Stanley subscribes to the NYT for the help wanted ads. Since I don't live in New York, does the New York Times have help wanted ads? He's smoking that good. Look, all I have to say, he likes to read the paper over the screen. God damn. Now it's like John comes over in this chat and the whole chat just starts worshiping John like he's some fucking internet god. The motherfucker doesn't even have 2,000 subscribers. What is it with you people? John is a celebrity. Is he really? You did not say that. I just like really? Because I was like, man, I was drinking Saturday, but I HIV and John Galt would have actually
Oh,
never entered my mind. I don't know. Other than John's a big ass baby daddy who doesn't live in the same city with his kids. That's all I know about you know, anything, you know. John Galt below the belt. I don't care. Zhang ain't shit. Now just famous on the YT streets. Famous and infamous. There are a lot of people who don't like John Galt. More than one might suspect. More than I ever suspected, to be honest. I also suspect one of the reasons, and I don't know this for sure, but oh, there it is. John is live. 1 minute ago he went live. I united the deaf, dumb, blind, and mentally something or another. So John is live.
I told you he was going to go live.
Yeah, I don't
Me,
really care.
me and you are talking, so he got to go live.
Well, probably you think we're his content?
Definitely, definitely,
Well, let's check it out.
definitely.
Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, there we are. Oh, god damn, dude. You know, John looks a lot better with a haircut, like shaving it bald. Now see, he's got another guy in there with him.
Is it on the screen?
So
Or I don't see it.
oh no, I'm not putting that shit
Oh
up.
yeah, yeah, okay.
John does not deserve a viewing on my sacrosanct, my holy show. Infamous means mo famous. No, Daddy O. So anyway, let's see though. Okay, dude, this motherfucker is crashing out. Look at this shit. Oh, dude is going crazy.
Who are you talking about?
He's prison for weak blacks. What's oh wait, he just Galt just asked John Galt just asked what's the difference between the military and prison? Well, in the military, they hand you a gun to shoot on the range. Um, Otherwise, you wind up in prison if you fucking take a gun into a federal building. John, you
He
of
said
all
what's the difference between the
he said, "What's
military
the
and
difference
prison?
between the military and prison?" I'm like, "Well, John, you
How can
ran."
how can anybody take him serious?
You know what? I have no fucking clue. Dude, in the military, they will give you a gun to shoot under controlled circumstances. John, you know what'll happen if you walk into a federal building? You will wind up in jail. Now, you didn't wind up in a prison, I imagine. But dude, this motherfucker, man, I just cannot imagine a 50-year-old black man with this kind of responsibility being so ignorant. That motherfucker is ignorant. And I don't mean he doesn't know shit. Like my mother used to call someone who just, a black person, black man, who just acted like a jackass, ignorant. Dude, John is a jackass. God damn. It's so sad. And he wants to know why black people can't work together. Motherfucker, nobody's working with a dickhead like you. Oh, fuck. Oh, look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker is this
Right? They have
motherfucker
none.
is
I got
crashing
my lovely
the
lady
fuck
Lisa.
out.
She called me. She said, "John, I love you so much. I love you so much. John, I done lost a little weight. I'm even prettier than I used to be."
Jesus Christ.
The old nigga got no women. This CKJ3, his wife, can you imagine what a dumb, low IQ nigga like CKJ3, what his woman must look like?
Oh,
Right? Right? He probably don't want to go home and look at that ugly sister, right? Because he never talks about her. He talks about his sister-in-law, so maybe his brother got a
I'm
woman.
not even a content creator. What is he talking about?
But he never talks about his wife. But
Yeah,
I'm not even a content creator, man.
This motherfucker.
I'm not on YouTube. I'm not a content creator.
Motherfucker.
What is he talking?
Oh God, John. Oh, dude.
But Stanley, check this out, Stanley. Check this out, Stanley.
We know.
I have one wife. I have 2 kids by the same woman, and I'm married. That's all that.
Let me see. Here. Look, I don't know what to say. except this motherfucker is a 50-year-old father of many baby kids. And this is what, instead of being with his children, this motherfucker is online talking about other men's wives. What kind of crazy shit is that? This is some real bullshit. And for the folks who are like subscribed to John Galt, dude, y'all are paying for this? This is just, I honestly don't know what to say. And did you know there's an urban landlady? Ooh. Wow. There's your urban landlady. I think I would rather be on her channel. Fuck. So we might need to check out the urban landlady. What's up, Black Knight? Subscription is free, membership is paid. No, there's some people who actually are members of John Galt's channel. And shout out to them. I'm sure it's money well spent. I know John Galt has an X account, but I can't remember. Oh, wait. I think is it. Oops. There we are. Let's see here. Apparently, he does not go live. Oh shit, he doesn't use this account a lot. Anyway, yeah, she's kind of cute actually. Might have to check her out. She doesn't have a large following. She's only got like 13 followers or something. But it is interesting that there is an urban landlady. And so let's see. I have been up on 6 hours. You know what? It is time to get off of here. Oh wait, CK's back. Because I'm actually
Can you hear me, Stanley?
planning. I'm actually planning on doing a pizza tonight. I need something other than turkey.
Can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay. He was still crashing out.
No, that's Daniel. That's Daniel Penny. I don't know why he decided to use that picture on his X account. Go ahead, CK.
No, I was saying he was still crashing out.
Oh yeah. Why wouldn't he?
It's amazing, man.
Oh, this motherfucker. Look, this motherfucker is.
stupid. They probably need to give him a gun. Johnny, they probably need to get him.
Okay, look at this motherfucker. Well, here's the deal. He's talking about McNamara's follies, and he addressed what's his name? Latino for Trump. Like Latino for Trump has any clue who McNamara was. See, John is an idiot. Look at him. McNamara folly. What does that have to do with black people? Where does it say black in this paragraph? See, John just, it is so sad.
McNamara's follies, man. Don't you understand? Right? Oh, but that's crazy. This is crazy. I'm telling you.
Gee,
I already
listen
knew,
to
John.
him.
I already knew.
What kind of drugs
I
is
already
John
knew.
on?
I already knew. I already knew how blacks are. I've been seeing this for years. Right? And Johnny Boy said, this is why we lost the Vietnam War. Hell yeah.
Okay, so wait, hold it.
We lost the war, man. They tried to enlist a bunch of.
Okay, so this motherfucker is listening to Johnny Boy's analysis of U.S. history? Dude, yeah, that sounds about right for someone.
Stanley, and that says it all. That right there says it all. Look at him. He's in a room.
Yeah, this motherfucker is
he's in a room
totally off
guy
the.
that he knows that he's probably better than, but he has to be in a room with other guys just like Johnny Boy. He can't be
Is
in a
that
room.
Johnny
he
Boy
can't-
right there?
Yeah, because he just said it. John can't be in a room with me. He can't be in a room with you.
Yeah. Well, you know
can't.
what? All I have to say,
Stanley, it makes
is
him
that-
feel some type of way. That's why he's been crashing out. John's been crashing out since whenever I made that comment. Thursday, Friday. Today is Monday, and he's still crashing out. Because I said I don't believe he was a software engineer. Just think about that, Stanley. He's upset that I don't believe he was a software engineer. He would rather for me to call him a slumlord than to say he wasn't a software engineer. And he's crashing out right now.
well, that's an odd conversation to have.
He's crashing out.
Yeah, that's all right. You know, dude.
And the people in his audience, Stanley, they can't see it. That he has a problem. There's something is wrong with him. He's a weirdo.
Well, I think the people actually do see it, and they're just
Stanley,
they're
they
just
have to be
waiting.
weirdos too to take up for it.
Well, no, I think they're just waiting for the crash. You know how people will fucking.
But Stanley, but
you
he's
know-
been crashing out. He's been crashing out. To crash out on me, and I'm not even a YouTube content creator. I'm pointless. Like I said, I'm just in the chat. And the crazy thing about that, Stanley, I'm not even in his chat. I can see if I was in his chat talking shit to him, but I'm not.
Well, I think he's assuming that you know, we're watching intently over here.
No, but what I'm saying is he's seen something that I said in your chat, Stanley. I didn't post it in his chat.
Oh yeah, you know, I keep
And for
forgetting
him,
that.
listen here, Stanley. For him to say that he never pays attention to you, Stanley, that's a goddamn lie. Because how would you know what I'm saying in Stanley's chat, who's not monetized, who's not on your level, but you worried about what I'm saying in Stanley's chat?
Oh, I'm on John's level.
No, but what I'm saying, he thinks you're not on his level though, Stanley. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see.
He thinks that.
Look, here's the deal. Like I said, at some point, you know, I will get with narratives or Man of Tomorrow or both. The thing is that I'm never going to be the level of entertainer. You know, I'm boring, and I like doing what I do. I like the little circle, the little band of brothers that we have, and you know, I would never be a Dave Chappelle. I would always be like like a Paul Mooney.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
when he don't,
doing the yeah.
but when he doesn't, that's how I know a lot of these guys is not smart, right? Because he likes to describe what's going on in DC, right? DC is not
Right.
Georgia, DC is not Ohio. It's not like I think he was mentioning the other day like a row house in DC is like 1.3 million or something. You know what I could buy here for 1.3 million in Ohio, in my area, with 1.3 million? What I can
Oh,
have
I can only imagine.
with 1.3 million compared to I'm spending 1.3 million in the ghetto? Come on, man. But he thinks DC is everywhere, and it's not.
It doesn't really matter. Look,
I'm just saying
I
the people in this audience like to
what
respond
property?
and they like to talk mess and they really think John is smart. John is really not smart. He's really not smart. Him taking a gun into a federal building, I know he's stupid. That alone
that
wipes everything out about you being a software engineer. That let me know that you're dumb.
Well, the deal is that everyone has that one area that they're actually good at doing. Let's just
No,
say
no, Stanley.
he's a
No,
savant.
Stanley. No, Stanley. No, no, no,
Well,
no,
I'm trying to
no,
work with.
no. Taking a gun, you forgetting you got a gun on you into a federal building in DC is stupid. It's stupid, Stanley. Anything could have happened to him.
Right.
In DC. We talk about DC.
Oh, look, I don't
Not
even know where
not
to.
somewhere else. We talk about you took a gun into a federal building in DC and you got the nerve to call me, you, or anybody else that joined the military dumb. You're the idiot. You're really stupid.
Yeah, he's you know what? Now the other thing is you're aware of his military history, right?
Yeah, I think he quit.
Yeah, the motherfucker
And that
didn't
and,
even
and
make
that
it,
and that right
he
there
didn't even make
lets
it
me
out
know.
of
Right, and that
Fort
right there, Stanley,
Jackson. Is it
lets me
Fort
know that
Jackson
he has
on
a
the
weak
East
mind.
Coast?
He has a weak
Oh
mind,
yeah.
Stanley.
Oh yeah.
He's weak. He's weak. He's weak. And him hanging around that Johnny boy, like nothing against Johnny boy, but I could tell he's kind of off. But you like to be around somebody for real, Stanley. Think about this. He likes to be around him all the time, and he's off, Stanley. It's the
Oh,
reason he like to be around a guy like that.
yeah, so he can feel superior. Dude,
Right,
you
Stanley.
remember
Right.
he was trying to get uh Solid Snake. He was trying hard to get Solid Snake out there to come work for him.
And you see where I'm
Dude,
going with this, Stanley. You
that
see
would
where
have
I'm
been
going
the
with this.
worst mistake.
But what I'm
That
saying,
would
but you
have,
see the type of people he likes to be
yeah,
around.
yeah.
Just think about the people who's attracted to him. Think about them, and they like to come around. They like to say certain things or whatever. Like I said, I don't know too much about Latino for Trump, but he's on the internet all day, so I know you're not making no money. You're a fucking bum. You living off your girl.
Oh, dude, you know what? I once made.
Stanley, I can read these dudes
Oh yeah,
like night and
dude,
day.
dude.
You're not productive.
Well, see, let me also say this. I suspect, and I do not know, but dude selling weed out of the house or some bullshit.
Stanley, I don't think he's doing that. I think his wife probably got a decent job and she's taking care of him. Now he's a YouTube content creator. Dude, I mean, you might as well. You be on the fucking internet all goddamn day.
Now take a look at what Slick says. Apparently Brave talked Snake out of going to work for John Galt. Even fucking Be Brave knows. I would love to have heard that conversation. Oh,
Did
know
did
what?
you hear did you hear what John offered him though?
No. What are you offering?
These people are not smart, Stanley. These people are not smart at all. They are not smart. They come on the internet and they just talk because they got Wi-Fi, Stanley. That's it. For real. They come on the internet and they talk because they have Wi-Fi. A lot of these people are not smart at all. At all. And you could just hear them talk and you just let them talk and they tell them on themselves. You know what I'm saying? All
Right.
day, every day, they tell them themselves. Like I
Well,
said, John probably owns real estate, but he's pretending like he's a maintenance officer.
oh,
He's the
dude, you
maintenance
know
guy.
what? And I think I can
And it's a
understand
reason why he gotta
why.
act like he's the maintenance guy because of how he live and where he stays at. Is the reason he stays in that area. To everybody else, yeah, well, I'm staying over here because you know it's smart. John, you're not building nothing in that community. You're not building
Oh
nothing. You're not
yeah,
doing no develop. You're not a developer. You're
right.
not doing nothing. You living there because
software or real estate.
come on, man. Come on, man. Software engineers are making at least $250, and a lot of them are working two
In
jobs. So you
his area, yeah.
yes, and a lot of them you can work two jobs and make 500K a year,
Damn. Yeah.
and that's not even including the stock options that you're getting when you signing on. You know these bonuses that a lot of these software engineers getting when they're working for these companies. Like, come on, man. I know how it goes, man. I know how it goes, man. The guy's really not that smart, man. He's not.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is how McNamara's folly has anything to do with his point about blacks. I'm assuming he means today. Like, I didn't serve in the Vietnam War. What the fuck? John is just weak. And, I think you're right. A lot of folks in his, you know, his audience,
Stanley, they are not bright. Either they're not
well,
bright
I'm
or
going to
they just
say,
like to see
I'm going to
they just
say
like to
that
see
they're,
they like to see they like to see the BS, Stanley. That's it.
well, let's just say,
It's a clown
well,
show.
some of it is that, and I'm going to be honest, some of these people are just racist and they enjoy seeing a black
That
man
too.
make a fool of himself.
That too.
And
That too.
a lot of others think that, oh, hey, John's telling the truth about black people.
But he's not.
And then,
He's not. He's not. He's not. Because Universal Jones don't fit that criteria. And he's on this panel every day.
is he really?
Every time I see he's up there or he's in the chat, he doesn't fit John's criteria. He's successful.
You know what? I think that's kind of in the eye of the beholder. I think Universal's doing fine, but I mean,
But what I'm saying is for a guy to be working on his masters or whatever he has that he's working on, no, he could talk very well. He doesn't fit that criteria that John talks about. And he's on the panel with John while John is talking down on black people, and he doesn't fit that criteria. Make it make sense.
okay, but you do know that Universal agrees with John talking down on black people. I've heard Universal do it.
It just really doesn't make sense to me.
I watch Universal's he occasionally does shows on his own channel.
Mm-hmm.
Universal is a little bit more objective than John, but at the root of it, he thinks black people are fucked up too.
I guarantee if you ask Universal, he would never hang with a Johnny boy.
Well, that's not my point. My point
no, but
listen,
because what's his background?
You know what? Universal did a show and talked about his background actually.
And he's
about a week ago.
And what does he do for a living?
He's a psychologist.
And he can't see he can't see what John is going through in front of his face. He can't see that. I don't have a degree in that.
Honestly,
and I can see it.
Honestly, I don't know. I've never asked him about it. But I suspect if he's on John's show every day, that there's some
But he
point
has
of agreement.
if that's his career field, he has to see
I don't
it.
know about that.
Think about it, Stanley. Think about it. He has to see it. If he does this every day for a living, and he comes on a panel with this guy crashing out, starting beef with people, drinking, smoking all day, hanging with low life people, he has to see that.
Well, maybe John is a test case.
I
maybe
can
maybe he's writing a paper on John.
me personally, I can't vouch for a man like that. I can't vouch for you. I can't. I cannot.
Well, it's all
And
going
some
to
of the
come
stuff, like I
down.
said, some of the stuff that he has done, like he doesn't think, he just do certain things. Like I said, putting the people, like I said, he doxed my name the other day. He wasn't even thinking about doxing my name. He just threw it up there.
Oh, you know
Just
what? I
just to get a
forgot
joke
to
off.
bring that up while
Just to get
John
a
was
joke
in the
off.
chat.
Yeah, just to get a joke
Dude,
off.
that was so much bullshit.
Yeah. But he
Portia
does stuff like that.
probably.
He does stuff like that to get a joke off because he's trying to one up somebody, but not knowing like I really don't. Me personally, I don't care.
Yeah,
I
but
really don't
what
care
I
about it.
feel bad about is Portia is involved in this.
Yeah, but
And
that's how much he doesn't care about anybody else.
he doesn't give a he
He
doesn't
doesn't
give
really care.
he's just like I said, he's just sloppy.
Yeah, but he would go that far to try to pull a narrative so he can have one up on you. And all this is stem from is because I don't believe he was a software engineer because I said he was help desk. So you gotta go over a year ago into your email to find something so you could show your audience. Man, you have a problem, dude. You have a problem.
Yeah, that was a good one. Dumb doxing.
Yeah, you have a problem. When you know you have people in your audience that does certain things, like I said, when he was asking about your background, the dude Mike from Boston, you want me to do some investigation? Dude, he could have did that with me. I don't know. I mean, I don't care.
Oh, but let me I talked to Mike on another channel about that. You know what? That's malpractice. Malpractice. He could get his license taken for doing shit like that.
Yeah, but Stanley,
And I got the video clip.
Right, but think about him just saying it on the internet. He's a dummy, Stanley. That's how these people are not smart. For him just mentioning it, let me know that he's not a smart guy. He's an idiot.
Well, I think Mike, probably didn't know I was watching at the time.
It doesn't matter, Stanley. Why would you even want to
Well,
investigate
no.
another
What
man?
I'm saying, look,
Why would you want to investigate another man and say it on the internet?
I have
my point, Stanley, is these people are stupid. But they are the main ones talking because they have Wi-Fi, Stanley. They're stupid.
Now look at this silly motherfucker here, Brian. Well, a lot of blacks blame other groups rather than fixing themselves. Well, Brian, you need to take that message over to John Galt's chat. That motherfucker needs to fix himself. Dude, he is broken. He's a baby daddy, not living with anywhere like he doesn't even live in the same state as his kids. He's got multiple baby mamas. Dude, John is who you need to be talking about. My life is fixed. CKJ3's life fixed. There's no problem. Take that fucking rhetoric over to John's chat. Dude, John is fucked up. And Johnny Boy, God only knows.
He
You
does.
need
He
to
does
take the
20
message
hours.
to the right. You need to take the message to the right channel there, sir.
Stanley, he does
UJ
20
agrees with
hour shows,
you.
right?
Fucking, you know what? Universal Jones is not the picture of a fucking perfect black man. He's got his own issues. So who gives a fuck if Universal Jones agrees with you? That's supposed to hold sway? Dude, I like you, Brian. So I'm not gonna say what I would say, but dude, Universal knows where I stand. I respect Universal. I think he's successful, but dude, he's no fucking Einstein. They don't take accountability. Again, you've been hanging out with John Galt and you know,
Who is
it,
they? Who is they?
black people.
These
See,
people, man.
this
These
he's
people are
talking about
slow.
all black people.
Yes,
All
okay.
black people, all black people are responsible for all black people. And if the black people are fucked up, all black people are responsible for that. That's that be brave level stuff.
And you know what, Stanley? These people will say this and then go to John panel, and he be on YouTube for 20 hours out the day. Don't tuck his kids in. Don't read him a story. Don't talk to him. But he's on the internet all day, and he got little kids like me. Make it make sense.
What's up, man? Of tomorrow.
Oh, what's going on, man?
Make it
Cut out
make
for
it
a
Oh,
make
second.
nothing
sense.
much. Just roasting and talking about a former colleague.
Make it make sense, Stanley.
This is
How,
this
how
is
can
this
how
is
can you
this
be on the internet all day and you got little kids and you ain't spend no time with them?
be a John Galt.
But you talking about the black community.
Wait, hold on. Let
People
this,
like you hate on me. You know what's
now
interesting?
this is the John Galt we all know and love. A 50-year-old baby daddy, never been married, doesn't even live
What?
in the same doesn't
Oh,
even
man,
live
man,
in the
tomorrow.
same
He doesn't like military people at all, too. So
Oh,
I
that's cool.
guarantee he doesn't
doesn't
like you.
doesn't live in the same state as his kids. But this motherfucker basically says black people are mentally ill if they join the military, or only mentally ill black people join the military.
Oh yeah.
Black members
You know
more
that
right.
free health care for life. You know that no money down for a home loan. That actual, getting your school paid for through a fucking master's, which I got accomplished. Like I don't know how else you was gonna get that through 5.5 years of any other job in this country, especially as a 17-year-old from the Mississippi Delta. Please tell me
With
what
no
else you
debt?
going.
With no debt?
Yeah, yeah, that's
With
what I'm
no
saying.
debt?
Yeah, and look, after I was homeless, guess who paid for my CDL? Voc Rehab.
Yep.
What ways to talk about?
Yep. Yep.
Nah, it's just that what these people do is they put their own insecurities down on other people because you never see highly accomplished people talk and say stupid shit like this. I think it's funny, man. Like I don't know how you walk around with that much angst of people who are in better situations than you, man. Like
I don't know how you can be 50 years old and not like feel some kind of way. Dude, he literally is taking time to, talk about me and CKJ3 and all these other people. Dude, why aren't you with your kids?
No,
It's
man, like men spend niggas
almost
do it all the
8:30.
time. What are you talking about, bro? Like these people do it all night. Like, dude, like, they made like a 24-hour dumb nigga network, man. Like, bro, like these people exist, man. They do.
I know they exist, but I'm just trying to figure out, dude, do they
Social
even
media
have
has amplified the ignorant motherfuckers around, man.
Yes.
And,
Yes, I agree.
what they
Yes.
do is they try to weaponize and stagnate, ODMs, man, other dumb niggas, man. And
Yep.
you know, I think it's very because they'll say all that crazy shit, and then they'll say how I should come back to the community and hire these reprobate motherfuckers to fuck up my business. Like, man, fuck out of here. No, that shit dies with you, man. That shit dies with you. I'm not helping your kids. I'm not hiring your bitch. I'm not doing none of that shit. And people should have been on this, not listening to older, unaccomplished dudes, man. It's just,
Well, the
it's
thing
sad.
is on paper he is accomplished, but dude, he's just look.
Stanley, that's what he says. We really don't know.
Yeah, man, we don't know, man.
A lot, if you pay attention to him, a lot of stuff does not add up. I'm
Right,
telling you.
I
that's
don't know
true.
nobody
It
who's
does not
knocking it
add
out of the
up.
park, man, who talk like this, Stanley. I just don't know those people. I just don't know them.
A lot of stuff does not add up, Stanley. I'm telling you. For him to criticize me, you, or anybody that went to the military, that's insane to me. It's insane.
Well, what's insane to me is you look, I'm retired.
Same
And
here.
I don't
And,
even
and Stanley, and he wants you to
I
go
don't
back. He
even
wants you to go
spend
back and
all
work.
day.
And he wants
I'm
you to go
sorry,
back and
what?
work. I said, and he wants you to go back and work. Not
For
understanding
what?
that you can get up anytime you want, come to YouTube, and just fuck off.
Well, wait, hold it.
Because you put
Why would
Stanley,
he?
because you put yourself in position to do that. He doesn't see that.
Right, but what I'm gonna ask you is why would John Galt even think of me? Why is he thinking of me?
Because he's not smart, Stanley. I keep telling you, Stanley,
Why does
he's
he
really
give that
dumb.
much of a fuck?
Stanley, I'm not even a YouTube content creator. Why does he care about me and what I say? I'm just a
Dude,
guy. I'm just a guy on the internet.
He needs to take care of them kids.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this 50-year-old with fucking fresh baby shit, man.
Hey,
yeah,
man, I don't understand that. Man.
Well, I mean, I was 41 when my son was born. He's 19.
But you didn't have multiple
So,
baby mamas, Stanley. He waited till he was 50 to have multiple baby mamas. Stanley. Come on,
no,
make it
I
make
did
sense.
not. Now, I will say, I will be the only black man that I'm aware of. I was making a joke with my sister a few years ago about, I'm going to be the only motherfucker who on his deathbed will wish he just been more promiscuous. I should have, I should have fucked more women, but, unfortunately, I was trained.
Man.
I was raised
Stan, you know what
by
that
my
shows, Stanley?
parents.
You know what that shows? That a lot of these guys don't have discipline.
Oh,
discipline.
Yeah.
I never believed in the myth of consequence-free, unlimited pussy, man. I am sorry.
No, there will always be consequences.
I just don't believe that shit. Especially
It
being in the
shows-
military as a
it
fucking
shows
MP,
discipline.
breaking up all these fights and crazy weird shit going on.
Oh yeah, I
man.
forgot you. Yeah, I forgot that you were an MP.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. And I have been kind of curious about this. What the fuck is this quarter zip bullshit?
Quarter zip? What?
Oh, I can tell you what
Yeah,
it is, Stan. I can tell you what it is.
yeah.
So they got like this little thing going on where I don't know if you ever pay attention to the so-called YNs and how they dress.
Oh, okay.
Like they wear like Nike tracksuits or whatever. So now they're not being YNs no more. That they're dressing nice and wearing a quarter zip like sweater or something like that. They're dressing like nice now. So they're not YNs no more. They're YNs. They're young men now. So people are like some women are like going on like TikTok and complaining like that they trying to be like, oh you trying to dress like a white man now.
What?
Just a bunch of dumb shit. Let's see, it's stupid, man. Like you're mad that some of these young guys they don't want to wear Nike tracksuits no more, but they want to put on slacks and a sweater now. You upset now?
Well, my father used to tell me clothes make the man. Maybe they'll live up to their quarter zip and slacks.
Yeah, I mean, But you have some
I mean, there's
people go on
always
TikTok
hope.
and they're complaining about it, saying like, "Oh,
Yeah,
you
but
trying to
how
act
can
Well,
you
like
be
the white
complaining
man now."
about how a dude dress if you gonna still fuck with the same level of
exactly.
Delta November
Yeah,
or Yankee
Exactly.
November, man? Like, oh, okay, all right, man. Wow,
Well, two
man.
things here. Zhang Wei being the troll that he is, will more women look back and ask themselves, should I have fucked
Fuck
more
more dudes.
scammers? Well, that while that is a good joke, you know what my answer is? Yes.
it is true, Stanley. Though you see plenty of women making videos about it.
Yeah, dude, I'm a one woman guy. I think if
Yeah,
there was one time back in my 20s that I had like it wasn't exactly two girlfriends, but I juggled two women for a weekend. And you know what? It wasn't stressful, but dude, why? You know,
yeah,
um,
I can't feel that shit, man. I can't. And I made it a point to never be around dudes who were doing that shit, cause
yeah, yep,
even when I was a bounty hunter, man, most of those dudes in those situations, about 90% of them, it revolves around child support or domestic violence with a bitch that you shouldn't have been with. 90, especially a woman you never should have been with, dude. About 98% of the cases are that shit.
right. But here's why I bring up that quarter zip thing. Let me blow this up a little bit. This is big discussions 76. Like, how is quarter zips a revisit of appearance, image, and culture? How is
Yeah,
that a
but that
big
dude,
discussion?
no. He's a pharmacology PhD talking about this stupid shit.
Yeah, but I mean, how is that even
It's not a
important?
big discussion. It's a dumb nigga discussion. What he wants to do is he wants to actually he wants the dumb nigga audience, and that's why him as a PhD he's doing all these dumb nigga based things because he did an actual interview with Jeff St. James too talking about marriage. A
Yeah.
PhD pharmacology major worried about marriage not being the same. Okay, so you got
You
all
know
these
what?
dudes with credentials who know how to do research, but somehow they're all in the middle. They're all Republicans, and they all like, oh well, just don't date liberal women. It's like
Well,
I don't think that's
actually,
the case.
he had Jeff St. That's how I discovered Jeff St. James on Big Discussions show.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and yeah, it was kind of fascinating to be honest.
I know because
So
it's fascinatingly fucking
Hey, Stanley, I'll
ignorant
get
for
with
an
you tomorrow. My
actual
daughter's coming out for practice. You heard
for
me?
an actual clinician, a person who actually sees people for a living, to be staging these dumb nigga s based conversations about not solving problems. I think it's fucking fascinating.
bigwordsarepowerful.com. This is interesting.
Oh god. But listen, man. Dumb niggas are the infinitely renewable resource of male exploitation. There is too many of them around, and these dudes want to be exploited. They want to be escorted right back into the actual blast furnace, which is the wrong type of women. And you need to understand that all these dudes are like Kevin Samuel dropouts, man. They're desperately trying to fucking do all this shit that was here before. They're gonna try every other way but the right way. And I say, man, just leave them the fuck behind, man. When they ask for help, just do that content on it. See where these dudes spend their time, man.
This is kind of. Why do you use those big words all of the time? Classmates from the Campus West College Learning Laboratory back in Buffalo, New York. What? I hope his answer was
See,
because I read books.
or else he hangs around dumb niggas. To do dumb nigga content.
You know what? You know what? That's actually a good point. If you hang around people who know big words too, they're not going to ask you that.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah. I mean, but they see how these dudes were raised. They know these dudes want a father figure. You know.
Look, I think that's a great thing. And be a good father figure. I'm not, Jeff St. James as say kind of a father figure or a mentor figure. Probably better than nothing.
Nah, dude, that's like okay, all right. Let me slightly disagree and push back.
Okay.
Okay, if you're lost and Jeff St. James and these PhD hucksters is what you see as masculinity, you're going to continually be lost. They saw Kevin
Mhm.
Samuels as masculinity. They saw fucking BGS as masculinity. And it's like, it's not the fact that you're lost. It's what you turn to when you're lost. That's the problem.
Well, I think that yeah, we have a problem here in this whatever this sector is of the internet. Um, but the thing that fascinates me is these are not young people that tune into these shows.
I
These are
know they're
people in their
stunted growth
30s and 40s.
adults. Yes, they're stunted
Yeah.
growth adults, man.
Yeah, that part is the fascinating part.
Look, man, a lot of these dudes just have a logic and reason disability. That's all. And how they solve problems is they double and triple down on shit that they shouldn't be double and triple down on. Look, at the end of the
You would
day,
actually
can't
think
help it.
though someone who has a PhD apparently from the University of Michigan, which is not, that's
Easy.
a
It's not easy
really
to
good
graduate from that
school.
program. I can guarantee you.
Yeah. Why is he even that concerned with this?
But at the end of the day, he sees what the rest of these PhDs see. They see a bunch of lost men who need some flowery language to feel happy and weak, and that's what they're here to take advantage of. A bunch of weak ass men. Look, I don't have a problem with it. I just keep pointing it out so people can see
Right.
this is what the problem solving people who went to school are doing with their motherfucking time. Okay, you know how you have an image issue? Being on some bullshit online with your fucking face out there. That's how you have a fucking image issue. So now, me as a business owner, am I supposed to like overcompensate by putting these dumb niggas on my team and trying to level these niggas up for what reason? No, hell no. Fuck that. Should I rather work with fucking gays and Mexicans and fucking women before I fuck with these niggas? Fuck that.
Well, I just I guess if you have spare time, this is what you do. But one thing I wanted to say, I caught a little bit of your Saturday show too,
Oh yeah.
where your comment about you don't want to put your audience through more than 30 minutes of Jeff St. James at a time. That actually made me laugh. It was like you're kind to your audience.
Yeah. He isn't a clinician, but this is quite abusive shit. No, you can catch septic shock, listening to this fucking shit for too long, man. It's kind of like, walking around the walkers, man. Now they can end up biting your ass at some point, and then you one of them motherfuckers.
Well, one thing's for sure. I do notice that he's had a few women up there. Let's see if you know any of these people.
No, I've seen the list. I've never heard of most of them.
Now I
I
know
have seen them
who
online.
this lady is. I think she's gorgeous, by the way. DD Reactions. I've watched her channel on
God damn.
occasion.
Woo! On the right. Damn, she look like fucking What's that chick that fucking Russell Wilson married to? Yeah, that's
Oh,
what she looked like.
Sierra.
Yeah, yeah, she looked. Yeah, she looked
She
real.
is good looking.
Oh yeah.
But there's let's see
Yeah,
here.
Obsidian got kicked off the internet again a couple of days
Oh,
ago.
really? What? Wait,
Yeah, for
when? He was just on Freezy's show.
no, I mean he could be on there as a guest. He just ain't gonna have no channel on YouTube. His channel got shut down again.
Well, wait. Oh, I didn't realize he'd started it up again.
Yeah, he started up again. He came back to YouTube, still trolling the shit out of black women, and they got him the fuck out of here again.
Oh man. Well, somebody probably called and just said he's at it again.
No, like YouTube will let you come back if you'll be on some different shit. Like this is why Tommy Sotomayor they got him out of here permanently because he kept making like thousands of fucking channels and they couldn't get rid of that motherfucker. So they just had to kill this motherfucker off completely. I mean, they still let him be guest on other people's shows or whatnot, but he'll never have a channel, on his own,
Wow. Permanent? I mean, can you actually get a permanent ban?
Yes.
Damn.
A lot of huge YouTubers got that permanent ban shit, man.
Holy cow. I could only imagine. Was he that bad?
No, it's just that what he does is he antagonizes a group of people.
Well, I mean, I antagonize people, I'm sure, but damn.
No.
Oh.
Not deliberately women. Like
Oh,
celebrating
yeah.
women losing jobs. I mean, just some borderline, the white supremacist type shit. But, I don't get these dudes who want to blame women for shit, man. I can't wait to not
I
be
don't
with
get
women
it.
who are not fucking worthwhile, man.
Well,
I can't fuck with
the
it.
funny thing is that honestly, it escapes, it defies my reasoning ability. I literally heard somebody, and the show shall remain nameless because he's a buddy of mine. Literally, it was I can't remember exactly what was said, but it's essentially blaming like basically blaming black women for why the black community, such as it is, why we're not doing well economically. Like it
That's
blew
not the
my
argument.
mind.
No, that's not the argument. The problem is they thought if black women picked better men, there would be better families, so that way they can be able to eat off of somebody else's plate. Like it was never about them going and producing anything. Like most of these dudes complain about bitches just want to fuck. That's all they want to do. They want to fuck and
Right.
walk off. And I'm like, dude, they
But
have like legalized prostitution in some places, man, bro. You ain't got to walk around angry as shit all the time, man. You don't have to.
But the thing is, it's almost like, hey, you know what? And I literally heard someone say this once. You need to respect me because I'm a man, not I'm your man or your
Bro, that
boyfriend.
shit sounds so
No,
weak,
it's just
doesn't it?
like
It sounds so weak.
like if you met me on the street, you need to respect me because I'm a man. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? She
Yeah,
doesn't
that
know
shit
you.
sounds weak and crazy, man.
Oh, it sounds borderline psychotic.
And that's some BPD going on there, man. That borderline personality disorder shit, man. that people have dressed up as like, look, I can't wait for a woman to act a fool so that way I can never talk to her again. Period. Ever, for any reason.
Well, all I can say is that I don't get why a woman should just accept you just like, hey, I ain't doing shit, but you know what? If I give you my time, you need to like cater to me. Dude, it's like if some woman, I've always been like, dude, it does not matter if your wife is an MD or a CEO or something. You need to, if she's some high powered woman, well, you need to be worth her time. And you don't have to be the king or the president or anything like that. Just be yourself. You're either for her or or you aren't. And if you're not, dude, move on. She should not like give up whatever it is she's doing to be a stay-at-home mom. But let me put it to you this way. You know what? If you want her to follow, how about have the kind of job where she can be a stay-at-home mom?
See, that's the thing, man. She's supposed to stay at home and be poor with them niggas, man. What are you talking about? Get a job and go get education and challenge the workplace, man. The fuck you talking about, Stanley?
Look,
And them
you know
niggas ain't
what?
trying to do that.
You know what? My wife had a PhD, oddly enough, in pharmacology, and she was a stay-at-home mom. But it was something we talked about. Um, like, hey, you know, this we agreed on it, and there were some things we probably could have had, because she probably would have made as much, if not more, money working for, CDC or some bullshit like that. Her specialty was toxicology. But the bottom line is that, look, this is what we want to do. I will commute to work. I'll do all that. Um, be that kind of man. Be worth some shit. I'm a hustler, motherfucker. So what? It's good to be a hustler, but women seek stability, I would imagine.
Well, they're supposed to.
Yeah,
I mean, but
if they do,
if they have the burden of productivity, then they don't have to do that. They can get their own money and they can go choose a dude who even have more money. And that's what dudes are really upset at. It's the fact that she can
Mhm,
go out and choose somebody who's way, way better than they are. And women ain't
mhm.
trapped with the choice of just Delta Novembers, man. And they think that their stockpile of dumb nigga DNA isn't being used, man. And they they feel like they lost their place in society as they never should have had one. But that R&B music, man, had them dudes fucked
Well,
up,
see,
man.
you are way meaner than I am. I'm like, hey, everybody has a place, but still,
Nah, man.
I think, and I was saying it earlier, a video I was watching early at the beginning of the show. Oh, you know what it was? You know what? I don't know. You might be familiar with this story, but I want you to see it. It's about a 10-minute video by a content creator called Lady Boulay, who,
Okay.
for better or for worse, she reminds me of my mother. Uh, and then after that, I'm gonna have to wrap this up because I've been on for what, over 7 hours now, and I gotta go eat dinner, dude. I'm making a pizza after all this turkey. Oh, here it
You do your
is.
own pizza, man, like your own dough and sauce and shit.
Oh, absolutely.
Ah,
No,
bro, that
dude,
sound
I've
like a
been
lot of
baking.
work, man. For
No, it's
real?
no. Let me tell you something. Now, once you get good at it, dude, I've been I was telling my son the other day, because I make loaf bread. I don't even buy bread. I can make hot dog buns, hamburger buns, pretty much anything that's bread, I can make it. Biscuits, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Loaf bread, like sandwich bread, is time consuming. It's not particularly hard. I've been making pitas, like pita bread. Dude, you crank that out, you know, you do have to chill the dough, but you crank
Yeah.
out pita bread ready to go, for a sandwich or something like that. You could do that in under an hour. And if you're really
Oh, for
good,
real?
probably, oh, hell yeah. But I've been doing it for about 10 years.
Oh shit. Well, yeah, man, it's just second nature to you, bro.
Yeah, once you get good at it, it's just not that hard. As a matter of fact, it's funny. My father, he's been having a little bit of kidney trouble, and apparently, somehow or another, sprouted wheat sourdough bread. He wants me to start making it for him. So, the sprouted wheat is a little bit of a specialty flour, but yeah, I can do
Oh,
that.
okay.
I'm kind of proud that, hey, shit, yeah, I'll make it. I'll I'll make you some fancy bread. It's not that hard.
Oh shit. Damn, that's what's up, man.
You know what, dude? I like processes, and bread is just I like cooking. So, all right. Well, this is Lady Boulay. This guy's gone viral for the right reason. And dude,
Oh, cool.
it is well, no, it's for the right reason, but the dude is despicable.
Oh God.
Oh, let me skip through this. Though I like her opening theme song.
Yes, we are commanded to love one another, whether we want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. And I'm coming back to talk about this guy, Trevor Boykin, that I did the video about yesterday, and he has gone viral. And I say he's gone viral for the right reason because Black people are pushing back against this guy. And that is what we're going to have to take on as a community because this behavior is low class behavior. And I'm not trying to disparage anybody, but when you get out here and do things like this man has done, and many other things that are going on in the Black community, they're just low class. They're low class, it's low class behavior. And you could say the people are low class. I don't want to say they're low class, but I'm going to say the behavior is low class. And we have put up with this for so long that it has become normalized. And that is why people don't take Black Americans seriously. We're not going to get a crime bill. We're not going to get reparations. We're not going to get anything because we allow low class behavior to define us. And until we start pushing back and becoming serious about some of this behavior in our community, because it's one thing to complain about white supremacy, it's one thing to complain about white people, about police brutality and all these other things that befall our community. But if we don't call these things out ourselves, other people are not going to take us seriously. Now, I'm glad that Black people have commented on this guy because this, first of all, this guy was in prison for battery. Well, he was sentenced to 3 years. I don't know how much time he served, and there are other charges against him. So that's what we're working with. But no football team, no professional football team in the United States will touch him. So he's playing football in Mexico. But let me just let you hear what other Black people are saying.
This is actually, I should have shown you the first video in this series, but anyway, this dude, and I think this happened back in 2016 or 2017, but he was a backup quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks. He, as a matter of fact, I should probably find that video. What's his name? Russell Wilson invited him over for Thanksgiving. And
This year?
no, I think it was a few years ago. But the thing is he just fucking trashed Russell Wilson and Ciara on a podcast. And it truly stunning behavior. Like this man, starting quarterback, whatever you think of him, he is way successful, and this dude is just some second or third string quarterback, and invited over for Thanksgiving dinner, etc. Dude just trashes him, and this video actually is a better highlight of the behavior she's talking about.
Or whether we agree with each
She has almost 70,000 viewers
other or
or
not.
subscribers.
And I have a question, and I'm sure some of y'all have the same question. What happened to manners in the Black community? There was a time when Black people really taught their children the proper behavior, especially in public. So you got punished at home so you would know how to behave when you went out in public so that you didn't bring any shame on the family. And there was a saying, don't bring shame on the family's name. So there were some basic courtesies that you extended to other people. Thank you. Excuse me. I'm sorry. May I? Little things like that. There's used to be a thing in the Black community, and Black people prided themselves on having manners. You use your manners at church, at school, in the community, and especially in your home. So now you see Black people out here just saying anything and doing anything, and everybody thinks it's funny, or many people think it's funny, not having any consideration for other people's feelings or what other people think. If it's going to give you a chance to be seen in the public, there is no shame in your game. Nothing you won't say, and nobody you won't throw under the bus in the name of being seen. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
Russell Wilson, I went to his house for Thanksgiving. The weirdest feel like he catered.
Now, right away, you can tell this is an ignorant, uncouth person. I went to his house for Thanksgiving dinner, and he started rolling his eyes. First of all, he didn't force you to come to his house. He invited you to come to his house. Okay, let's listen to what he has to say.
He catered. So no, you know, like, bro, I come from a traditional country Black family.
We throwing down.
If I got as much money as Russell Wilson, my whole family would talk about me so bad if I ain't fly everybody out there for Thanksgiving. And I'm sponsored by an airline.
Yeah. Maybe he's not close to his family.
I believe Russell Wilson is close to his family because his mother and his sister show up at his games from time to time. And a few years ago, he bought his mother a house, and they videotaped it of him and Sierra surprising her with the new house. And she was very happy and very excited. And it seemed like they had a good relationship to me. And all he's doing is guessing. And I'm guessing too. I believe he does have a good relationship with his family. And all families don't get together at Thanksgiving. Some families get together at Christmas. Some families get together during the 4th of July, Mother's Day. There are different times of the year that families get together. Quarterback, they're used to him being in professional football. They're used to him moving around a lot. So there's nothing to say that he's got to fly his mother in every time there's a holiday, because he's just going to be off for that one day and he's got to go back to work. And sometimes they even have to play ball on Thanksgiving. Anyway, this is just tacky.
And maybe he not, but his mama wasn't there, sisters wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and even though, like, it still weird to me. I'm just still, even if you don't fool with your family, like, it still weird to me on Thanksgiving. My family gonna do the food. This is what we gonna do. If you the one with the money, we coming to your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me
that part.
That's what we gonna do. So
Yeah.
to get over there and catch Russell Wilson, like, him is literally him, Sierra Daddy, me, Noonie, Baby Future, the chef, and 2 nannies.
Well, the better question would be, why wasn't he at home with his family? So the better question would be, since he has such a strong tradition of family, and by the way, they might have a great Thanksgiving tradition, but they sure as hell didn't teach him any manners. So why wasn't he at home with his family since they have such a great Thanksgiving tradition? Why wasn't he at home with his family? Why was he at somebody else's house for Thanksgiving? Somebody that had invited him, by the way. I question the manners that were taught in those big gatherings and how well they got along, because he sure as hell doesn't have any manners.
And 3 dogs. And Baby Future at that time was bad as hell. hey, Baby Future, what you think? You know, everybody going around the room saying what they thankful for and shit. Like, Baby Future, what you thankful for? Oh, just thankful for. I think he said something like, I mean, he was a kid though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he was a kid. I think he a lot better than that. But at that time, like,
And listen to those Negroes in the background. Listen to those Negroes in the background laughing. Listen to those Negroes in the background laughing. Now, you translate this into Black men being stopped by the police, and the next thing they got their ass beat, or they might be dead. Translate that into black men having the lowest graduation rates. All of this stuff is mixed in together. This is a person who doesn't listen, who has no respect for other people. Let something happen to him and see if it won't be somebody else's fault. But here he is sitting up here talking shit about somebody who had the decency to invite him to his home for Thanksgiving dinner, and he repays it by sitting up on a podcast and gossiping about the family. Now just let that sink in. This is about as tacky as it gets for me. Now these are black men, and when I tell you that black men don't like each other, you're looking at one of the reasons.
He was a kid though, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he was a kid. I think he a lot better than that, but at that time, like bro was just, he knew, like I think he understood it, like he knew he was just spoiled, which is bad. You feel me? Like who his daddy was, who his mama was, who he hanging around, like he started to understand. And so in that case, like, but then I leave Russ' crib, go to Earl Thomas' crib.
Earl, that's he's more family oriented because you met me there.
Back at home when I stepped off at Earl crib. You understand me?
Good food. Like
Yeah, this is bad.
Okay, so all right, so I got a comment. Why does he think that there was no family there around this ignorant ass nigga that he invited over? He never stopped to think about that, did he?
Well, wait, say that again.
Russell Wilson probably purposefully didn't invite his family around this dude to be around.
Oh no, I did not think about that. Well, he had Ciara and his kids, though.
No, that's fine, but you're not gonna subject your sister or other women to this type of uncouth, stupid motherfucker, man. You're not gonna do no shit like that. Cause this dude would probably try to holler at his mama right in front of his fucking face. This type of dude would do that type of shit.
Oh no, I did not think about that.
Yeah.
All I have to say, dude, the man is married to this woman is unusually pretty.
Yes, she is.
Dude,
I don't give a fuck how many kids she got. That woman is.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care whether he's a quarterback. I don't care what he is. Just marrying the woman is like, dude, hell, you should be so lucky.
And still got the everything after all of those, man. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, she's got like
four. Has been betting on this marriage or relationship failing for quite some time.
Yeah. From what I can tell, because I think it's his second marriage. I know he was with some woman before.
Yes,
and I think
second marriage for him, and she was with Future before. Yeah, so.
Oh, that's right. She probably had a kid with Future.
No, I think like three or four kids. I think she probably.
Okay, well, they're all those kids are there. There's a picture in that other video with all of them. So, damn, Russell's a good guy. But I have to tell you.
But he picked her up when she had 3 or 4 kids, and like the manosphere argument was, why would a dude even do that? It's like she's a fucking supermodel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I was about to say, you know what? In their young kids, might be okay. Damn, I mean, she is just wow.
Yeah,
so
she is.
In there,
shout out,
Area 29, bro. Shout out. I know you got the restaurant down there in Seattle, and it might be one in Austin.
And I hate to be so persnickety about this, motherfucker. Turn your hat around. There is nothing that bothers me more than people who can't wear it forwards or backwards, I guess. But why do people wear their hats like that?
To the side look like some clown shit like Ezel from fucking Friday, man. You just look like a reprobate motherfucker. just even doing that, man.
I think every time I see someone wearing a hat like this, I think of the Little Rascals.
Yeah.
Like these little 5-year-olds who can't can't figure out how to get a hat straight on their head.
Two.
So Earl Thomas is a retired professional football player. He and his wife are no longer together because they've had all kinds of problems, including
Yes, they
pulling
have.
guns, or somebody pulled a gun on the other one. So maybe he had a better Thanksgiving dinner, in this guy's opinion, but Russell and Sierra are still together. I think this is the height of tackiness. It's jealousy. It's a lack of intellectual and emotional maturity. And it's also a
Yes.
lack of good home training. Somebody invites you
Yes.
to your house. You're gracious. You say thank you. If you don't want to go, just say, "Oh, I thank you, but I was invited to Earl Thomas's house." And
I
you
like
leave
this
it at
woman
that.
already. Lady
Getting on a
Boulay. Oh, okay.
podcast
All right.
and
Oh
talking
yeah,
about
I
somebody
we,
else's small child,
it's
and
so
small
funny.
children will be small children, regardless.
People in my little channel space here, they think her voice is annoying. She reminds me of my mother. Now my mother's voice wasn't quite that way, but kind of the
I don't
way.
think her voice is annoying. I mean, I think Cynthia G's voice is annoying, but I don't think her voice is anywhere near that level.
Well, you know what, Cynthia G's is annoying. But the other thing is she's a retired teacher. So,
Oh
my
yeah.
mother was a retired teacher. So I'm just used to that little, they can just be a little pedantic, but I appreciate her. And I think this is just an excellent point. And here's why I thought it was an excellent point. You'll hear people talking about, well, why can't black people be like the Asians or the Jews and work with each other and all this? Look, here is one thing everybody could do. Single mother, single father, it doesn't matter. Teach your kids manners. That's
How
something
to act. How to
anybody can
act.
do. Yeah, it does not take a community effort. It does not take a village. This is what a parent should be doing. And teach them manners, for God's sake. And you know what? You'd be surprised how much life would improve.
Regardless.
I mean,
It's
cause
just, it still comes down to manners. And
Oh,
that's what
what's
some
up?
of these black men.
Go ahead.
like in my community, no, we had the bacon ass whooping, right? Like my grandmother, she was a good like baker, but she didn't bake no
Oh,
cakes or
really?
no pies until somebody started bringing up some bullshit, fucked up behavior about one of the actual grandkids. And then she'll be baking the pie, and then she'll whoop your ass, and then she'll make you deliver the pie to the person who snitched on
Oh, that is cruel.
you. Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, that is oh boy.
My
Men
grandmother
do.
on my
They
mother's side
decide
was
that
pure fucking evil. But yeah, it worked.
I kind of like it.
they're going to gang up on somebody, and then it's open season on that person, even though that person hasn't done anything to them. This is a real blight on the Black American community. This guy's name is Trevon Boykin. He was the undrafted quarterback who signed with the Seattle Seahawks in 2016. He revealed on a recent podcast appearance that he spent Thanksgiving, this is this year, but I think it was in 2016, with Russell Wilson, Sierra, and their kids. And according to Boykin, the whole dinner setup felt weird. The only weird thing about that dinner was him. Jealous
Yes.
because Russell Wilson had more money, had a nicer home, had a nice family, and he made the mistake of inviting him to Thanksgiving dinner. That's the only thing that was wrong with that dinner. They invited an ungrateful Negro who didn't have the decency and the raison to say thank you to that family. He did not make it in the NFL. Surprise, surprise. Maybe they recognized his character and decided that they could do better in a quarterback. There's always a better quarterback. So, according to the report, he's playing football in Mexico. That's a good place for him, out of the country. Maybe there he can learn some manners. Character in the long run is just as important as your athletic skills. And we often hear Black people saying, nobody likes us. And very often these are Black men. We don't have any friends. Nobody likes us. No, because you don't like each other, you don't have any manners, and you don't know how to treat people. So that's how come people don't like you. It's not because you're black. It's because you don't have good character and you don't have any manners. This guy owes that family an apology. Okay, y'all, let me.
I how do you argue with that?
You can't.
Yeah.
You cannot. I said, like her already.
And I just think that it's such a basic point. And again, this is something everybody should be doing. It's not, community based, or no one has to work with anyone. Parents, teach your kids the basic manners.
Yeah, man, but you understand how far behind these people are, though. I mean, and like a lot of people kind of like, oh, my kid's my friend, so that way they don't have to teach their kids
No.
how to act. type nonsense, right?
I was telling the story earlier in the show. And it's you probably aren't old enough to remember a movie, and it wound up being a TV show with Bill Bixby, who played the Bruce Banner back in, I guess it was the early 70s, or maybe it was the early 80s.
Come on, man, bro. Those reruns came on all the time. Incredible Hulk.
Well, there was a movie and a TV show, The Courtship of Eddie's Father.
Oh,
where
okay, yeah. Too old for me.
You
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that?
you're right about that. No.
Well,
Oh,
so
no.
how sometimes I guess kids, maybe they could be buddies or something like that. Well, one day I fussed at my son about something, and he said something like, "Chill, dude." Oh, dude, I started laughing. I'm
Man,
like,
man, I
what?
couldn't even imagine saying that to my grandfather.
Dude, no, you know what? I didn't even get mad, or at least that mad. I'm like, son, I'm not your buddy. I'm your parent. There is a
Chill.
huge, difference. As a matter of fact, like, my wife, for instance, you always hear, and this is just me. I'm not, saying anybody else should be as weird as I am. But, my wife is my best friend. Like, no, she was my wife. She's beyond friend. Friend is one thing. She's my wife. It's better than a friend. I'm your father. I want to be on good terms. I want you to feel comfortable and all that, but there will never be a time that we're buddies like that. I'm not shit. I love my father, but I would not call myself his buddy. He's my father. I'm 60 and he's my father, not my buddy. And we get along famously, but no. There should always be a level of separation. He's your parent. So, and I don't think kids are learning that these days.
No, not from these parents. I mean, it's very rare. You got to have. No, there's two types of involvement. There's friendly involved, hangout involved, and then there's parental involved. And most of these people are, friends. One of the crew kind of involved, like hangout buddy type nonsense. They're not really in that parental role. And I could, well, I wouldn't say I could see, but I could free associate and see what they're talking about. How it could potentially be easier to like treat your child as a friend, but nah, man, that shit ain't practical, bro.
No. Yeah. Like I said, family, I separate family. Family is family. Family are not friends. Friends can be like family, but I don't think family can be like friends. In the one example I bring up is, there are plenty of times where a parent may not necessarily like their child, but they still love them.
Yeah.
And it's kind of persnickety point, but family should be better than friends. Family is family. It's a step above. So
As long as they stay in that family type role, because I got like some different type of family, man, and you got to be able to,
well, I kind of have a small family, even like my uncle, he's passed away long ago now, but my father's brother, those cousins are close, but I have cousins I haven't seen in decades, but we still
Me
kind of
too.
keep
Like,
up every now and again.
no, I don't see these people except for their funerals. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna wrap this up. I've been doing this
Wow.
about 7.5 hours, and it's
Yeah.
time for me to go. And I got the dough rolled out. I just need to top it and put it in the oven. So I'm glad to have an oven. I didn't even know that a baking element in an oven could actually wear out.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
I'd never had that happen. So I ordered a new one, and I guess it was last Wednesday. I had to get in there and replace it, which is cool. It works just fine. But I went because I'm lazy, basically. Went for a couple weeks without an oven, which I can, that's not a huge loss. But now that I have it back up and working and roasted the turkey, it's time to do a pizza in it. So I
Yeah, I've done the
enjoyed it.
turkey and the peanut oil shit, man.
Oh, did you? Did
I'm
you
not
fry
patient.
it?
No. It was deep fried in the peanut oil.
Nice. My father's did that maybe a couple years ago. It's delicious.
Oh man, it's so good. It's so good.
It's the best way to have turkey. I don't roasted turkey doesn't even compare.
Yeah, like what was it, about 5 years ago when I brought up the idea, like one of these less than the industrious personnel, started like a backyard fucking fire because he took that butterball like fresh out of fucking Kroger, man, and dipped that
Oh
shit in that fucking
no.
oil. Like, dude, like backyard and mushroom cloud is not supposed to be used in the same sentence. But yeah, man, that's what the fuck that was.
Well, the only time I've ever seen mushroom cloud in backyard, I had a neighbor of mine back up when I lived on the mountain. And I was over at my future brother-in-law's house watching football. We used to watch it outside. It didn't matter whether there was snow on the ground or not. So we're out there drinking beer, and all of a sudden we hear a woof, and there's a fucking mushroom cloud. I'm like, oh shit, we better go over there and see what's going on. Well, my neighbor, who's a little older than us, we were what, late 30s, and he's 60 or something like that. He put burning leaves, and he did it the old-fashioned way, where he put diesel in fucking gasoline. I'm like, are you crazy?
Dude,
Well,
and then you can't put it out if you light it on fire. Oh God,
dude, it was. Well, you know what though? He'd been doing it like that for years. So he knew what he was doing. It's just he overdid it. And I had never seen a mushroom cloud. It was like, dude, we thought you had blown up the house or something.
Yeah, man, like some
So
meth
you're
lab
right.
shit.
Mushroom cloud in backyard should never be in the same sentence. So,
Yeah,
well, I
I'm trying
enjoyed
to
it,
beat
sir.
this storm. I'm not
Oh,
sure how
wait.
much of this storm is going to be coming
Wh-
through Virginia or whatever, but I'm trying to get the
Oh,
fuck
shoot.
out.
Where are you in Virginia?
Exit 136 now.
On 81 or
No,
95?
on 95 going south toward Florida.
Oh, well, if you're past Richmond, you're good. If you're
Oh
between
no,
DC and
no, I'm
so you
Shit, Richmond's like, what is this? Probably like 40 minutes away, Richmond.
Oh my God! So you're still in traffic even at this time of the night?
Oh no. Like once you pass like exit like 140, man, like the shit kind of breaks up.
Okay. I haven't been, dude. I used to live in Newport, Rhode Island. So I basically, and I'm from Savannah, so I used to have to make that trip from basically it's Providence to Savannah, and I'd have to
Yeah.
break it up. I'd stay at Quantico, because it's 8 hours from there to Quantico, and then 8 hours from Quantico to Savannah. Dude, 95. God, I hope I never have to drive 95 again in my life. It was just
Sometimes, man, I have seen 95 be incredibly jam packed on both
oh
sides.
yeah.
Past Richmond and
Yeah.
coming into DC,
Oh,
man,
it's like
man, oh
there
man.
ought to be a law. And I'll tell you, if you've ever taken 66, it's basically between 95 and 81 on
I've
the
done it a
western
couple of
side of
times,
Virginia.
but it was kind of like 2, 3 in the morning. One
Oh
time I
yeah,
had like
yeah.
some 7 o'clock shit, bro.
hmm
It is a different universe on
hmm
66.
hmm
Man, I did
Yep.
not know how because traffic was building up, and I was leaving.
hmm
I was
hmm
leaving, and I
Oh
was
yeah.
seeing the traffic going toward DC. I'm like, man, there ain't no way in the hell I'm about to fuck with that. I mean,
Let me
it's
tell
kind of
you
like
something.
some.
I used to
Yeah.
commute from Warren County. If you know where Front Royal is, it's the last
Yes.
couple exits before you get to 81. Well, I
Yeah.
lived not in Front Royal, the Markham exit just before you get to Front Royal. That's where I used to get off. And, I lived up in the mountains right between Fauquier County and Warren County.
Hold on a
Dude,
second. How well they do the roads out there, man? That shit sound dangerous to the motherfucker.
Not really.
All right.
Now, if there's snow on the ground, it's a little bit more risky going up the mountain.
Okay. All right. All right.
But no, if you got four-wheel drive, you should be okay. It's not a guarantee. Uh, but I can tell you right now, if Virginia's really good about preparing the interstates and the state roads because they'll
Yeah.
pre-treat it, with whatever it is they use. But I can tell you right now, I've been on 66 when it was icy. It is scary. And the best thing
Oh
is
yeah.
just not be on the road.
You should Google 45 car pileup, Terre Haute, Indiana. That happened yesterday or some shit. Dude, it looked like a post-apocalyptic Earth. That's how bad it looked.
Oh wow. Well, there was some it wasn't in Indiana. There was a state legislator, I think in Pennsylvania, who died in a multiple car accident on the interstate. I think it was Pennsylvania. So tis the season.
Man, look, I was almost about to take a load from New York or New Jersey to what was that, Nebraska, and I'm like, man, there ain't no way I'm about to go through. And they was paying some good money too, like $5,000 for like 2 days of work. But I looked at them actual roads, and I'm like, no wonder they paying $5,000 for this stuff, man. Bro, you ain't gonna get there till Friday.
Well, yeah. So there was really this. It was that bad. I heard there was a winter storm out in the Midwest.
Nah,
So
it,
it
nah, it
said,
stretched from like Kansas all the way, kind of like in
"Dang,
the Beltline all the way to like Upper New York.
45 vehicle pileup occurred on the westbound lanes of Interstate 70 near Terre Haute, Indiana,
Yeah.
Saturday, November 29th, during a severe winter storm that brought heavy snow and icy conditions. Crash, which blocked all westbound lanes, 6 hours, was caused by vehicles losing control on snow-covered pavement. It reduced visibility. Authorities confirmed there were no fatalities or major injuries. Around a dozen people sustained minor injuries and were treated at local hospitals.
I am shocked nobody got killed because every time I went through there, because I know how to
Mhm.
drive through that area, as soon as you
Mhm.
hit exit, like it's probably like exit 20, then it's a
Mhm.
downhill S turn. And once you get to the bottom of the hill, like the top of the hill is not, it may be snow on it, but it's not ice. But as you
Mhm.
go down the hill, it freezes because they don't have the bridges kind of closed off. The wind just kind of goes through on the other side and it kind of ices up the actual thing. I don't know how come they haven't got rid of that. But yeah, it is very dangerous to go down that hill like that. Because if you go down the hill, you'll start at the top, going like 30 miles
Mhm.
an hour, which is fine because it's powder. But then you go from
Mhm.
powder to ice skating,
Ice, yeah.
you stop,
Yeah,
you're screwed. Yeah, yeah.
right. They don't have I guess you know how in is it North Carolina? Well, 81 going down, cuz there's that big once you get past I think it's Salem, Virginia, that Salem Roanoke area, you basically
Yes.
start gradually, coming off whatever the plane is. Um So they've got those ramp things off to the side. I guess, basically if you're out of control in a
Yeah.
in an 18 wheeler,
Yeah,
you
those
just
the those
I don't
I
know what
hit
they
one of those
call
in
them, but
training. I, I hit one of
really?
those in training. What it was like, we was up in the mountains in Colorado,
Mhm,
and we had like a dummy load that was like 45,000 pounds. This
mhm.
dude took that truck out of gear, man. That shit sped up to like 80 miles an hour in like seconds.
Ooh. Yeah,
Yeah,
people don't realize if you put something in neutral, it's going it's going to take off. Those gears, you because you can downshift and stuff like that. You will
yeah. Like they were
control the
trying to, because you have to rev the engine high to put the actual thing in the gear,
uh-huh.
and no matter what it was, it wouldn't go into gear. So
Oh,
you know,
wow.
yeah, man, they beat that dude's ass, man. Like as soon as the truck stopped, man, no white dudes got to work on that dude, man, because that shit was scary. I mean, because you pass a couple of Colorado highway patrolmen, and next thing you know, they going like 110 in front of you, telling you to hit the ramp or whatever, because the
Mhm,
dude,
mhm.
he kind of froze
Oh, wow.
there. So he's in the seat. He's not hitting the accelerator nor the brake. And the truck just sped the fuck up. And we's like, oh man, bro, we about to fucking die. Yep. This dude was just, yeah. Dude, that shit happened in training, man.
Wow. That sounds like something that sounds very military, like, "Oh, shit, we're just gonna die."
Oh yeah, dude, there ain't no way out of it. Plus, you go, and it was like a 6% grade too. So that shit was. I think the truck sped up to as fast as it could have gone, but
Oh,
that
no.
3 miles, yeah, like like when you go so fast in the truck, it doesn't feel like you're moving. That's how
Oh,
that shit
wow.
felt. That's how
Oh,
it felt.
wow. It's like time slows down.
Yeah, and the shit was like 3 to 5 miles away. It looked like, dude, we got there in seconds. Seconds.
Man.
We was hitting that that ramp, that off ramp with like the rocks and all that kind of shit. It actually
Yep.
goes down about 5 or 6 feet, some of them. And
Really?
the truck, yeah, once you hit it, the truck naturally slows down. Naturally, like you
Yeah.
can't skip across the top of that shit. Well, if you go in at a fucked up angle, I mean, because it's so deep, it doesn't look deep,
Mhm,
but it's deep.
mhm.
It's probably 4 or 5 feet, and it really
But
slows you
now was
down
there
pretty
snow
quick.
actually on the ramp?
No, it was dry conditions. It's just that he
Oh
wasn't paying
shit.
attention and he took the fucking shit out of
Okay.
gear. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking, yeah, that's crazy on
Oh
ice.
shit! If it was
Damn.
snow, dude, we would have fucking died. Dude, there ain't no way in the hell you getting out of that shit. If ice is on the road like a little bit, that situation, nah, bro, out of here. Shit, I would have tried to jump out the passenger seat. Some shit. Cause it was like 7 of us in the truck, so it was like 3 people sitting on the bunk,
Oh wow.
4 people sitting on the bed, because it was a double bunk truck.
Oh,
Obviously,
okay.
so you had 3 people sitting up top, you had 4 people sitting on the bed, then you had like the instructor in the passenger seat, and he was talking to us, and all of a sudden, you just feel this uncomfortable fucking slowdown. And he's telling this dude to rev the fucking engine so that way he can put it into like 10th gear. And the dude was just he just completely froze the fuck up, man. Like on some on some like battle shit. And yeah.
All right. Well, let me get out of here. So,
All right, cool, man.
Yeah, it was good talking to you. I'll be back on I don't know, around 1 or 1:30 tomorrow. And
All right, cool.
everybody, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. If you're new, please subscribe.
Lady Boulay, man. I'm about to listen to her, man.
Yeah, you know what? I like her. Maybe, like I said, she reminds me of, what my mother used to call the old people. And
yeah.
I don't always agree, but who agrees with everyone 100% of the time? But some of that old school, like, and it's funny because I've never even heard her use strong language. She used the shit word, and
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I've never
It will
heard
bring it
her
out of you.
curse before.
It will bring it out of you. Ignorant niggas will bring it out of you every single time.
Well, that Lady Boulay was using strong language for her, so she must have been perturbed. So,
Oh yeah.
All right.
All right, man. Well, thanks for having me on, man.
Oh no, I enjoyed it. Always do. So I'll
right, cool.
talk to you soon.
All
And
right, cool, man.
everyone have a good night. I should be back around 1 or 1:30, as late as 2 tomorrow. Hey, Savage, man, you should have hit the link. I'm on my way out now, Savage. Are you going live? Oh, you know what? I really am bad about let us put Savage. You know what? Let's do this. Drop your link in the chat. Hold on one sec. I just added you as a moderator. Drop your link in the chat so people can subscribe. And once you do that, I'm going to get out of here. And by the way, I had a good time on your show last night. Totally enjoyed it. Oh, good. Thank you, Richard. So everyone subscribe to Savage's channel. We will be, doing some sort of collaboration at some point in time. So it is good seeing you. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Zhang. Zhang the snitch. And J-Dub, Brian Nichols, Slick Rick, the usual suspects. DiCapriono, I saw you and I didn't say hello, but your comment was funny. And who else? Well, the usual suspects. So I'll see everyone tomorrow. Going to make a pizza, and I'm happy about that. So see y'all later.